Feels a bit strange to be here in person, and that it feels a little bit strange to have so few people in a large room, but we are trying to adjust to the new reality of in-person events and still being aware of the risk from COVID. I'm going to start, well, firstly, maybe I should introduce myself, and then I'll tell you a few logistical things before introducing our first speaker. I'm Paul Ingram. I'm relatively new to the Centre for the Study of Existential Risks. I'm the programme manager, or one of them, for the Science of Global Risk programme, which is the programme that we're talking about over the next 3 days. I'll probably have a little bit more of an introduction to myself somewhere in your booklet, so if you're interested, just read that. A few housekeeping things. We're in Jesus College, in case you didn't realise. The toilets are just out on the way back to reception. I think, if my memory serves me right, on the left. It could be on the right. I think it's on the left. On the opposite side is the Bowden room, which will be the place where we have the workshops. So it's all very tight and very easy. But if you do get lost, just ask somebody, and I'm sure they'll be able to tell you. The organisers of this conference, there's myself and SJ have taken responsibility, but actually the real organisers are not us. They are Claire and Esme and Laura, who you may well have met already, who've been sitting at the reception desk, and they are the brains and the real organisers. When it comes to the programme, we will have a series of talks in this room. We will have breaks, which are in the programme, a morning break and an afternoon break, and we have lunch at 1:30. In terms of questions and answers, some of these sessions will not include questions and answers. We're trying to keep things going rapidly, but when there are questions and answers, if you're in the room here, then it's quite simple. You just catch the attention of the chair, and you will have a roving mic come to you. Please speak when you get the mic and not before. Bear in mind that the vast majority of participants at this conference are online, and they need to hear just as well as the rest of us in this room. And that takes me to the next point, which is that all the talks will be live streamed and they'll be recorded, just so that you know. If you are online, then I imagine that you'll be watching this on YouTube. YouTube, for us here in this context, is a one-way process. We won't be looking at any comments that you make on YouTube. If you want to engage, then please use the instructions on Discord. Those of you that are in the room, you will still need to use Discord at one point in the programme, and that is later on this morning when we will be doing an icebreaker, and that will involve looking at some cartoons and conversation. So please be ready to have your device of whatever kind ready and attached to Discord when we get to that point. Please be respectful and kind. I've been asked to go into all sorts of things about no harassment. I'm sure you know about that. But the important thing here is not just about not doing something, but about recognizing that we are all human beings here looking at really difficult things. And so there will be disagreement. We do see things differently, and that's a good thing. But it's only a good thing if we are respectful and kind to each other as we do so. Please have your phones off. Mine isn't, but I don't. Oh, yes, it's here. I will switch mine off in a second. If you have to have it on, then please put it on silent. The Wi-Fi code is there isn't one, but if you do want to go on to Wi-Fi, then use the Jesus College guest network. As I say, there's no password. Okay, so that's all the boring bit. The really exciting bit is that I'm now introducing our star of CSER, Lord Martin Rees. Martin was, of course, one of the three founders of CSER. He's Astronomer Royal and is an emeritus professor here at Cambridge for cosmology and astrophysics. He's also, as almost all of you will know, former Master of Trinity College and is a fellow there. He's also former president of the Royal Society. What very few of you know is that he was also a member of the Trident Commission that I set up some 10 years ago, looking at British nuclear weapons policy. He is a polymath and is quite an extraordinary author. He's going to speak to us to introduce the conference on global catastrophic risks. Martin, the floor is yours.
Right. Well, thank you, Paul, and let me add my welcome to everybody on behalf of CSER to the conference, which is on the theme of future risks, real catastrophes, and global solutions. Let me say why the conference is timely. There's a long-established community that studies familiar risks, food safety, road safety, etc. But that's not true for extreme events, high consequence but low probability. And analysing these mega risks is CSER's mission. And CSER is one of only a handful of centres around the world with this focus. COVID-19 has been a wake-up call. Its consequences are estimated to have a global cost exceeding $20 trillion. So even if such a catastrophe occurred once every few decades, it would have been worth paying an insurance premium of hundreds of billions of dollars to be better prepared, to reduce its impact or to reduce the chance of it happening in the first place. And the stakes are so high that we at CSER will have earned our keep if we can reduce the likelihood or impact of future such events, even by 1 part in 1,000. And by the way, pandemics not only spread fast and spread globally, as they didn't in the past, they cause far worse societal breakdown. European villages in the 14th century continued to function even when the Black Death halved their population. In contrast, we're all too aware today that societies are vulnerable to serious unrest as soon as hospitals are overwhelmed. And this could happen before the fatality rate gets much above 1%. And these pandemics are just one kind of risk. A worse nightmare is an engineered pandemic, where so-called gain-of-function experiments can render a virus more virulent and more transmissible. And that's an example of what really does keep me awake at night, a scary genetic trend, which is that our world is becoming more dangerous because small groups, or even fanatical loners, are so empowered by novel technology that they can trigger consequences in the cyber world as well as in the bio world that cascade globally. But there's another kind of disaster, slow-motion disasters, from climate change and environmental degradation. These are incrementally destructive, and we fail to develop countermeasures because their worst impact stretches beyond the time horizon of political cycles. It's like the proverbial boiling frog, contented in a warming tank until it's too late to save itself. These disasters are anthropogenic, but we'll hear also about mega threats that come from nature without humans having caused them. Asteroid impacts, massive volcanoes, etc. Fortunately, these are rather rare. They don't keep me awake at night, as the human-induced threats do. So what characterizes CSER's work? What's our value added? Well, first, we can tap into relevant science. There's wide interdisciplinary expertise among our staff, and we're lucky to be embedded in a university which is crawling with excellent natural scientists, social scientists, and engineers whose expertise we can draw on. Second, we can offer a sort of synoptic view. We can do this in two ways. First, a particular threat has consequences that can not only cascade globally, but can also have very varied impacts on society. For instance, COVID-19 has had consequences on the organization of society, supply chains, the education system, the nature of work, and our dependence on IT. And some of these consequences, social breakdowns, for instance, are generic to different types of catastrophe. Optimizing resilience in the face of them will require systems thinking and insights from social sciences. And that's a theme of the program which Paul mentioned. It's clear that the world could have coped better with COVID had there been more investment beforehand and better planning of the response. It reminds us that our entire interconnected world is getting more fragile, vulnerable to catastrophes that aren't just national but span the globe. We'll hear from Luke Kemp that the historical record reveals episodes when civilizations have crumbled and even been extinguished. But the difference now is that our world is so interconnected that a catastrophe couldn't hit any region without its consequences cascading globally. And that's why we can't rule out a collapse, societal or ecological, that could be a truly global setback. The setback could be temporary. On the other hand, it could cascade and spread so devastatingly and entail so much environmental or genetic degradation that the survivors could never regenerate a civilization at the previous level. Mindful of this, biologists should avoid creation of potentially devastating genetically modified pathogens or large-scale modification of the human germline. And cyber experts are aware of the risk of a cascading breakdown in global infrastructure. Innovators who deploy advanced AI should avoid scenarios where a machine takes over. We may dismiss these risks as science fiction, but given the stakes, they should not be ignored, even if deemed highly improbable. On the other hand, let's remember that innovations have an upside too. Application of the precautionary principle has an opportunity cost, what Freeman Dyson called the hidden cost of saying no. For instance, thanks to vaccines, science has been our salvation in the present pandemic. Next, a parochial digression. The wake-up call even energized the House of Lords. And a special inquiry last year, which I was involved with, interviewed 85 witnesses from many walks of life and several nations to address how to cope with these catastrophes. It recommended many improvements. A national risk register exists, which should provide a framework for improved preparedness and reducing risk. But it's inadequate. It presents risks in a kind of matrix, impact vertically and likelihood horizontally. But this format actually downplays some concerns. That's because the likelihood of an event is calibrated by the expected probability that it occurs in the next 2 years. But many of the most serious threats are getting more likely year by year. For instance, that's true of cyber attacks, electric grid breakdowns, and the threat from misuse of fast advancing biotech. There are also growing risks from failures of aging infrastructure and the consequences of climate change. Extreme weather and flooding are likely to get worse from year to year. And within the government, there's excessive secrecy too. We accept that some secrecy is necessary, especially with regard to malicious threats, but the present amount impedes adequate input from independent experts and the provision of adequate guidance to regional first responders in emergencies. They should get guidance from bodies like this, for instance. Of course, mitigation of the global mega risks is an international challenge, but it's one that we in this country could influence strongly. For instance, there's a need to render the internet more resilient and to ensure that dozens of level 4 biological labs worldwide are indeed secure, and to ensure that the WHO has the resources to identify emergent viruses quickly. And our committee made some straightforward recommendations just for the UK. For instance, we should rebalance the trade-off between resilience and efficiency. 2 examples. If manufacturers depend on supply chains spanning the world and just-in-time delivery, they're vulnerable to a break in just one link in one chain. We should shift from just-in-time to just-in-case as our mantra. And though it may be efficient to routinely have high occupancy of intensive care beds in hospitals, this leaves too little spare capacity for emergencies. So there's a trade-off between resilience and efficiency. Incidentally, we had on our committee evidence from senior military figures, and we had 2 former defense secretaries on our committee, and they all emphasized the need for exercises, planning with red and black teams and all that, to simulate disaster scenarios. And we can help with that sort of thing. Well, after being parochial, let me close with a contrastingly cosmic perspective. I've written a book rather pretentiously entitled On the Future, which discusses these threats. And my theme in the book is that the Earth's existed for 45 million centuries. But this century is special. It's the first when one species, ours, has the planet's future in its hands. We're deep in the Anthropocene. We could irreversibly degrade the biosphere. We could trigger the transition from biological to electronic intelligence, or misdirected technology could cause a catastrophic setback to civilization. But it's 60 million centuries more before the sun flares up and dies. And the cosmos may have an infinite time ahead of it. So we're in no way the culmination, maybe not even the halfway stage in the emergence of complexity and intelligence. But this cosmic perspective actually strengthens our concerns about what happens here and now, because it offers a vision of just how prolonged and prodigious life's future could be. The unfolding of intelligence and complexity could still be far from its culmination. And that's why some consider that avoiding the irrevocable snuffing out of civilization is the overwhelming priority. But back finally to the nearer term. Dr. Beard told me I should offer some optimism. And let me note first that opinion polls show that younger people who expect to survive most of the century are more engaged and anxious about long-term and global issues. And their activism does give ground for hope. And what should be our message to them? It's surely that there's no scientific impediment to achieving a sustainable world where we all enjoy a lifestyle better than those in the West do today. But we live under the shadow of new risks, but these can be minimized by a culture of responsible innovation, by reprioritizing the thrust of the world's technological effort and emphasizing clean energy, intensive food production, etc. But politicians won't prioritize issues where the benefits accrue mainly to distant parts of the world and are decades into the future, unless they know that the public is behind them. We don't have much direct influence, but they care what's in the press and what's in their boxes. And that's why we should welcome public demonstrations, and even more, we should welcome the intervention of charismatic figures. And in the climate context, I'd mention the disparate quartet of Pope Francis, David Attenborough, our secular Pope, Bill Gates, and Greta Thunberg. We should be evangelists for new technology, not Luddites. Without it, the world can't provide food, sustainable energy and good health for an expanding and more demanding population. But we need to redirect that technology. And as this conference will emphasize, there is a downside, because many of us are anxious that the technologies are advancing so fast that we may not properly cope with them. And CESA's goal is to ensure that we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin, and thank you for your visionary setting up of the CESA in the first place. I think we have a lot to thank you for and feel gratitude. Next on the list is Jessica Bland, who is CESA's new Deputy Director. She joined just before I did and has already had a significant impact on the centre. Jess brings a hugely varied career in science, technology and communications with her to CESA. She's worked with the Royal Society, with Nesta and the Dubai Future Foundation, and most recently with the School of International Futures, where she led the strategic foresight programmes. Today we're talking about foresight, unless that was not already obvious. Jess is going to be giving the first content discussion on foresight, introducing Luke, who has been leading in CESA on the foresight programme for Science at Global Risk. Jess, the floor is yours.
Magical slide change. Great, and I think I can see how to change it there. Welcome everyone, and welcome to, I think it's almost 200 people watching on YouTube now. I was asked to provide some reflections, and I might go slightly faster through these than I expected, so we get back to keeping on time and we can move on to my colleague, Luke Kemp. And as Paul illustrated slightly, these reflections come at a time when I've been at CESA for 6 months, so I still have one foot back in the communities of science policy, public engagement with technology and strategic foresight, where I came from before. And there's a very obvious link in all of those to CESA. If it's not obvious to you, it will become obvious during today in particular. But the difference and the point of connection I've been trying to draw in my first 6 months is really how CESA, whose object of study is the high impact, low probability scenarios we might see in the future, is different or connected to the wider field of strategic foresight, of science policy, that engage in the same kind of discussions of how the world might be transformed either by science or by natural effect. And while I still have one foot in those other communities, it felt like a good moment to provide what I've called 5 short reflections on this idea of strange aids to thought. And I'll go through them one by one. So the phrase strange aids to thought is one that comes from the history of strategic foresight, a history that goes back to 1950s, primarily 1960s, in the military planning community in the US. So it might seem a strange itself phrase to use today in Cambridge in 2022. But the reason it keeps coming back to me in the first 6 months at CESA is there's this connection between that moment in post-war history where transformation was happening, where the world stage was changing, and the very transformations we try to get our heads around at CESA and other places that think about uncertain long-term futures. And I wanted to try and answer to some extent this question of how do thinking differently, thinking in strange or weirder ways, how do the imagined worlds that these provide, the speculative scenarios we like to think about here, connect to very real catastrophic risk? How do we embed the speculative in the important analysis and study that we do at places like CESA? So the first reflection I had is really that idea that imagination is required for radically reframing how we think about the future. And I just wanted to briefly make the case for that. So ignoring Herman Cahn's Straight Aids to Thought from 1960s, but coming back to it at the end, I wanted to start where I started, which was in 2008, as my career was taking off. The economic crisis was a moment of lack of foresight, a very clear moment of lack of foresight that affected the careers of me and many around me at that time. It was also a moment when the Queen of England asked a group of leading economists why on earth everyone had missed this. And so this was the motivation for thinking about the very long term, not in a siloed, disciplinary or sector-based way, but thinking about it as a systemic transformation that kicked my career off. And there's a great, this is a letter from the economists collected by the British Academy together back to the Queen, where they say that our own, I'll just go to the right bit actually. One of our major banks now in public ownership, I think we can probably guess which that is, Royal Bank of Scotland, reputedly had 4,000 risk managers. But the difficulty was seeing the risk to the system as a whole rather than to any specific financial instrument or loan. They frequently lost sight of the bigger picture. And it's kind of fascinating that that is exactly not the Caesar we want to create, and the one that we fight so hard for in Martin's, for the reasons he illustrated better than I could, is one where we are bringing those disciplines together, where we are thinking about systemic change, and we're bringing an analysis to that. So how does this link to thinking the unthinkable or the strange age to the thought from the 1960s? Well, and I have my colleague from School of International Futures, Andrew Curry, to thank for this, because he recently wrote a chapter called Critical History of Scenarios. And while he was writing that in the new handbook for social futures, links to all of which I will provide on Discord after the talk, he went back to some of the threads of the history of scenario planning and foresight. And what was surprising about the military planners from the 60s, who we thought bared very little resemblance to some of the imaginative foresight work we do today, is actually there was this text from Herman Cahn, who was one of the leaders at RAND at that time, although an unusual thinker amongst that group. And his book, Thinking the Unthinkable, was that Cahn's answer to thinking differently about this post-World War was actually to create not reincarnations of historical patterns of change, but what he called ersatz experience via strange aids to thought, like scenarios, like war games that could serve as an artificial case history or historical anecdote as opposed to precedent to make up for some of the degree of paucity of actual examples. That is to say that the transformations that he was witnessing, and for Cahn, he was particularly a commentator on how nuclear weapons changed the defense and security environment, couldn't rely on historical precedent for either what was happening or what change was needed to better secure humanity, and it instead needed to rely on this combination of thinking the unthinkable, speculative thinking, imaginative thinking, to radically reframe what was going to happen next. And that, for me, is a reminder that imagination is required for radical reframing. Something that's hard to remember sometimes when you're in a university setting and in an analytic context. So with that in mind, I think one of the things I've been really impressed with since coming to Caesar is the ability to combine that imaginative thinking with a clear and specific goal, to bring analysis and imagination together, and not to say that these are distinct or in opposition. It's an incredibly healthy part of a culture of a group of 20-ish postdocs who come from philosophy to volcanology to economics. And one of the things that has kept my feet on the ground when doing this kind of futures speculation in the past is remembering why you're doing something. Is not to speculate and indulge oneself, but also to remember the method you're using depends on why you're doing it, and to remain focused on that long-term goal. So the picture here on, well, it's on my right-hand side, but I think on your left, if you're watching online, is my ex-colleague Laura, who's now head of design for the Museum of the Future, working with a group of builders in the same setting, the same position as you see Prime Minister Modi being taken round an exhibition that imagines the future of AI by the Minister of AI in the United Arab Emirates, along with some other dignitaries. And although some of my work has been this kind of very immersive experience of what a future could look like, that is not always appropriate. And one thing that I've come back to being at CSER is a reminder that sometimes you need to provide people just with the scaffolding to think through what world they would like to live in the future, or that their work could lead to or shouldn't lead to, more than you need to provoke, inspire. I'm not sure if Modi remembers it, to be honest, but at least try to do so with world leaders. And that quite often I hear discussions of which foresight technique is better or worse. And really, I come back to this, is what are you trying to achieve? If I need to get the attention of a world leader for 20 seconds, then I create a high-end experience. You create the fireworks, but you lose the ability for them to have any authorship or agency in that very future. So all you can do is provoke. It is narrow but effective. On the other hand, if we sit in workshops and develop future worlds together, you get something more like the scaffolding that Laura is sitting in, but you give people the agency and the time to develop their own ideas about the future. And really, that idea that method depends on why you're doing long-term thinking is one I keep coming back to as well. So my third of 5 short reflections is the thing that I said earlier I'm really impressed with seeing at CSER. And to be honest, Luke will go into the history of CSER's work in much greater detail than I could do justice to. But this is just to link forward to what he will say, and to say that imagination and analysis are not mutually exclusive. And nor have they ever been. So if we look at limits to growth, the great work from 1972, 50 years ago last month, it was published. It is a set of scenarios, 12 scenarios for the future, based on different ways that growth could occur, that being growth in food per capita, growth in population, growth in pollution, but most importantly, the limits that sets on industrial output per capita. And this model was a great example of looking at the constraints on these different growth curves. This being, and creating what they called World 3, that led to 12 different future scenarios, as a constraint on imagining, but it didn't stop you from imagining different futures, for thinking about policy that could happen that would be useful in different worlds. And I put this up here because there's actually quite a fun place to play, which is that World 3 from 1972 has now been recreated using Python, which is a fairly accessible computer language, and you can download PyWorld 3 and play around with these scenarios yourself. And this is overlaying that business as usual scenario from 1972 with the Pi dynamics is pretty accurate with the original paper. And just to say that this kind of systemic analysis that allows you to get deep into those cascading and intertwining risks that Martin talked about is very helpful. It doesn't stop us from being imaginative. And sometimes in unhelpful conversations, people have pitted speculative, storytelling, imaginative futures against this kind of quantitative analysis, and they're not actually separable in that way. And one way that I've used systems thinking in a much more perhaps mundane context to what you might hear about later is really taking another of the concepts from Donella Meadows, who was the lead author on the limits to growth in 72, which is that there are leverage points within a system, different types of places where we can make change happen. She had 12 of them. I'm not going to go into all 12. But I wanted to mention this contemporary version that groups those 12 into 4 groups and helps us map out a particular system and the different types of leverage in those 4 ways. You probably can't see the detail of this diagram, but I wanted to at least just point to what these green dots mean in the main space. And you can look at the full version online later. So this was an exercise looking at environmental groups in Australia and New Zealand, those established since 2000, if you want to be specific. And it asked the question, how could we make more impactful or change the system of groups to improve regeneration of the environment in those 2 countries? And going from the outside in, there are some very obvious things you would change. You would give those organisations more cash. You would change the basic parameters in the system. That's the type of leverage we might call leverage one. And that's the bottom category here and the furthest out circle on this diagram. The second kind of thing is to think about how you augment the feedback loops in that system. Do you support those groups to communicate in new ways, to respond to crisis in different ways, to set up different ways of making decision-making? Do you allow the system itself to retain the same groups and entities, etc., but actually the way that they are communicating or moving each other is different? And that's the second category, the second one up from the bottom. And then as you get further and further towards what you might see as the center or core of a system, you can also start to think about changing the system's design, the very infrastructure of it. And the example they use here is that if we changed the monitoring technologies used to understand environmental change, perhaps, for example, how fast a fire is spreading, then these groups can respond in very different ways. With that kind of technological transformation, you also can redesign the system to work more effectively around it. But the final point, and the one at the top of this list that links to the idea of strange aids to thought and Kahn's imaginative thinking, is changing the very intent of the system itself, changing the metaphor, reframing it to think completely differently. And in this case, that might just be environmental agencies or organizations, instead of thinking about direct action and direct intervention, thinking about how they can support communities to make those changes happen, to thinking of themselves as platform rather than thinking of themselves as innovators and engineers. And so this kind of systemic shift, this change in intent, for me, has a very, very strong parallel with the idea of radically reframing when we see a transformation coming our way. But by drawing out, in this case, a very simple, not quantitatively analysed or anything system, you start to see the complexities of what that would change. And in fact, for the environmental groups here, crucially what you do is you help them understand how a big change would affect their day-to-day, how it would affect what they choose to do as an organisation, how they spend their money, how they organise themselves. And I think, this brings me to almost my last reflection, which is that it's not always the transformation that we imagine, whether it's the asteroid or a pandemic. It is also the networks that muscle memory starts to build up. So it may be, we saw this with Singapore, because they'd experienced a previous pandemic. It wasn't COVID, and in fact the response had to be quite different. But they had the network of people who knew how to think through a response, who were not scared of that catastrophe and radical change. And that muscle memory in that system is important as the output, is as important often as the specific scenario that we're thinking through. And this is a picture of an exercise I did. It was a Saturday afternoon to collect some women together from across 200 nationalities who live in the Middle East and the Gulf region. It was part of a wider programme of work by the Red Cross, asking women how radically they would want to see the world change underneath SDG, I think it's 5, which is to do with women's empowerment. And what was interesting was not the thing we did on a Saturday afternoon, the specific exercise that the Red Cross gave us, but it was just a really rare opportunity to have the system of female leaders, from entrepreneurs to nurses, in the room in that region and ask actually how could they work in different ways together. So it wasn't the future that they looked at, it was the building of the systems of resilience and response that really made the difference in that case. And I think that relates to my final point I wanted to make. This comes from Arati Krishnan, who coincidentally was at the Red Cross and commissioned the exercise on the previous slide, but this is written since she joined Harvard on a fellowship in the last couple of years. And it's really a remembrance that when we're thinking about systemic change, we need to think about having all of those parts of the system in the room. She says that any kind of transformation for social good in the 21st century will only be effective if it is a systemic interrogation of all drivers of change and not merely the big, loud ones. So she really importantly says that you need to do this well, to think about resilience properly, you need those different voices in the room, those different types of strength. So to finish, and I'm just going to check the time. I'm not too far. I'm pretty close to time. I wanted to bring these ideas together because they're still nebulous and they still very much come from having one foot in my old life and one foot in my new life. At CSER is an imagined project at CSER. I'm not pitching for this, by the way, although I might be if it gets any enthusiasm, that brings together these ideas. So I called this Beyond Land a while back, and it's kind of stuck, but I'm not sure it's quite the right title. One thing I'm very interested in is how the global monitoring information that comes from satellite systems, that very top-down view of the world, that's incredibly important for sustainability because it helps us understand how our atmosphere is changing, how pollution is changing, how sea levels are changing, how ocean acidification is changing, how that can be combined with what we know works well at the local level for building up resilience in small cultures, perhaps island cultures, and communities. So where this top-down technology meets these bottom-up ideas, I think is a fascinating place for CSER to consider both the catastrophes that could be faced by those groups, but what are the response systems that are appropriate here, that are different to the ones we've had in the past. And this requires that radical reframing. We don't want to just think about the response systems that exist in the silos of the technical leads on satellite systems and those who think about community engagement on Pacific Island nations, for example. We need to radically reframe how those two things are connected to each other. We need to also think through what we're doing based on why we're doing it. Like, why are we thinking long term? Is it to support those communities towards their own action? Is it to help deliver more responsible technological systems and better regulation of those? Well, that would change the methods we used in this study, and I'm kind of interested to do that in a really more ambitious way than I have in the past. It would also be a space where imagination and analysis are not mutually exclusive. Very clearly, would be a technical system, and also there's complex social systems that we'd be working with, and that you need to bring both together, and the idea that we would just hold a workshop in Cambridge on this, I don't think would be right. And finally, this would be not necessarily about just imagining a particular future, but also developing the networks for change, those change makers who could really play a role whatever potential catastrophe happens in the future. And finally, this would be a really good challenge, I think, to us to check ourselves. Can we really recognize other strengths, other ways of knowing and seeing the world that comes from those local communities or comes from those who deliver global satellite systems? Can we really bring them together as a system in a room, or is this too hard? And I think this would be a kind of interesting stretch of how CSER works and how I've learned to work in the past. Thank you. I'm going to take it down a level now and just go back to this. So before Paul takes you into an icebreaker, which I think you need your phones that may or may not be off for, or a laptop, I just wanted to remind you that today's schedule is focused on futures risks. So my colleague Luke will be talking about CSER's own approach to foresight and futures at 10:30. Then we'll have a coffee break at 11:30 UK time, after which we'll start talking about futures risk from some of our other arenas. So if Luke's talking about environment, the keynote and panel discussion together in the following hour is focused more on risks from AI. And then in the afternoon, we'll be splitting the group up a little bit. So in here, there will be lightning talks, 12 talks in fast succession, chaired expertly, I'm sure, by our colleague Hayden, for 2 hours. Or there's also a sign-up sheet for Luke's workshop, which will happen at the same time in the room across from here. And we'll come back together at 5 o'clock for a keynote from Joachim Isaacson. So that will be today, and then the next 2 days we'll move on to other areas related to a science of global risk. So Paul, I'll leave you to do the icebreaker. I'm really excited. I've already got my phone ready. Cheers. That goes there.
Thanks, Jess. So he's above me. Great, excellent. So I'm going to introduce Pablo in a second, but before I do, when Dr. S.J. Beard first thought about this conference and started planning it, and I didn't mention them before, but unfortunately S.J. can't be here today, but we thought we needed an icebreaker at this point, because sitting at conferences and listening all the time just doesn't really work. And then Lara, who is presenting tomorrow, introduced Caesar to this incredible guy here who's in front of you. And Pablo Suarez is going to lead the icebreaker for us. Now, Pablo is Associate Director of Programs at the Red Cross Red Crescent Climate Centre. But more importantly than that, he's passionate about communications tools, and he's passionate about advocacy and capacity building. And if you find this icebreaker useful and interesting, then go to his TEDx talk on harnessing humour for humanitarian work. Pablo, over to you.
Thank you so much. Hello, friends. So delighted to be with you from the distance. I'm in Boston, where it's kind of early, which is appropriate because it's now early in the rest of our lifetimes where strange things may happen. Kind of will happen. We just don't know exactly what and when and why. And we heard from Jessica this idea of the need for imaginative approaches. Well, I am a math geek. I am a researcher on climate and disasters who uses the tools from system dynamics modeling, the language of mathematics to understand, anticipate, and address change. So I'm going to start this unconventional portion on humor and existential risk by sharing with you, let me see first if I can push the right buttons, one of the graphs that, let me make myself smaller, maybe semi-transparent. One of the graphs that emerged from one of our sessions. Guess what? Things that are happening are derailing. We kind of saw them coming, but not in this precise way. There's a raging pandemic, there's a climate that is changing, conflict can be racist police violence in your town, or it could be weapons across borders, economy that goes up and down, and those forces are collaborating better than we are. So how can we collaborate better? I have learned that one option is humor. So here's what we're going to do. I want each of you to think of humor. Think of one word you think of when thinking of humor. For those of you who are joining like me from the distance, please go to the Discord channel where it says Icebreaker Intro and type one word that you think of when thinking of humor. Otherwise, if you're in the room, find a neighbor or two and have a conversation that has only one word. What word comes to mind when you think of humor? You have 30 seconds to self-organize. Go find a neighbor, say one word. What do you think of when thinking of humor? Go. And colleagues of Caesar Tech, if there's a chance for you to show the auditorium or for me to see what's going on in the room, that would be appreciated. Okay, I see words coming from the Discord channel. And yes, laughter, fun. These are the kinds of words that are coming. Irony, silly, sarcasm, and more. So this is a word cloud that shows what most people respond when asked, what do you think of when thinking of humor? Either the manifestations, such as laughter or fun, or the mechanisms to create it, such as comedy or stand-up. Now, let me ask you, did anyone think of the word death? Well, it turns out that I am collaborating with Bob Mankoff, legendary editor for cartoons at the New Yorker magazine. And when I told him, Bob, what do you think of when thinking of humor? He looked at me in the eye and said, death. And he wasn't kidding. It turns out that those who work with humor are constantly thinking of what can go wrong. Here are the words that they think of when thinking of humor. They think of conflict, tension, ambiguity, stress, risk, contradiction, absurdity. Now, I think that compared to this one, it's hard to look at this and to think of existential risk. But here is exactly where we are. And how do we go about the process of communicating risk? Well, like this. We usually create sessions that seem intentionally designed, as was the case when I was a scientist for the Red Cross communicating science, almost like, please go to sleep while I talk to you about this end of the world scenario that may derail your entirety. And of course, then when you ask people to engage, now engage, do everything we can to anticipate, address, be prepared for the big risks. Guess what? We first put them to sleep. So what we're going to do over the remaining 7 minutes or so, I'm going to give you a task. Your task will involve 6 cartoons. 2 of them you have already seen. The other 4 I will be showing shortly, and you can see them in the Discord channel by the Icebreaker, Cartoon 1, Cartoon 2, etc. Your task is going to be very simple. First, look at all the cartoons, identify one that resonates most strongly. For whatever reason, come up with one thing that is awakened by that cartoon in you. It could be an insight, it could be an emotion, it could be a question, it could be an anecdote, and share that. If you're in person, find a neighbor or 2, have a conversation. Self-organize in an interesting conversation. What is awakened by the cartoon that resonated with you? If you're in Discord, just type something brief, please no longer than a tweet. And when you're done with that, please react to what someone else has shared. In the Discord channel, there's going to be one channel per cartoon. You can roam around, identify the one you want, and talk about it. So we have already seen this one. Disasters are collaborating better than we are. We have seen this one. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Now, engage, now. And here are a few more. Okay, we've factored the heat, the COVID, systemic racism, tropical storm season, giant murder hornets, asteroids. Are we missing anything? And in case you haven't seen it, there's a Godzilla wreaking havoc on the side. Does this awaken anything? Is something missing? Researchers, it's some strain of avian virus, but we can't imagine where it's coming from. Well, penguins roam the potentially non-Antarctic environment. But if the train goes the other way, I'll have gotten off my horse for nothing. We are working with very distant dots in the horizon that may be trains that may cause trouble. Does this resonate? From artworks, all sorts of giant waves, melting time, screaming, the end of civilization in Easter Island. And the lady with the parasol says, "You're just seeing this now?" So again, you've seen this one, you've seen that one, you've seen the one about Godzilla, are we missing anything? You've seen the avian virus, where is it coming from? You've seen, what if I do something for nothing? And you've seen this. All of them are available in the Discord channel. Find a neighbor. You have 4 minutes to have an interesting conversation. Which cartoon resonated? Share one insight or emotion or question, and if time allows, react to what someone else has said. You have exactly 4 minutes. If needed, stand up, go to someone, ready, set, go. And friends joining from the distance, feel free to go from one Icebreaker cartoon room to another if you want to view the other cartoons, which require to scroll up, or see what other people wrote. You have about 2 minutes left. And please begin to wrap up your conversations. For those of you joining from the distance, I haven't been able to monitor all the channels in Discord, but some have been definitely more vibrant than others, and there's resonance and there's ideas that bubble up. So, you know, I have found that when we posit answers to issues that people don't care, we don't get as much resonance. I have found that with humor, we can first create a playful confusion, say people when seeing a cartoon that is intelligent, that is tailored. And then maybe there's laughter or smile, and then they think, aha, I get it. That is us. That's what awaits us. I'm grateful for the opportunity to invite you to enjoy some cartoons curated by the organizing team, emerging from our own sessions with the Red Cross, the World Bank, the BMW Foundation, and many others, to create conversations. You will suffer through me twice more, 5 minutes each, building on what just happened. And let's invite the organizing team to take it over from here. Thank you very much.
So now I think you see why when Lara introduced Pablo to CESA, we were so very pleased to bring him to the conference in this way. And we're really looking forward to inviting Pablo as a visitor to CESA in the autumn. He'll be back, don't worry, in a couple of hours' time. But in the meantime, we've got some fascinating insights for you. The next up is Luke Kemp, who is the postdoctorate research associate here at CESA, working on a science of global risk, particularly focusing on foresight. He has worked on a number of issues, but particularly focuses on climate change and emerging disruptive technologies. But he's also been working on civil collapse. He's got a PhD in international relations, but is also a former senior economist at Vivid Economics, which means that he as well is a polymath, like many others in CESA. Luke, the floor is yours.
Excellent. Thank you, Paul. Hello, everyone, and hello, YouTube as well. Now, that is a hard act to follow. I believe I'll lack both Pablo's comedic timing as well as his beard. I'll be trying to make up for that with some very, very cringy memes, so be aware. So, foreseeing the ends of the world, when I first started at CESA, I did not have a background in foresight. My background was originally, as kind of mentioned, economics, international relations. I hadn't thought too much about how to forecast or understand the end of the world or potential human extinction. The closest thing I was used to when it came to foresight was either betting and gambling over the outcomes of different international conferences or understanding the usually pretty trite economic machinations of energy modeling. Now, I'll be going through some of the different foresight work we're doing at CESA, and I want to start where it all began for me back in 2018 when I first joined CESA. Now, when I first joined CESA, I had the usual reactions you'd expect. OMG, I'm going to Cambridge. It's called CESA. Can I change my name to Augustus? And followed by moments of self-pity about, damn, foresight of the end of the world. How exactly does one do that? And I immediately started thinking about all the problems. And of course, one of the big ones that pops up, which Lara will be covering in much greater depth, is that of communication. That when it comes to communicating any kind of prediction in the first place, it's prone to misinterpretation. Think to the 2016 election when Donald Trump was elected over Hillary Clinton. The famed forecaster, Nate Silver, apparently got it wrong, although he did forecast in terms of probabilistic terms. He said there was a 30% chance that Donald Trump will get in, but people took that as Donald Trump will not get in. This becomes, of course, even worse when we're talking about big catastrophic scenarios where the automatic assumption is you're a doomsayer, a doommonger, or a stormcrow. So there are, of course, problems with communication. The second is the statistical problem, that we can't really take an easy, frequentist approach to thinking about human extinction. As Carl Sagan once remarked, understanding the long-term consequences of nuclear war is not a problem amenable to experimental verification, at least not more than once. That, of course, holds true for any kind of extinction-level threat. And this is even true when it comes to those which we usually do take more of a statistical bent towards, natural catastrophes. So here are the numbers and probabilities that were estimated by Toby Ord in his book, The Precipice, published a few years ago, for asteroids, volcanic eruptions, as well as stellar explosions. And this has usually been kind of one of the more robust areas that people try to attach numbers to based upon previous incidences. The problem, of course, is that we live in a different world now, as Martin has already mentioned. And some work by my colleague Lara already shows that you could potentially have high-impact, catastrophic impacts from much lower, smaller volcanoes rather than just volcanic ones. And this is, of course, true of things like stellar explosion, etc. We need to take into account vulnerability and exposure, the other facets of a risk, not just hazard, and potentially response as well, something that the IPCC has recently included in its definition of risk. What about looking at humans? Humans technically have gone extinct once. There are numerous different hominid species, such as Denisovans and Neanderthals. Unfortunately, most of them we lack the data to know why exactly they went extinct. For the Denisovans, we really just are relying upon the bone fragment of a single pinky. The one which we have the most data for are the Neanderthals. There's 3 different main theories or hypotheses as to why the Neanderthals went extinct. Those range from competition with us, Homo sapiens, the great killers, climate change and other environmental factors, including potential disease, and demographic weakness, inbreeding, allele effects, and a lack of connection between different populations. A study published last year looked at a survey of 300 or so paleoanthropologists and essentially tried to look at what was the most common explanation favoured by them at this stage. And interestingly, it seems to be the demographic one. And almost all the demographic studies have been published in the last 5 years. So while interesting, this is a field that it's kind of hard to rely upon. Right now, the evidence is preliminary, it's fast changing, and it, of course, is something that's not a perfect comparator for us right now. Neanderthals, while similar to us in many ways, having complex burials, etc., of course, did not build a global society. What about collapse? I think there's a whole bunch of very interesting lessons we can take from history, including around societal collapse and transformation. I'm skeptical how much we can take from a very easy statistical analysis. Part of this is just due to the sheer diversity of both the lifespan of different states. We have over 1,000 years for the Byzantine Empire, less than 10 for some Chinese dynasties, as well as the diversity in how they actually ended. We have things where you had an actual breakdown of culture and an end to large-scale population concentration in a given area, like Cahokia, and you have times when it was simply a change in the tax collector, once again, as was the case with many Chinese dynasties. So collapse, we can take lessons, but again, not in this kind of like easy statistical approach. And of course, there were good things about collapse as well. Yes, laughter. Feed me. There were some good things about collapse as well. For some citizens, particularly under very draconian and oppressive regimes, it was actually better to be outside the state than to be underneath one. And as the meme says, at least you had one less thing to worry about. And there's a final problem, which I like to think of as the firefighter and the safety inspector problem. Come on, these ones definitely deserve some laughter. Interestingly, both of these are literally, if you type in meme safety inspector and meme fireman, some of the first ones that come up. But these are, of course, indicative in some ways of how society views safety inspectors versus firefighters. Firefighters are viewed as heroes, even though they react to a crisis. A safety inspector is usually seen at best as kind of a petty, annoying bureaucrat, and at worst, kind of halfway to a bureaucratic villain of sorts. And the key difference is that if a safety inspector prevents a disaster, no one really knows, because it never happens. And this is, of course, well known in disaster risk management, that it's much easier for a politician to simply react to a crisis and send in lots of aid, go in and take photos next to the flood, than to actually put up the flood barriers beforehand and get blamed for misusing and misallocating government funds. So this is the problem of the firefighter and the safety inspector, and it's a problem that goes into prediction as well. If we actually make a successful foresight exercise or forecast which changes government policy, a given catastrophe may never occur, and we'll never know whether we're right or not. And that's the entire point, of course, but nonetheless, it is a problem. So those are the problems. Let's move on to potential solutions, the tools. There's a wide class of different approaches we can use when it comes to both foresight and forecasting, which I'll delineate shortly. These include things like the Delphi technique, which is essentially a wisdom of crowds amongst experts, gaming and role-playing, literature reviews, prediction markets, scenarios, which everyone loves, of course, super forecasters, which I'll explain more about shortly, surveys, as well as, of course, statistical models. Each of these have their own weaknesses and strengths, and some of them are much more useful for forecasting and some more for foresight. Now, I always like to draw a very clear distinction between forecasting and foresight. That, for me, is that forecasting is about making probabilistic, usually numerical, estimates of bounded events. So 30% likelihood Trump wins, 70% that Hillary Clinton wins. Foresight, by comparison, does not need to be so numerically laden. It is a set of methods to create plausible visions of the future and integrate this understanding into current decision-making. Now, when it comes to global catastrophic risks, we already have something of a preferred method. And to me, that's probably super forecasting, or at the very least, forecasting in general. When you go into things like Meticulous and many other sites associated with effective altruism, there's an abundance of estimates for things like what's the likelihood of having a biologically engineered pandemic before 2100? What's the likelihood of nuclear war before 2050, etc. This is largely based upon the success of Philip Tetlock, a professor who won a series of forecasting tournaments organized by IARPA, the Intelligence Advanced Research Projects Agency, which is essentially the research wing for the US intelligence services. They essentially wanted to see what was the best way to forecast geopolitical events, and Tetlock's approach won by a mile. What he essentially did was take a large number of different forecasters, roughly 5,000. He then looked at who had the highest Brier scores, which is essentially a rough index for accuracy. He took that group and then actually made them into other groups and aggregated their effects. What he found was that selecting for the best forecasters already gave you a bump of around about 20% in terms of performance. Training them gave you a bump of about another 10%. Putting them in groups, another 10%. And then adding what's called a kind of machine learning algorithm or extremizing algorithm. So basically, if you had an estimate above 50%, it would pop that up a little bit. If you had below 50%, it would pop it down a little bit. That approach added another 20%. Now, bear in mind, if we had this when it came to any kind of sport, a 10% increase for a very small change in technique, that would be enormous. So these are things not to be laughed at, of course. Tetlock's approach obviously worked very well, and super forecasting and super forecasters have become very popular thereafter, and with good reason, of course. But we should be aware of the limits to forecasting. It is not a panacea, particularly when it comes to global catastrophic risks. So the first thing to note here is that the IARPA tournaments and the vast majority of literature on forecasting is for events in a time frame of less than a year, usually 6 months. And as Tetlock himself says, Nassim Taleb, Daniel Kahneman, and I agree there is no evidence that geopolitical or economic forecasters can predict anything 10 years out. Last time I checked, many of the risks we're thinking about are more than 10 years out. It also tends to work best for binary bets. Again, for these really clearly bounded questions of, will there be X event in X year? It's much more difficult when you have a huge, potentially infinite spread of different casualties, etc. We also don't actually have any evidence that works for forecasting when it comes to what you call fat-tailed, extremely low probability events. We don't have any forecasting tournaments where people have really split between 0.00001% versus 0.1%. And when it comes to global catastrophic risks, these may be the probabilities we're more used to deal with, but are actually true, rather than the ones we're used to, like 25 or 50%. And it, of course, relies on having the right questions. And most of the tournaments have relied essentially upon just having IARPA and certain intelligence analysts pass them down. We don't actually know if these are the right questions to be asking about. And of course, across all of this, we have to bear in mind that when it comes to thinking about risk, it's not just about probability. It's about impact as well. If you had a super forecaster walk into a casino and they had incredibly good, well-calibrated guesses about how likely they'll win on different, say, hands of blackjack, but they went all in on the wrong one, they lose and go bankrupt. While someone who may be far less well-calibrated but takes a more conservative approach may leave the casino with a hefty paycheck. So, forecasting, useful. I think it's quite limited when it comes to GCRs. is there a way to apply it to X risks? Interestingly, Tetlock, as I found out yesterday while preparing my slides, published a paper earlier this year trying to look in particular about applying forecasting to X risks. Their approach is to use early warning indicators, so essentially near-term events that could potentially signal longer-term shifts towards risk, and to use intersubjective judgments, essentially who is best at guessing the guesses of a people. There are potentially problems with this approach, which I won't go too deep into, but first is that there's no easy way to necessarily find the warning indicators, and the paper doesn't lay them out. And additionally, using these intersubjective judgments is a bit of a proxy for a longer-term accuracy, and we don't actually know if that proxy is necessarily true. So, unfortunately, it remains that forecasting probably has a whole bunch of limitations when it comes to forecasting global catastrophic risks. Okay, now let's go into the problems of foresight. As you can see, I'm a very optimistic, hopeful person. So foresight has a diversity of approaches, as we've mentioned, ranging from the democratic deliberative democracy approach of Delphi through to scenarios. It depends heavily upon who's involved. It almost always involves some kind of like group judgment. And unfortunately, there's often no easy way to do recruitment right. And from someone who's actually tried to do this, it's often hard just to simply do recruitment in the first place. There's also a problem of empirical track record. When it comes to many scenarios, we don't really know if they work. And of course, some of this is fair enough because we may not be using scenarios just to see if they are accurate in terms of showing a particular kind of scenario. As Jess mentioned, they have a range of different uses, including things like engagement, encouraging imaginative thinking, etc. Nonetheless, if you're interested in empirical track record, there aren't that many studies to actually know which approaches work and which ones do not. There have been some when it comes to both Delphi and when it comes to certain approaches to what are called horizon scanning. Shout out to Bill Sutherland, one of our greatest horizon scanners right now. So one study I could find looked at a number of different forecasts of issues in the healthcare sector, which were made by, I believe, a combination of both nurses and doctors. And essentially, even for issues 10 years out, and this was reviewed by a group of experts, roughly 14 out of 18 scenarios for the health sector was accurate, or roughly accurate. Similarly, Bill and a number of colleagues did a review of their annual global conservation horizon scans, and for most of them they found that there was, I think, 6 out of 15 had moderate impacts in terms of the identified issues had moderate impacts in the real world, and 5 had high impacts, and this includes things like microplastics and fake meat, for instance. So they basically saw these issues coming a number of years before they entered the kind of mainstream conscious. So there are good reasons to expect that some of these approaches, in particular Delphi and horizon scanning, do have some credibility. There's also a proxy where you can look at, do certain foresight approaches work for forecasting? And interestingly, one very particular type of the Delphi approach called the IDEA protocol, which we've been using now at CSER, performs very well when it comes to forecasting. It was one of the, I think, top 3 or 4 teams when it came to the IAPA tournaments. And the IDEA protocol is essentially, as this lays out, a combination of getting a large group of diverse experts to investigate certain issues, discuss, share their information, aggregate their opinions, put forward estimates, and then aggregate their opinions through scoring. And the idea is that by having a large number of different estimates, having them exchange information, and hence develop better judgments, and then combining all their scores together in an anonymous fashion, you end up with a very effective ranking of what are the most plausible and high-impact issues that have been put forward amongst a large pool. We've now done this for several different areas. So we did this back in 2017 for bioengineering. We then followed this up again in 2010-20 for bioengineering. One of the key approaches we're trying to do here is to take an evolutionary approach. So between 2017 and 2020, 2 key changes we made were A, drawing a much more diverse pool of participants. The 2017 scan essentially only involved European and American scholars. This one involved a much more global grouping. And also making small modifications to see if that actually improved our results. So one thing we did do, which I'll talk about later, was a certain twist to improve the likelihood of including black swan events, low probability, high impact events. The other thing we're trying to do is, by doing a bioengineering horizon scan regularly, provide a longitudinal record so we can actually look back, as Bill has done with the global conservation scans, and see if these actually have been effective or not. We've also recently done this for dual-use research of concern, so research in the life sciences that is capable of doing great harm, done in collaboration with the WHO, and also for global health, once again, done in collaboration with the WHO. Now, while very useful, these horizon scans do provide, it appears, an accurate listing of different priority issues going into the future. There are still some weaknesses. And one of them is that you end up with a list of disconnected issues. While in the real world, we know that these issues do not sit apart from one another. They're intimately interconnected. Another is, as mentioned, trying to find black swans in any kind of foresight exercise is exceedingly hard. A good study by Goodwin and Wright found that essentially there's been no clear technique developed to find these black swans when it comes to foresight, but they put forward one suggestion, which is the use of exceptional individuals or devil's advocates, essentially people who are empowered to actually put forward much more tricky, much more speculative issues and argue for them, and to always challenge the group consensus. We did this when it came to the bioengineering horizon scan. We both had individuals who were asked to put forward particularly speculative and strange issues. We also then, during the discussions, had a number of individuals who were asked to try to always challenge the group consensus, and as an Australian would say, be the arsehole in the room. It was surprisingly successful. So the 2 participants who put forward issues, they put forward 9 of them, 6 were successful. That was far exceeding what would usually happen from a group of 42 when you only had 20 issues identified at the end. Their issues were also particularly novel, I think roughly 10 to 15% more than the average issue. But this, of course, still a proxy. We don't really know whether these black swan events are going to occur and whether these really were black swans after all. But we're trying. Another thing we're doing at CSER is what's called Terra, which is essentially a database for collecting the literature on global catastrophic and existential risks and trying to collectively analyze this. This is based upon an understanding that there's a synthesis gap, a gap between the burgeoning literature in global catastrophic risks and that which has actually been synthesized, understood, and in some way put into some kind of easily read and understood format. What we basically did was use a deep learning machine algorithm to do text mining, and this has been shown to reduce the human workload by roughly 30%, 70%. Over 10 months, we used 51 reviewers and 10,000 articles. A shout out to Gorm Shackelford, who was previously at CSER and led most of this work. And while Terra is right now a useful appendium of many different relevant articles, it still has a long way to go. And that's something we're right now working on improving using funding from BERI, the Berkeley Existential Risk Initiative. So those are 2 big strands of work we're doing: horizon scanning and using this kind of statistical approach to literature reviews. But ultimately, if we want to really overcome the problems of forecasting and foresight, I think we need to take a much more systemic and synthetic approach, one in which we bring together different tools in a fairly logical and reasonable fashion. So this is a suggestion I came up with for the WHO when I was working with them. And essentially, it's a set of different phases where you use different tools in order to come up with, hopefully, the best causal understanding of the future that is roughly possible. So phase 1 is essentially intelligence gathering and aggregating existing foresight efforts. So if you're working in bioengineering, look at all the different existing foresight exercises that have been done for bioengineering. Next up, use this evidence and feed it into an idea protocol style Delphi exercise. From there, understand the drivers and interactions of these issues. So rather than just end up with this list of 20 issues that you end up with at the end of a horizon scan, actually try to get participants to draw them together into something like a systems diagram, for instance. Some kind of causal understanding of what the future could look like and how these issues could interlink. As Pablo, of course, showed, often disasters are better at collaborating than we are. From there, once you have this kind of causal map of the future, you can start thinking about using that for scenarios and for world building. You could potentially even try to do particular scenarios for both your worst case and your best case scenario. From there, if you have your best case and your worst case, you can work backwards. Use a fault tree or some kind of backcasting exercise. And then once you understand that causal pathway which leads to a particular future, you can then potentially think about what are the particular events and have these early warning indicators, which you can then use super forecasters for. But note, forecasters come at the end of this all, rather than at the beginning. That's just, of course, one suggestion. I kind of hope that others in this room, eventually, if you pick up foresight, think about other synthetic approaches. I know people like Rick, for instance, are doing very great work with what's called a pi-evo, and there's a whole different bunch of ways that could be interconnected into the system. Now I want to pivot to a slightly different approach, which is based upon another body of work I'm doing while here at CSER, which I like to think of as the deep systems approach. The notion is that risk is not something that happens exogenously from changing technology. Risk is an emergent phenomenon from complex human social systems. If we can identify long-lasting, robust trends and persistent trends throughout history, we can potentially understand those which are likely to occur in the future. And if we understand their current expression, that also gives us, once again, a good basis for thinking about what could happen in the near-term future. And based upon all that, understand the drivers and hence the leverage points for potential change. Ultimately, the reason we're interested in foresight is not to say, aha, I was totes right. It's to hopefully get a leverage point and change the future. So here are some quick suggestions of what I think are pretty robust, long-term, persistent trends. One is the increase in wealth inequality until you have a great leveler, a pandemic, mass mobilization, warfare, a bloody revolution, or large-scale mass mobilization conflict. This is based upon the work of a colleague of mine, Walter Scheidel, at Stanford University, in his book, The Great Leveler. And essentially, this is kind of just a stylistic chart, but it's based upon actual real data, is that over time, you tend to have increases in wealth inequality until you have one of these big events, whether it's the Black Death, plagues, or the Great Compression of World War I and World War II. So that's a fairly robust trend over time, one that we see through today. Another is increasing energy capture, and in particular, the increasing use of energy when it comes to ballistics power and war-making capabilities. This is a quick graph I drew up based upon the work of Václav Smil, looking at the kind of increased use of ballistics power over time. Again, a pretty long-term, robust trend. And finally, we can look at the present as well. We don't just need to identify robust trends, but we can also think, how are global catastrophic risks currently organized in the real world? And the answer seems to be pretty clear. They tend to be highly concentrated and based upon large levels of economic wealth and secrecy. So if you look at nuclear weapons, 98% of stockpiles held by 2 countries, the US and Russia. If we look at CO2, I think it's the top 10 emitters have over 70% of global emissions. Likewise, if you look at existing surveys of AGI projects, or projects that at least are explicitly trying to build something like artificial general intelligence, they're again pretty well concentrated, particularly in the US and its allies. Likewise, lethal autonomous weapons, if you look at the big developers, there's really only 5 of them. So for me, if you understand the political economy of existential risk, you potentially start to understand the drivers here, which are you require large levels of inequality and you require a lack of democratic accountability. So the political economy and the deep historical approach to foresight, I believe, is also a very useful and potentially very accurate one as well. And one that is potentially even more effective at thinking about how do you actually change the expression of global catastrophes and the creation of global catastrophes going into the future. It's a good way of picking out leverage points in the system. So, to sum up, prediction for GCRs is hard. Please take pity on me. Forecasting is not a panacea, particularly for GCRs. It makes awesome graphs and really cool numbers, but we should be aware of the restrictions when it comes to its use in GCRs. It's something that, once again, we should probably put at the end of a system of foresight rather than the beginning. Thirdly, try to combine tools. There's a number of different useful tools, whether it's horizon scanning, for instance, or literature reviews, or even statistical models, but each of them have limitations, and by combining them, we actually make them more rather than less accurate. And last but not least, take a deep systems approach. Don't just rely upon forecasting and foresight, but try to also look at history and look at political economy to think about how GCRs, or have they been produced in the past, how they're being created now, and is that likely to persist into the future? We'll move on to my favorite slide, of course, and questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Luke. So, just to remind you that you can ask questions in the traditional way if you're in the room. If you are not in the room and online, you can ask them by Discord. I have a list of questions that are already coming through on Discord. I've got one from in the room via Discord, and I'd like to start with that one, if that's okay. Lalitha, would you like to ask it yourself, or do you want... Please, that would be good. Could you introduce yourself first?
Yes, I'm Lalita Sundaram. I'm a postdoc working on biological risk at CSER. And I've actually been in several of those horizon scans. I'm wondering, was I the asshole in the room? Hopefully not. As someone who is a bit of a champion of biosafety, the most reviled position in any biological department, that safety inspector, firefighter meme, or duo of memes really hit home. So is it then desirable to make the safety inspector role, and we can think of that in its broadest sense as, researchers in catastrophic risk, preventative ways of thinking. Do we need to make that more valued? And how do we do that? We know from fields as distant as preventative medicine, that's really, really hard. It's harder to make people exercise than it is to, deal with the problem later.
I think the answer is certainly yes. I'm biased in this. My brother's a safety inspector, so keep that on account. Interesting, one thing I have discussed with my brother is that in the literature on risk management when it comes to occupational health and safety, there's actually this really big focus upon culture, that workplace culture is one of the biggest determinants about risk-taking behavior. And so when you have workplace cultures which really value and respect risk and kind of safety measures, that tends to result in much bigger impacts than having just good guidelines or anything like that. Unfortunately, as far as I know, there's no easy way to necessarily change that culture. And one way to start could be for all of us to start wearing firefighter outfits and acting more cool. I don't know. But yeah, I do think if we can somehow change the culture about what we value in society and how we think about preventative versus kind of reactive professions, that would be a huge step forward.
We don't all respect our brothers as much as you do. Thanks, Luke. I'd like to go online for the next question, which is from David Wood, London Futurists. He's looking at your comments on super forecasters and agrees that they can't predict anything 10 years out. But nevertheless, isn't it the case that their unusual mindsets and skills are generally helpful in guiding our thinking about extreme scenarios, even those that go further than 10 years out?
They definitely are, David. We're in agreement. So there's a number of attributes that super forecasters tend to have, which makes them very good at investigating issues and putting forward these numerical forecasts. These include things like thinking probabilistically, revising your opinions based upon new evidence, and kind of holding numerous different competing hypotheses in mind, not becoming too attached to one. So interestingly, in the later horizon scans we did with the WHO, this is one thing we actually did, was we gave them training beforehand, some of the basic training that Tetlock does as well. So I agree, I do think these attributes are very useful, and I think it's something we should better incorporate when it comes to foresight, that we don't know in particular forecasts, if being a good forecast in the short term makes you a better kind of foresight expert in the long term, but it certainly couldn't hurt, and there seems to be good reasons to think it would. So I think there's good reasons to try to improve and use forecasting training for foresight purposes.
Great. Comment rather than a question. In fact, it's lots of comments in the Discord, which is basically saying, Luke, that was an amazing talk. Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
So just one more from the from online before I go to another question in the room. We have a question from Anders Sandberg of FHI Oxford. Here we go, in the room. Brilliant. There we go.
Well, thank you for a great talk. One of the things here was this review of different methods of doing foresight. And it hit me that the AI world really took off once we got good benchmarks and good ways of comparing the different methods. Are there good ways of comparing different approaches so we can actually start testing them? Could we make good test cases for foresight so that we could try our different approaches on?
Yeah, that's a good question. So potentially, right? So you could, for instance, take the different reviews we've had when it comes to Delphi and Horizon scans and try to make them into a rubric or a metric that is similar to a BRIA score. One of the issues I think we're going to run up against is, why are you interested in foresight? What's the purpose? So again, some people like to use foresight more for things like imaginative thinking and really just having fun rather than necessarily making accurate predictions of the future. In short, I think it's possible. I think it'll be really tricky. The different ways people have tried to look at the effectiveness of foresight methods are pretty vast. And right now we have just a paucity of data as well. But I think it's definitely worthwhile doing, and I do hope that someone in the room does so in the future.
That's the great academic
wink, wink, nudge,
statement.
nudge.
Okay, Gordon, I think in the corner there.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Luke, too. My name's Gordon Glass, and I work under the umbrella of a company called Global Leadership. And so it seems to me that, well, from the cartoon, I chose Godzilla because it seems to me, at the moment, Russia is the current Godzilla. And the biggest, I view that the biggest global catastrophic risk is the prospect of World War III breaking out, maybe tomorrow, if not today. How do you forecast the risk of such a near problem with what I see as a high probability and a high impact on X risk? How do you forecast that, and what is your organisation doing about it?
So this is one where, if you're really interested on what's the likelihood of nuclear war in the next year, probably super forecasters are going to be your best bet. And there are a number of different sites, such as the Good Judgment Project, for instance, which are putting forward estimates of nuclear war on an annual basis. What is CESA doing? So a couple of weeks back, Paul organised an event where we basically thought through what are the different potential geopolitical implications of this, even if nuclear war doesn't occur, and additionally, what are the different kind of long-term effects we can expect from this as well? Since even if we think there's, of course, the looming shadow and kind of Damocles sword of nuclear war, we have to think about even what happens if that doesn't occur.
Great, thank you, Lou. I'm going to go online again for this. I believe I'm going online, at least, unless you're in the room. User Anna Greta, and the question there is, wondering about the intersection between your approach to forecasting and the Rubik's Cube work from Anthea Roberts, Six Faces of Globalization. Can we be caught short by our political view, and how can we work around that? I think that's probably the question, is the second bit.
So first of all, this is Anna Greta from Canberra. Hello. Also, you should be in bed by now. So I'm not actually familiar with the Rubik's Cube approach, but can our ideology blinker our horizons? Of course it can. And this is one of the key things that super forecasters tend to do quite well, is they tend to be fairly non-ideological. They're foxes rather than hedgehogs. So yeah, basically. And I think this is something which isn't necessarily problematic insofar as people are going to have their politics inevitably. And this is, to me, why you need to have a diverse group of people when it comes to doing any kind of foresight exercise. If you have a conservative and a hardcore liberal in a room, you're much more likely to come to truth than if you just have liberals or just conservatives.
Great, thank you. And I'm just going to go straight to Rick in the corner here with the microphone. And Rick, you can ask your own question.
Thanks very much. Rick Davies, evaluation consultant, working with international aid programs. My question was about a possible choice between big, slow, occasional foresight exercises versus small, quick, frequent foresight exercises. Would you have a preference between either of those two?
Big, slow kind of guy, so probably the former. I mean, ideally, chronomostos, you do both. In this case, I think it would probably be best to have these big, slow-moving exercises because I think you're more likely to have large amounts of data, which are more likely to degrade accuracy, and save the fast ones for when there is something like a crisis. So, I mean, one thing we potentially should have at CSER is like a rapid response group. So when suddenly there's troops amassing at the border of Ukraine, you can very easily and quickly draw upon a group of experts and do a quick forecasting exercise, for instance. Yeah, so I think both, but I probably put greater emphasis upon the former. I'm just going to quickly use this moment as well to quickly mention one thing I missed actually on the opening slides, which is, apart from death of hominids, another area you could think about is mass extinction events. We've had 5 of these throughout the Phanerozoic history of Earth, and the kind of key lessons you can take from this is climate change. 4 of them involve global heating, and 1 appears to involve cooling, the audition event, although that may have also been heating based upon some recent evidence. And of course, cascading failures, in each case you had this kind of cascading effect across different ecosystems. As one keystone species fell, entire ecosystems fell with it. Cool, that's just a very cheery aside.
Thanks, Luke. We have a question from online from another Luke, Luke Leckie, who's a PhD epidemiologist at Bristol. He said, you mentioned looking for trends. What if the risk for many of these technologies comes when they break these trends? For example, you mentioned that many of the potential concerning technologies belong to rich countries, and bioweapon risk may come with democratization.
First of all, great name. So that's definitely a point, which I think is why you need to combine these different tools. So I do think that if you have a robust long-term trend, you're probably better off usually assuming it's going to continue rather than suddenly just kind of undergo a critical disjuncture. But this is also where you have foresight exercises, so you can understand what are potential disjunctures and what could go wrong in the future. I should mention this is one of the things we're going to be doing this afternoon in the workshop, is we're going to be taking the dual-use research to concern scenario, which includes a number of different technologies like using machine learning to identify novel biological constructs and harmful ones at that, and thinking about how these could potentially lead to these kind of critical disjunctures into the future. So in short, I think you can do both. You can take the steep systems approach, but you can also be aware of how the future could branch off very unexpectedly and abruptly in the future.
Great, thanks, Luke. We've got a question up here. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, Aaron Tang, PhD in climate policy at the Australian National University, and very happy to be continuing the Canberra representation. So my question is, do you see a difference in foresight and forecasting across different purposes and different audience and for looking at the future? The reason I ask is because when I talk to people, well, I've been talked to, when people in government really just tell me what to do sometimes, they say, if you want to make your work actually influence decision makers, especially at the higher levels when they have very limited time and mental budgets, they've literally just said, make a simple timeline that creates an illusion of control and come up with clear intervention points. That seems to directly contradict everything we've talked about in terms of being integrative and embracing complexity. So then have you seen the differences in foresight forecasting across different audiences and across different purposes?
So as context, Aaron is one of my PhD students, and he has this really bad track record of asking me really tricky questions.
And also talking very, 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 very fast.
Yeah, because he actually makes me look better by comparison in terms of my speed. Anyway. So first of all, in terms of governments often taking this much more mechanistic approach, yeah, governments are bad at things. What are the different uses of foresight versus forecasting across different audiences? That's a very difficult and tricky, interesting question. So I'd say that in general, when it comes to trying to do this more as a kind of policy tool or an outreach tool, you're probably better off looking at more the kind of foresight exercises, which are particularly engaging and fun. So I think Jess already mentioned this, right? You know, if you're going to have a dignitary for like 20 minutes, you're probably not going to do an idea protocol with them. It's less really about accuracy and more about trying to encourage a certain way of thinking and potentially make them more receptive to using foresight and forecasting results going into the future. Academics, I think exactly the opposite. They usually have more time, they're more willing to put effort into things if it's going to result in something like a publication. So they're the ones you're probably going to draw into something like a large-scale Delphi exercise. I'd have to think more about that in terms of the other splits, but I'll get back to you.
So I think we'll be dealing with this in more detail on day 3, when it's the science policy interface, where the whole issue is focused on that. I'd like to go to Angela next in the corner here.
Thank you very much. I'm Angela Kane, and I'm a lifelong bureaucrat at the United Nations, now working in Washington at the Nuclear Threat Initiative. And I very much enjoyed this morning's talks. And I wanted to come back to something that I think Martin Rees started us off in. And that is basically that where's the agency of the younger generation? And that basically means, I think he said, you need to make your voice heard. And what I'm very frustrated with is that, yes, I mean, you have forecasts. How do you get them out there? How do you get people to engage with it? And how do you actually get them to act? And that is something that is missing. It's a little bit of a, I don't want to call it a niche, industry, because it seems to be a little bit condescending, and I don't mean it that way. It's a very important niche industry, but it needs to be out there. And I've also been engaged in another role that I have at the United Nations University to basically think about where's the interface between science and policy. I mean, how do you translate the scientific papers and the scientific forecasting into actually concrete proposals that people can look at and they can implement, and maybe not on the 2-year, term that they have left in politics or in the UK assessment that was being done in the House of Lords, but on the other, it needs to get out there and it needs to be basically socialized a lot more than currently happens.
Yes, that's a great point. So when I spoke about foresight, for instance, the definition included its integration to current decision making. And that's something I didn't talk about too much, mainly because I kind of put it in the too hard basket. And also because it's something that Clarissa is going to be covering in day 3 as well. I do think there's ways in which forecasting foresight quite clearly can help social movements and social mobilization. So I like to think, for instance, back to 2018, when you had both the rise of Greta Thunberg and the kind of strike for school. What was it? Strike for climate. Yeah, it was school strike for climate. There we go. And that was partially enabled and pushed by and galvanized by both the 1.5 degree report, the IPCC special report, and a paper which is kind of colloquially known as the Hothouse Earth paper, led by Will Steffen, Tim Lenton, and a number of others, basically looking at how could even low levels of warming potentially push us into an irreversible trend towards very hothouse Earth states. And those, created a certain level of public concern, which I think made the public much more conducive to taking on something like Greta Thunberg and this kind of social mobilization. So there's a number of ways in which it can, I think, further and amplify social mobilization. The easy ways to actually do that, I think, really relies upon things like communication. So back in 2017, with a number of colleagues back at the ANU, we looked at, based upon what we know when it comes to the debates in climate change, what's the most effective way of trying to communicate climate science? And we found a number of different key things, like choosing the right messenger. So having Al Gore talk to right-wing people is probably not going to work very well. Avoiding ideological bundling, so not making these into issues of left versus right if you can, and choosing the right frame as well. So if you are talking to someone on the right, talking about the falling price of renewable energy rather than about carbon taxes is probably going to be much more effective. So there's a number of different ways which you can hopefully appeal to different audiences and potentially appeal to social mobilization as well. But I think this is part of a much grander, more difficult project of how does one create social change. But I do think that social mobilization and mass movements is probably the most promising one when it comes to these big global catastrophe risks.
Thank you. I don't know if it's the speed you're speaking, but we're getting through these questions really well, which is great because there are many of them. So could we come to the woman in the front here?
Thank you. So I'm Sarah Dryhurst from the Winton Centre of Risk and Evidence Communication in the Maths Department. So hopefully this isn't too tangential a question. It's just a small one, but I work on the communication side of things and thinking about how people think and interpret evidence, risk and evidence. And one of the things that I've struggled with in developing the communications that I've been working on, which at the moment are mostly focused on earthquake forecasts, so high impact, low probability stuff, is people's difficulty in we all have difficulty with probabilistic thinking, and people expect when I'm trying to communicate forecasts the information to be deterministic and to be a precise prediction. And one of the things that I've been trying to think about in my work is the language use, the word forecast versus the word prediction, and how people interpret those two things and whether they do. And I just noticed that you use both, and I'm always interested to know what other people's what that means to people themselves, and do you have a sense of the difference between those two for you?
So as mentioned, I definitely make certain distinctions in terminology, like forecasting versus foresight. I think prediction for me is something which would fall under the rubric of foresight. It would imply, usually to me, something that's much more bounded, so saying 70% rather than like a range, which you often do in forecasting, for instance, and something that usually carries much more conviction than one often has in forecasting. But yeah, I mean, this is one of the interesting problems when it comes to foresight in general, is that often we don't really have clear, particular definitions for these things like prediction. And I think colloquial usages and understandings often then creep in, which can cause a lot of confusion. So one thing I'd love to see in the future is actually just like a clear set of, not quite definitions, and I think that's how language really works, but literally these kind of guidelines, you know, here's how you probably should be using these terms to make sure that you use them as kind of accurate way possible. But yeah.
Because in some languages there isn't a difference. There isn't
Yeah.
a different word for prediction.
And this is actually really tricky when you start working across cultural contexts as well. Is, you know, even within English it's quite tricky, but within other languages there's going to be a whole bunch of different embodied understandings and distinctions which are made which you don't have in English.
Okay, good, thank you. Next we'll go to Ross Grutzemacher. I apologise for that pronunciation, but they're a former CSER visitor. And Ross asked, do you think there are risks of information hazards?
I think this is Ross right here, so.
Ross, go ahead.
Yes, good presentation. I was just wondering, yes, do you think there are risks of information hazards from forecasting and foresight techniques when applied to global catastrophic risks?
In short, there could be. I think that we tend to overestimate the likelihood of information hazards, and this holds true for things like biosecurity, where, you know, to really construct a bioweapon, at least from my understanding of particularly experts from the area, it's usually going to require a huge amount of tacit knowledge and resources. It's not something an individual can really do at this stage. So I think we should be aware of information hazards. I think we should probably not let that be kind of like decisive factor, nor should we become overly pedantic about it either. But yeah, it's definitely a thing we should be aware of. I mean, one thing I like to think about increasingly more of is secrecy hazards, that when you look at the biggest global catastrophe risks, that usually have been born out of very secret programs within places like the military, for instance. And I think it would be useful in our field to actually pay a bit more of, I think, a proportionate sense between secrecy hazards and information hazards, because right now we focus a bit too much upon the latter and not the former.
Great. And I believe the next question is from inside the room. It's Martin here in the corner.
It's really just a footnote to Luke's response on the question of energizing young people, etc. I mentioned that charismatic individuals are needed because science advisors working in ministries, and I know quite a few of them, they don't have very much impact unless it's something immediate, like a pandemic, because politicians have a lot of urgent matters, and so they will only take account of a recommendation which has a long-term implication if they feel that the voters care. And that's why the charismatic individuals are so important. Let me give you one small example of this, which was when Mr. Gove was DEFRA minister. He introduced legislation against non-reusable drinking straws. He wouldn't have done that had it not been for the David Attenborough Blue Planet 2 program, raising the issue of ocean pollution and the iconic picture of the albatross returned to its nest and coughing up not the food for its young, but bits of plastic, which is iconic, rather like the polar bear and the melting iron flow was for climate change. So he proposed this legislation knowing that there was some public interest. And so we've got to generate that. But it's a big ask when you're asking for something which will benefit mainly people in other parts of the world in future decades rather than here and now. That's a big problem. But the other point is that the public has to realize that if you're going to prepare then you may sometimes waste money. For instance, there was a case in 2009, I think, when the government did stock up on vaccines against the expected flu pandemic, which didn't emerge, and they were rated for wasting money. And of course, one has to try and persuade the public that it wasn't a silly thing to do at that time. So the public has to understand that if you pay an insurance premium, you may not need it. But the main point is that the politicians have to understand that the public cares and they won't lose votes.
I agree. Everyone should become more charismatic. But no, I think it's actually a very important point as well. And I think that's something we could do more of in the field, is trying to reach out to people who are already kind of cultural emblems of a certain sort.
Great, thank you. Now, do we have a Mikhail Samin in the room? No, we don't, so I won't make a mistake this time. So Mikhail Samin asked the question, some in the AI alignment research community think there are no fire alarms for artificial intelligence and, for example, meticulous forecasters have a record of updating the predictions on when AGI appears in one direction, such as downwards. Do you think there are reasons why it might be unusually difficult to predict technology developments?
We do know from history that, of course, some technologies have seemingly come out of the blue and changed this quite dramatically. Not quite out of the blue, of course. There's always usually at least a subsection of society which kind of understands these things, but to the general populace more so. I do think there's a good case to be made that when it comes to thinking about foresight, we shouldn't become too preoccupied about having this accurate, plausible picture of the world, and instead just building anti-fragile systems or resilient systems in the first place. So both myself and Nathaniel Cook, for instance, are working on a paper which basically looks at what are the principles we have of resilience across different fields and how can we apply them to global catastrophes. And I think when it comes to AI, just, the obvious thing would be, if you're really worried and you think you can't foresee it, just don't build it. For a whole bunch of these things, there's actually really obvious answers of how to prevent the global catastrophe, but it's changing power structures, which is really hard to do.
Right. So I was going to draw it there because we're right up against the clock, but I have a question in from Gabrielle Nord, who is a high school student from Sweden. And Gabrielle says, I'm wondering how one would differentiate between information hazards and secrecy hazards, demonstrating that sometimes the simple questions are the most important.
First of all, Gabrielle should be at school. I hope that you're learning just some important things here. Anyway, so how does one distinguish between information and secrecy hazards? So, information hazards are usually defined as a piece of knowledge which can result in actual real harm, and secrecy, I would say, would be almost the exact opposite. So hidden knowledge or the hiding of knowledge can result in harm. There's certainly cases where you can, I think, have something which is a secrecy hazard, which in the wrong context or sent to the wrong people becomes an information hazard as well. So the distinction is not quite that clear, and there's definitely areas where it can become blurry. What was the second half of the question?
No, I was just demonstrating that the simple questions are sometimes the best.
Yeah, so I think that there's definitely a clear distinction between the two. So, for instance, the Manhattan Project would be a secrecy hazard, and the key question is, would the Americans, public, have actually voted for it if it wasn't done in secrecy? Information hazard, obviously, having access to the genomic code of smallpox could go wrong in the future. So both of them exist. I think we can pull them apart, but there's definitely some kind of theoretical examples where you could have crossover between the two.
Great. It's always a problem as when you chair these things, when there are so many more questions than there is time to answer them. I think Luke's done an incredible job, but there are still questions unanswered. I would encourage people to continue to ask questions on Discord. One of the advantages is that you get to speak virtually to Luke and continue the conversation over the coming months and years. We are trying to create a community here of people that talk to each other beyond just the hour that Luke has right now. So it's a real benefit if you do ask questions, whether you are in the room or if you are online. And those of you that have asked questions online that have not been answered, I'm hoping that Luke will answer them because it's to his benefit, because he will create a working relationship with you.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
The other thing I would say before I call this session to a conclusion is that Luke has done an incredible job. We didn't think he was going to be here today because he spent most of yesterday in A&E. And is still unsure about where that particular issue's going. So I want to thank him very much for making a superhuman effort to come and to give you his wisdom. And I hope you can join me in thanking him. We now have a 30-minute coffee break. Sorry, Luke, you were going to say something.
Just very briefly, if you're going to contact me on Discord, please only use GIFs. I will only respond to GIFs.
Thank you. We're going to now have a 30-minute or maybe a 28-minute coffee break, and I will hand over to Jess in 30 minutes.
the last few people are coming in, I'm going to kick off the next hour and a half. As you may have noticed, if you're shrewd, my name is not Paul, it's Jess. And you met me earlier today. And I'll be helping MC the next hour and a half, where we're going to move from a broader discussion of futures and future risk to a specific area of hazard or particular technology, both hazard and sometimes mitigator, in artificial intelligence. So we have a great panel with us for the next hour and a half to discuss that, with time for Q&A at the end. So the keynote at the top of this panel will be from Tina Park, who is Head of Inclusive Research and Design at the Partnership on AI, and she's going to speak to us for about 25 minutes before we hear shorter speeches from our other panelists and move on to Q&A. So Tina, I will give over the floor to you. Go ahead.
Hello. I initially was thinking good morning, but I realize it's technically the afternoon now. So, and given that it's a global audience, good evening as well. I would like to start by thanking the team at the Center for the Study of Existential Risk for all their hard work organizing this conference, especially doing a hybrid version, and for the invitation to engage with all of you. I feel fortunate to be in conversation with my fellow panelists to explore various ways we can identify and address the risks of artificial intelligence and algorithmic decision-making systems. I wanted to start our panel discussion this morning with thoughts on the nature of public engagement and a vision for how we can proceed if we are to work as a collective to prevent long-term catastrophic risk. The importance of closing the gap between developer and user is gaining traction within the field of AI. For some, the engagement of a diverse set of individuals is a necessary part of ensuring that the technology will appeal and work for a broad audience of users. Testing the technology against a variety of users in different situations increases the chances that we can identify issues early. The growth in user experience research teams among technology companies is a strong indicator that some degree of user engagement is valued in the development process. Public engagement is also integral to understanding the needs and wants of those who are not yet users or customers, and it's an opportunity to learn what is missing and meeting the market's needs. And for those of us who are committed to the ethical development of AI technology, engaging the public is a way to practice democratic principles, while also identifying and mitigating possible harms of AI and algorithmic systems that they may already have on disadvantaged and oppressed populations. Many of those who look to use AI, machine learning, and data science for social good utilize participatory approaches to work with communities to find technological solutions to social issues. Now, I have the pleasure of serving as the head of inclusive research and design at the Partnership on AI. PAI is a US-based nonprofit, multi-stakeholder organization, and we're dedicated to conducting research and organizing discussions, both across sectors and disciplines, to better understand the social impact of AI and machine learning technology on the broader public. I should note that we are based in the Bay Area in the US, where in addition to being one of the hubs of AI and technology development, we are regularly now facing massive wildfires and the persistent threat of the next big earthquake. So the Icebreaker cartoon of all the disasters collaborating together hit a little bit too close to comfort for me. So much of my time at PAI is spent thinking about how our partner organizations, comprised of large tech companies, AI policy and research groups, as well as media organizations like the BBC who develop and use this technology in their operations, how should they be engaging the public in the design, development, and policy creation processes? Done well, accounting for those who are included and excluded from benefiting from new technology, and especially important is why, can serve as a catalyst for problem solving and the creation of solutions that are better for everyone. It also means mitigating some of the harms that AI and machine learning systems have, especially for those from disadvantaged and oppressed communities, by having those who experience some form of social marginalization, and especially those who have experience maneuvering through a world that's not designed for them, to identify and call out the harms as they are happening, if not before. I'm especially focused on how we can guide well-intentioned actors in the AI space away from what Mona Sloan and others refer to as participant washing, or otherwise banal forms of user-centered design fixated on user satisfaction. As public engagement grows in popularity among AI practitioners, what we don't want to see are things like public meetings where you discuss features of a proposed algorithmic accountability policy, but you ultimately disregard the concerns voiced by citizen advocates because they're not sufficiently technical in their experience of algorithmic systems. or where the public is limited to providing feedback on whether or not they like maybe a new swipe function in the user interface, rather than discussing how the underlying algorithm is affecting the type of content being presented to them. Instead, we push towards modes of inclusion and key decision-making processes where everyone, and that includes direct users, but also those whose lives are affected and shaped by the use of algorithmic systems, are encouraged to consider both specific features and the totality of a technology to co-create and even limit the growth of a product or system, and that they are recognized and compensated for the work that they contribute to its improvement. A lot has already been said over the years about the ways in which participatory practices can do more harm than good if they deepen the power asymmetries already present in society, so I won't spend much time outlining those. I will say that whether it's by requesting feedback that's disregarded when it's inconvenient, or by profiting off the innovative ideas generated by members of the public without acknowledgement or compensation, we need to attend to who gets to decide and who gets to benefit and shift that power. So what does this have anything to do with thinking about and addressing the long-term risk of AI? To discuss this, I want to first share an allegory by N.K. Jemisin that I've been mulling over. Titled The Ones Who Stay and Fight, this short story is a response, in part, to speculative fiction author Ursula K. Le Guin's The Ones Who Walk Away from Amelis. Like Le Guin, Jemisin describes in great detail a utopian society where everyone is whole, content, and joyous. Citizens of Le Guin's Amelis and Jemisin's M. Halat lead lives free of everyday violence and unhappiness, and lead joyful lives that we on Earth might find difficult to even imagine. However, the serenity of both utopias require harmful actions be taken for the sake of the whole community. Le Guin's serene and blissful Amelis requires one child to suffer alone and filthy in a basement underneath the city, to live a life absent of any kindness or relief. If anyone were ever to even speak a word of kindness to that imprisoned child, the whole Amelis would be undone. In Jemisin's Halat, darkness, hate, and evil are kept out of the community through the work of social workers, whose role is to both contain the spread of dangerous information, usually that being knowledge from other non-utopian worlds like ours, that might threaten the well-being of the community, but also to fight to heal those who might be infected with that knowledge. Le Guin's Amelis hides the harm upon which everyone else's contentment is built. Those who face the violence upon which their community is built and are unable to reconcile that injustice enacted upon the child, they walk away and they never come back to the community. A purposely ignored shadow threatens the longevity of Amelis, and the citizens of the city are ultimately degraded by their willingness to acquiesce to injustice for their own comfort. Le Guin notes that even if a brave citizen were to finally act and address the atrocity in the city, free the child from its imprisonment, the degradation of the child would be such that it could not know real joy. It would already be too late to save either the city or the child. Jemisin's Halat, on the other hand, addresses the harms which threaten the serenity of the society immediately and with vigilance. The social workers work diligently to combat the contagion of violent ideas, not through brutality or willful ignorance, but by nurturing those who are infected with persistent care and a sense of accountability. They do so to prevent the harm from metastasizing into a larger, long-term one. Jemisin and Le Guin's stories are especially interesting to me because the threats to their respective utopian societies feel incongruous to the scale of impact. Entertaining a dangerous idea from a non-utopian society or a kind touch to a miserable child can destroy the balance of a community. Similarly, the risks associated with AI technology feel unpredictable, including the relationship between the source of harm and the scale of its impact. For example, somewhere in Google's image recognition algorithm's training dataset, data was somehow labeled in a way that led the algorithm to eventually identify photos of Black people to be tagged as images of gorillas. The resulting image recognition algorithm played upon and deepened existing racist tropes. So it's important to think about the fact that gradual moral degradation is akin to the kind of existential threat that Jemisin and Le Guin are cautioning us to attend to. Building AI technology today is often driven by this desire to quickly scale decision-making for a greater number of scenarios and situations in order to make them more advantageous or useful to a greater body of users and consumers. Attending to algorithmic harms in all the various forms they may manifest across different socio-political situations is frequently left to the end, when it might be too late to contain the harm. In the name of progress, we have released harmful algorithmic systems with the hope that any harm caused by them will be relatively less impactful than the potential benefit that may emerge from its deployment down the line. We frequently make these trade-offs. We minimize the importance of ethical and consensual data collection to build large and representative algorithmic training data sets if it ultimately means we might have a less biased or discriminatory model. Or we justify the use of algorithmically based surveillance technologies on vulnerable populations because its use might help us refine computer vision technology. Those who find issue with the creation or deployment of risky algorithmic systems are often left, or even forced, to walk away, rather than being given the support and resources needed to address the harms. Rather than considering them as trade-offs, that we only have the energy or resources to deal with one set of harms at the expense of another, we can think of them as nested and connected. The algorithmic harms we see today are harbingers to the future risk of AI. The guardrails we put in place today to protect those who are marginalized, excluded, and otherwise harmed by algorithmic decision-making systems can help us plan for what's ahead. By committing the resources of the community to create roles and responsibilities dedicated to the ongoing fight to identify and address emergent harms, Jemison's Halashians actively work to keep their utopia, a community where everyone is valued and experience joy and contentment so that it's safe and enjoyable for all. Their existential threat is kept at bay through shared attentiveness and an ethic of radical care. Consistent and meaningful public engagement is necessary to build the kind of shared attentiveness and accountability that Jemison directs us to imagine. I have found, both through interviews with AI practitioners and experience in research in other disciplinary areas that incorporate participatory methods, that successful public engagement, the kind that enables us as practitioners and researchers to create genuinely revelatory technological solutions that help societies and avoids obvious social harms, they rely less on new technological platforms and more on practices derived from an ethic of care. In this, I refer both to the idea of care defined within feminist studies of technology and Black feminist studies. Maria Puig de la Bella Casa defines caring as more about a transformative ethos than an ethical application, and she directs us to ask how to care in each situation. It's a relationship-based ethics that emphasizes interdependency. Black feminist scholars such as Patricia Hill Collins and Denise Noble direct us to think about the historically constructed dimensions of things like race and gender and how they affect such interdependencies. They emphasize the need to explicitly draw in racializing and gendering experiences as a fundamental component of understanding how to care so that people, in this case particularly Black women, are not alienated from one's embodied experiences and knowledge when being invited into interdependency. The COVID-19 pandemic provided us with an interesting lesson on how to build communities of practice. At the start of the pandemic in the United States and elsewhere, there was limited information available about how to protect oneself from a potentially fatal disease. Whole cities were shut down, and people were encouraged to avoid contact with anyone outside their household. The shutdown caused financial hardships for many. They could not work or even shop for their own groceries. The provision of social services required close proximity and consistency to mitigate anxiety around contact with non-household members and address the social isolation individuals were beginning to experience. Mutual aid organizations gained popularity, where the focus was on connecting local neighbors to deliver groceries, provide meals, and identify other needs that might emerge from the ongoing lockdown. To be effective, participants needed to bring their full selves into the process and build meaningful relationships between volunteers, donors, and recipients. Identifying additional harms stemming from prolonged social isolation and financial instability, beyond, say, the need for grocery deliveries, required time, proximity, and consistency. It required having regular conversations between neighbors and a willingness to be vulnerable with someone about your hardships. Ultimately, the not-so-secret to effective participatory approaches, the more important how of caring, can be rather mundane. In Jemison's story, it is a social worker repeatedly reaching out to the infected citizen, providing their hand again and again until the one who is infected is ready to take it and begin the work and heal. It is about working and spending time alongside one another to become both vulnerable and familiar with each other through regular contact. It is through the mundane we can discover what works and what doesn't. It permits openness to offer critique to address emergent issues. And it begins the process of redistributing power and authority as hierarchies between developer and user softens to a relationship of peer contributors. Developing processes and strategies to engage and include a broader body of people to account for the circumstances and impacts new technological innovations may have on lives different from that of the developers requires a tremendous amount of attention to detail and difference. More time and resources are needed to build the kind of relationships needed to enable effective and non-extractive inclusion of impacted individuals. Trust building takes time, especially when harm has already been done and communities have many reasons to not trust or engage. Learning one another's experiences and perspectives, and learning how those are articulated and shared, especially if they're using a language or an affect that's unfamiliar to us, also requires time. Democratic processes are not only about creating a single opportunity to give voice to concerns and ideas, but many opportunities to further develop and implement those into action. It is only through this kind of disruption of existing relational dynamics between AI developers, policymakers, and impacted communities can we hope to empower individuals to participate in the creation of AI that can benefit everyone. Finally, we need to acknowledge that the responsibility of mitigating future risks is a shared one. It cannot be the burden of those who are harmed to always raise the flag and demand a resolution. We must acknowledge that those who are most readily harmed by new innovations are often those with limited resources and time to be fighting off every threat that emerges. Protecting ourselves against the long-term harms that can come with AI technology requires us to build institutions that are capable of sharing this burden. We need to create our collective of social workers who are charged with the difficult task of protecting ourselves from the small harms becoming uncontrollably large ones. Thank you again, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you so much, Tina, for making such an eloquent case for the requirement for the hard work done to manage the long-term challenges of AI. We now have 3 speakers who will be speaking slightly more briefly. So Jess, David, and Shahar will each speak for 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll take questions and answers. So if you're on Discord, please, you can start putting the questions in now, but we'll only get to them after we've gone through all the speakers. So next up is Jess Whittlestone, who is currently head of AI policy at the Centre for Long-Term Resilience. However, Jess was previously senior research associate with us at CSER in the AI Futures and Responsibility Programme, which still continues apace. And she's going to give us a bit more of an overview of now how she sees AI policy from her new position. Thanks, Jess.
Thanks, Jess. Yeah, great to be here. I'm going to give like a bit of a bigger picture perspective on sort of risks from AI and how we think about them and what might be needed to tackle them. And I think it would be nice maybe in the Q&A to try and bring that back to some of the issues Tina was talking about around where inclusivity and participatory processes are important. So I've been working in this field of AI risk for about 5 years now. And when I first came into the field, it was very much motivated by this feeling that AI seemed like a thing that was going to be kind of broadly a very big deal for society, was likely to have very large impacts. But I also had a lot of uncertainty about what the biggest risks were and what we should be doing about them, and very much came into the field wanting to figure that out. In some ways, that's still kind of where I am now. I'm still not in a place where I would say, this is the one biggest risk that we should be most concerned about, and this is what we should do. But I do feel like it's been possible to make progress on kind of thinking more analytically and systematically about the different sources of risk and how we can develop policy and other kinds of interventions today that are robust to kind of all the uncertainty we still have about AI. So a lot of the work I've been doing trying to think about, a lot of the work I was doing at CSER was trying to think about different kinds of future risks from AI. And a lot of that was trying to do so in quite an exploratory way, not necessarily trying to predict the likelihood of a specific occurrence or a risk, but more trying to say, can we think systematically about different future possibilities and then use that to inform decision-making today? A lot of this work was done in collaboration with Sam Clark, who's sitting over there. So he gets some credit for some of the ideas I'm going to talk about. We basically just finished a big project trying to survey different sources of AI risk, looking at the literature, categorizing some of the different risks, and then trying to identify what are the big open questions, what do we know, what do we not know. We ended up finding that it was actually easier to take AI impacts as a starting point. It's a subtle distinction, but it's sort of easier to ask the question, what are the ways that AI might have really long-term impacts in the world? And then from there, ask about the risks that might arise. And also realized, although we were coming at this project very much from a concern about risk perspective, there are a bunch of ways in which AI could have benefits and maybe help us mitigate other risks. And so that impacts perspective was a useful framing for thinking about those benefits too. So I'm going to very quickly rush through some of the things that we thought about in terms of impacts and risks and benefits in 5 broad areas. I don't have enough time to go into any detail on any of these huge things, but I'll say some of what I think we should be concerned about, and then maybe in the Q&A or afterwards, happy to chat more. So the first area where it seems like AI could have really large and long-term impacts is in science. We're already seeing AI being used, for example, with DeepMind's AlphaFold to make enormous progress on the protein folding problem by making it possible to basically test a lot more hypotheses than a single person could. It seems quite plausible that AI could end up essentially speeding up scientific progress across the board by automating parts of it, which could have enormous benefits, healthcare, potentially even helping tackle aspects of climate change. But it also risks the development of dangerous discoveries, new dangerous technologies. Imagine a scenario where it's easy with very little expertise to synthesize dangerous pathogens, for example. So there's a lot of questions there about which way we expect that to go and how we balance the risks and the benefits. A second area we thought about is the impact of AI on conflict and relations between different large states and organizations more broadly, as well as making possible to develop new weapons. We're increasingly seeing defense agencies and other bodies looking into integrating AI into conflict systems and decision-making in various cases, which could lead to mistakes or potentially even sort of unintentional escalation type scenarios. It's not totally clear how likely totally catastrophic outcomes are from that, but it certainly seems like changing the nature of military decision-making could have really, really high-stakes consequences. On the other side, there's sort of some early thinking about how AI systems might be able to improve cooperation between states and big actors. So potentially by making it easier to communicate, potentially by making it possible to design new institutions, but that all seems quite speculative at the moment. A third area we thought about is sort of broadly construed as power inequality, and perhaps this is the place where what I'm saying is most directly related to Tina's talk. Current trends in AI suggest that AI can end up concentrating power in a lot of different ways. The benefits, particularly the economic benefits of AI, seem pretty unevenly distributed at the moment, and that seems likely to continue. As more and more gets automated, it's going to change the way that people make money and the way that wealth is distributed. It also seems likely that AI technologies could develop and be used in ways that make it possible to manipulate large populations. So there are some really big and important questions here, I think, about how bad this could get and how do we guard against extreme concentration of power when it comes to AI development. A fourth category of impacts is AI's general impact on problem solving and epistemic processes. I was having a conversation just before this with someone about deepfakes and the worry that AI-generated content doesn't just necessarily create a scenario where one person or one group might be convinced of a fake image, but actually it could potentially, and potentially already is, distort the information landscape, distort how we come to joint decisions, how we cooperate on things, which could pose a huge threat to, it could really undermine our ability to mitigate other kinds of threats in the world. We probably saw a little bit of this with the COVID pandemic, where it was difficult to agree internationally about certain things like vaccines, not necessarily because of AI, but because of certain ways about how we communicate and distribute information. The final category is the most broad, and we talk about AI's impact on the values that control the future or sort of humanity's ability to shape the future. Obviously, one way to think about that is to go back to the power dynamic and think about how AI might make it possible for a small group of people to have disproportionate control over the future. But we might also be concerned about humanity as a whole losing control of the future or large important parts of the world to powerful AI systems. And this might not necessarily look like a sudden takeover, a Terminator scenario, though it could be sudden. It could also be a gradual scenario where we hand over more and more power of more and more important parts of the world to AI systems that are increasingly capable and don't realize until it's too late to take back that control that they're not doing quite what we want them to. And I think David will talk a bit more about that concern in particular. So what can we do today? Very briefly, I think we can identify some actions that seem sort of robustly good today, given enormous uncertainty about which of these risks is most concerning. We can incentivize and fund research in the more beneficial directions. My view is that there are a lot of ways AI could be beneficial, but that a lot of them are very speculative and not receiving as much funding and attention as they could be. And I do genuinely think that the way we develop AI now, if it's developed with beneficial applications in mind, is more likely to sort of end up with systems that are safer and more beneficial broadly. The order in which we develop different capabilities matter. I think we need to think hard about what accountability looks like for AI companies and how we distribute the benefits and wealth that will come from AI in various ways. There's some early thinking about this, but I think it's nowhere near enough. We need to start thinking very carefully about how we integrate AI into particularly high-stakes domains, like the military, as I talked about. We need a lot of research into how we develop systems that we understand and that do what we want them to do. And we, in general, I think, need to establish the governance today that allows us to take extreme care around deploying increasingly capable systems. One tension that I'll just end with that I think comes up in thinking about what we should do about AI today is between this kind of extreme care on the one hand, and my instinct is to say, we need to regulate this technology, we need to really restrict the extent to which general systems can be deployed in parts of society. There are some people who might be concerned that if the nations that are perhaps most concerned about ethics and responsibility do that, and other nations which might be less concerned or might be kind of more freely using AI in different parts of public services, that basically there's also a competition dynamic to be concerned about. And I think there's a genuine question of how you balance this need to be cautious with recognizing that other people who might not be as concerned about ethics as you are not being as cautious. So yeah, I'll leave that there and hand over to David, and happy to discuss any more of those things afterwards. Thanks.
Thanks, Jess. And I think David had some slides. I'll very quickly, while those are coming up, introduce David Krueger, who's University Assistant Professor in the Department of Engineering here at Cambridge. And he is a machine learning expert focused on AI alignment and deep learning. He's also very interested in AI existential safety, including the governance that Jess referred to earlier and global coordination thereof. He's going to speak to us about deep learning, scaling, alignment, and existential risk. David, to you.
All right, thanks very much, and thanks for inviting me. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Really happy to be talking to you today about all this stuff. Yeah, so I guess I'm going to try and touch at least a little bit on all the four things in this title here. And I'm going to start off by just telling you a little bit about my experience in this field. So I've been working on machine learning and deep learning and alignment and existential risk for about 10 years now. And so that means that it was 2012 when I first sort of got involved. And the reason I got involved is because I saw some of the incredible advances that occurred in 2011 and 2012 in the area of deep learning. And that was really right around when the world started to get interested in deep learning and started to talk about AI again instead of just talking about machine learning. And before that, it was 50 to 100 people in the world who were working on deep learning. Now it's basically the entire field of AI, which has also grown many times over to having like 10,000 people at our largest conferences. And I think the majority of people there and the majority of papers are using deep learning in some way. So I want to give just, actually, before this, I'll say one other thing has happened during this time, which is that the community has really started to pay attention in a serious way to these ethical concerns, these societal impacts of AI, and including this idea of out-of-control AI systems, and in particular systems that are out of control and are smarter than us, and so we're not able to, take control back from them, potentially. And that was something that actually had interested me before I heard about deep learning and before I got into the field, because I had heard some of the arguments for why this would happen, and I found them pretty plausible. And so I'm going to try and explain just at a really high level the basic worldview there, which is, I think, getting back to the theme of forecasting, really how people who have been thinking about these risks have been trying to forecast the future is based on a very sort of abstract and simple model about things like AI is going to keep getting better. At some point, it's going to be better than people. Once that happens, and by better, I mean smarter. Once that happens, we might not be able to control it. And just these basic principles that I think, depending on your intuitions or perspective, might seem entirely obvious or might seem really off base. So anyways, this is just a little illustration of some of the progress. So when I got into the field, we basically didn't know how to generate images of anything well at all. Then we had this rapid progress to generating very large photorealistic images of human faces. And more recently, in the last couple of years, we have now moved on to see AI systems that can generate images not just of human faces, but of sort of arbitrary things. Here's a system that OpenAI came out with, I think, just a couple weeks ago, where you can type in some phrase, and you get a picture that corresponds to that phrase. So this is really impressive, especially when you think about just 10 years ago, we couldn't do anything like this at all. We've seen similar progress in a number of areas in artificial intelligence, maybe most notably natural language processing and the ability of AI systems to generate text that looks plausibly like it came from a human, that solves tasks that can be expressed and solved in terms of text. And this is, I think, maybe particularly notable because there's this idea of the Turing test, which historically has been one of the main proposals for how we might tell when we have something that is really a human-like or human-level intelligence, or general intelligence, people sometimes call that, has been, can it carry on a conversation with a human, with the human not being able to tell that they're talking to an AI system. Anyway, so this is all very impressive. We're seeing this massive progress, and I think it does raise the question, has raised the question for a lot of people, like, how fast is this actually going to go? How much farther do we have to go? What's going to happen when we have AI systems that are smarter than people? One thing I want to point out, though, is even though we have this incredible progress, we still see that we don't actually understand how these systems work very well. We're not able to control what they do very well. So the other example might have been very impressive. This is a little bit less impressive because I asked for a green stop sign in a field of red flowers, but it still made almost all the stop signs red. And this one is not even a stop sign at all. And so, these models can do really incredible things, but they don't always do what we want. And in fact, we don't really know how to get them to do what we want. So, in some cases, it gives us more or less what we want. In other cases, it might not. And we also don't know what those cases are. So, until we've tested the behavior of the system in a very particular scenario, we don't know how it's going to behave in that scenario. And even if you change things just a little bit, like maybe if I removed the word in this prompt, you could get an entirely different result, and we can't really predict whether or when that's going to happen. So it's really important in the long run, and well, in the immediate term already, I should say, but maybe increasingly important in the long term and increasingly difficult in the long term for us to understand and control AI systems. And there's one basic reason that I want to give for this, which is that requires human labor. And these systems are very large, very complex, and they're created through a learning process that we understand at a very high level the basic principles of, but we don't understand the particular details of the system that results. So we're talking about a system that has billions of parameters, which are real value numbers, assembled in some way, and we need to figure out how can we even understand what the system is doing, given that it's just this giant thing that is very hard to analyze. Yeah, and then if we want to control systems, we also have to think carefully about how we're building them, and we also need to somehow communicate what it is we want them to do. And that's, again, something that requires human labor, and in particular, it might require a lot of human labor because what we want a system to do might be very complex, might be value-laden, might require it to understand very well human concepts and human values, and that's a lot to communicate, especially given that these systems don't start out understanding natural language. And even though we see that they can understand natural language really impressively in some sense, they clearly don't understand it, perfectly, because they make these kinds of basic mistakes. And so as we look forward in time, going back to this forecasting theme, AI systems are going to continue to get better as the amount of compute and other resources, data, and hardware resources generally going into them scales up. This is what we've seen in a really big and impressive way so far in deep learning. So one of the most interesting and important things about deep learning is that as you add more data, and as you spend more on computation, you get more and more powerful, more and more intelligent systems. And I think recently people have been surprised. Actually, I would say pretty much over the entire 10 years that I've been in the field, people have been repeatedly surprised at how well this continues to work. Recently, people have actually looked at trying to quantify this in a what's called a scaling law, and showing that, in fact, we can predict the performance according to some proxy metric that isn't really what we care about, but is still reflective of the capabilities, the intelligence of the system. We can predict that performance as a function of how we scale it up with deep learning. Now, human labor, on the other hand, is really fundamentally bottlenecked because we're growing as a population much slower than the amount of compute that we're using, and the amount of compute we'll be able to use on these systems is growing. And so even if right now we have enough labor that we could build something like this utopian society that you're describing, where we have a serious commitment as a society and lots of labor going into ensuring that these systems are developed and deployed responsibly, in the future I think that's likely to not even be technically possible given our current understanding of how we're able to inspect and audit and vet and design these systems safely and responsibly. I actually am not keeping track of time, but I'll probably just try and wrap up in like a minute here. So what do we need to do about this? I've sort of spoken at a really high level about wanting to understand and control AI systems. So I think I want to say what happens if, or what I think happens, what happens according to this model that has motivated a lot of my work in this area and a lot of my concern about the future of AI. What happens if we don't solve that problem? So I think if we don't solve the problem, it doesn't mean that we're not going to deploy these systems. So if we don't have systems that do exactly what we want, we'll use systems that do roughly what we want. And that optimize proxies like click-through rate or GDP, or maybe even like self-reported happiness is not a good enough proxy for actual happiness, these sorts of things. And those proxies are going to impose externalities on the world because they will fail to capture everything about human values. Even if we were to have the control and development of these systems be entirely democratic, we would still see that they're not doing exactly what we want. And I think that basically, so I want to say that we will build these systems using proxies like this, even if we sort of all look at it and agree that in some sense it's a bad idea. It'd be better if people didn't do this. I think we don't have enough coordination internationally to prevent this kind of irresponsible AI development right now. And then once we build these systems that are pursuing these proxy goals, if they are actually pursuing those goals competently and are much more intelligent than us, then they will want to seek power because they will recognize that our goals are not the same as their goals. And so if they want to accomplish their goals, which again are proxies for our goals, but imperfect proxies, they need to make sure that they have the power and ability to do that. And so that's where I think this concern about humans losing control over AI systems comes from, is that really no matter what we set them up to do, so long as it isn't really robustly, almost exactly correct, the goal specification will lead them to come into conflict with us and seek more power in order to win those conflicts. And once we have AI systems that are sufficiently intelligent and much smarter than people maybe, that becomes a real issue because they might in fact be able to seize power. So I guess just to reiterate this point, I think the main arguments in my mind for AI existential risk, I should say specifically this risk from out-of-control AI systems, really comes out of this sort of qualitative theoretical model that is sort of based on first principles reasoning and is not based on, forecasting in terms of statistical trends or something like this. It's just these sort of basic arguments like this that motivate this. And so you might say, well, this all sounds kind of too hand-wavy or something, too qualitative and not based on like rigorous methods. And I think that's a fair point, but I just want to say that more and more people in the field are actually concerned about this and are actually considering this point of view credible. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. So thanks, guys.
Thank you, David. And we're doing very well for time, actually. So we'll have lots of time for Q&A, and Shahar will have plenty of time to speak. So yeah, up next is our colleague at CSER, Senior Research Associate Shahar Avin. Shahar's research examines challenges and opportunities in the implementation of risk mitigation strategies, particularly in areas involving high uncertainty and conflicting interests, such as AI. And he'll be speaking today about his work developing role-play games, I would say, although I probably shouldn't use the word games, at least role-play to explore extreme risks. So one of those mechanisms that the other talks have asked for. Go ahead. I think that would just stay up anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not using slides. Thank you so much. Thank you to my previous panelists for outlining the problem or the problems, and there are many. So we've been working on this project called Intelligence Rising. There are, in fact, a few people in the room who have contributed to this. It's great to see those faces here. So let me first give you a taste of what it's like, right? Maybe you are a PhD student in the UK studying machine learning in a top-notch university, and your course coordinator told you that in a week's time you're going to be doing this participatory workshop on AI strategy roleplay. And you've been to like a 1-hour preparatory thing, and you're told, okay, you're going to be playing Team China, or maybe you're Team Alphabet. You are the executive or a senior advisor on the topic of AI to the executive. There are some rules. They're pretty boring. We're not going to bother with them now. And then the GM, which is the game master, that might be me, that might be Ross Grutzmacher, who's sitting over there. It might be one future person who we will recruit, goes off the rules again so that you know what you're going to get into it. And it's like, okay, it's now January 2025. Joe Biden has just been inaugurated for a second term. Xi Jinping is still the holding power in China. The pandemic is a recent memory in the north, not so much in the global south, but stagflation is still very much with us. Recovery has been slow. There is not much appetite for reigniting global trade, even though it might be a quick fix for the economic plights amongst us. AI is seen in the various spheres of influence as one of the major engines that will get the economy going again. OpenAI have recently published a paper showing that language models just keep on scaling, and we can align them better with human preferences now, and they can be used for all sorts of high-stakes industrial activities. However, they were not the first to bring them to market. It was Tencent, the Chinese large tech giant, who was able to integrate text summary and text Q&A, various templating that get filled with text to automate a lot of services in the legal domain, in commercial settings, into the WeChat platform. That has made them a lot of money. In China, they became kind of the trendsetters, significantly increased their market cap. But it's also causing a lot of fears of white-collar unemployment. In fact, by this point, they're starting to be felt. Team China, Team US, you now get a choice. Do you reassign some of the budget that you control for re-education? Maybe you tax some of these revenues. Maybe you increase your welfare budgets. But you might slow down your competitive edge on the AI competition. Or do you let the unemployment increase, the civil unrest rise, maybe it jeopardizes your political standing, maybe your internal stability will go down. You choose. You have about 15 seconds, go and debate within your team, because for the next 4 hours, technology is going to advance, and you're going to be making increasingly more difficult decisions relating to AI. Over the next 4 hours, you might deal with chip shortages. Maybe you really wish that 2 turns ago you have invested in that chip fabrication plant and onshoring it. Maybe those research scientists that you poached from a competitor a turn ago turned out to be spies and they are now exfiltrating all of your secret AI advances. Maybe there is a major cyber attack on a competitor. Maybe that's good for you, maybe that's bad for you, but global instability is rising and people are starting to be a bit upset about this AI stuff. Your soft power is taking a hit. What happens when the possibility comes to apply AI to these new weapon systems and there are geopolitical tensions? Taiwan state is still not fully clear at this point. Do you use them? Do you not use them? You are the person with the power. If you are Alphabet and the US government comes to you and says, we are very worried about what Russia is doing, will you develop some new lethal autonomous weapon systems for us? What do you say? What do you say if they say, well, we know that you care a lot about this race for general intelligence that we don't really understand, but you seem to be spending a lot of money on it. We'll help you with that. Just do this little thing for us. And what happens when, at the very last turn, everyone knows that radically transformative AI, right? The kind of AI that David has been pointing at, the kind of AI that once we have in place, we will not be able to go back from. And one of your competitors is probably going to invest a lot, though they're being quite secretive about it. Do you rush to negotiate? Do you launch a large cyber attack? Do you just think it's better for them to rule the future, even if they have slightly different values than you? We've been running these with larger numbers of people from all sorts of backgrounds, from tech company, not quite XX, but getting pretty close, to students and just general audience participants in role-playing games, conferences. And why? Why do we do that? Partly because it's really fun, and I get to do it and still call myself a researcher, and that's like, haha. But also, Tina, I think, touched on this more directly, Jess and David a bit less directly. All of this future will be decisions, right? There will be people, up to a point, maybe, people making decisions about what we do with these advanced technologies, and the more we spend time thinking about these decisions, we can think about them going otherwise. I think Luke mentioned the point of like, if this is going to be really bad for humanity, then maybe just don't build it. Making the decision to just not build it may be extremely hard to do because lots of people need to be making it at the same time, faced with very difficult incentives. But it's still a decision we can make. And there are many, many smaller decisions because AI is not one thing, and the actors developing AI and responding to AI are not one actor. So getting some more literacy around those decisions and how to think about those decisions, and just getting the, as been said, the muscle memory of kind of exercising the idea that ever more powerful technologies are likely to come about, unless something catastrophic has already happened, because we're curious people and because we're inventive. And we need to choose what to do about them. And practicing those decisions ahead of time is much better than making that decision in the context of a competition, the context of a rush to increase shareholder revenue or strategic competition, or just being able to tell your boss that you have AI in your thing because your boss wants AI in the thing. So if we get to get people to spend 4 hours about the long-term future, we've already won. And currently we do it because it's fun. We also need to make sure that they're spending it the right way, which is why we're not just kind of unleashing our rules out there in the world, because there are many ways of being tempted by the narratives. Right? You want good outcomes, right? You don't want to kind of have slowly built up to your big victory, whether it's collaborative or competitive, and then, oh, we just ran this experiment, and it turns out that this system gained self-consciousness and is now turning the world into paperclips. That's not a really fun story. Unfortunately, based on our current understanding, we can't rule it out. And so we occasionally do throw it in as a curveball for the narratives that we build. So being quite careful about the narratives we make, being quite deliberate with who we engage in those narratives, but also getting people to think that, power is not equally distributed. There are very large actors, US government, Chinese government, various tech companies, maybe future actors will come on the scene, maybe the EU will find its way back into being a very major actor within AI, maybe through regulation. What will they do? How will they respond? Can we think about ways that their decisions will go very badly, and can we warn them about it, and can we get people who are currently students but in the future will become major leaders making better decisions today? We chose something that looks a little bit like wargaming because it is very good at being generative. You rub against people who are deliberately seeking ways to undermine what you are trying to do, because this is their way to win. This is a way of expanding the future of imagination that we're exploring. It has been used to very good effect in the interwar period. So General Nimitz talks a lot about how all of the naval wargaming that they did for the Pacific eventually led to the fact that the Americans were not surprised by anything that the Japanese did following Pearl Harbor, other than the kamikazes. And the kamikazes were terrifying, but ultimately didn't sway the outcome. So they came in very prepared. The way they came in very prepared is they knew pretty well the specs of all of the ships. They knew the terrain. They knew roughly how they will respond to each other in combat, but there was a lot of uncertainty. And they played it hundreds of times with different people, keeping iterating over the same future, the same conflict, trying to find out better and better and better solutions, or identifying the really bad ones and teaching the students who will then end up serving those ships to avoid them. We wish we could do the same with the people who will end up making decisions about AI. And we start low, and we gradually go up the chain, and we talk to people about these techniques because we think they're useful. We also think that they complement very well the more analytical side of research. So if we just came and we did it, as we did about 4 years ago, just coming up with interesting stories that are loosely tied to the understanding of how AI will develop, you end up with lots of fun ideas, but not very useful or realistic ones. It takes a lot of effort staying up to date with the research trends, talking to the, understanding the incentive structures for CEOs, for tech developers, for academia, reading the capabilities, showing those trends that David have shown, to really be able to resolve the actions for the players, showing what the outcomes of decisions are likely to be, while still leaving room to be surprised by what the players bring in and the dynamics between them. So there is a loop, I think, between, on the one hand, doing a lot of very rigorous analytical research, and there are, I think, by now, many identified interesting questions in the field of AI strategy. Compute. How will it be governed? Does it matter? To what extent? Data, talent flows, antitrust, commercialization, different promising lines within AI. All of these questions merit analytical attention, applications to science. Jess has pointed out many of them. But then we also need to realize that all of them are happening in one world with real people making real decisions. And so closing the loop, having people reflect on them, helps drive attention to the ones that we think are going to matter more, and also educate about this growing body of literature. And so it's a mixed research and communications tool. People always ask, how do these things end? We've only run a few tens of them so far, so I can't really tell you because I think we're really early in the process. And unfortunately, there's still a lot of control that the game master brings into this, and so kind of they end the way we want them to end because they have an education element to them. Many of them end in key actors realizing the importance of aligning these systems, putting a lot of effort in. We set a difficulty level such that they can just about make it, and so they do deploy aligned systems, and we get a pretty nice utopia. Many of them, they roll the dice, and the alignment is just not good enough, and the world ends up in flames. A few of them, they realize that there are really significant tensions about these very powerful systems. They launch horrible things against each other, whether in the cyber domain or in the real domain, and sometimes the AI saves them from themselves. And sometimes along the way, just one company makes a lot of money and buys out everyone and just makes themselves the complete rulers of the world. And I think we've only begun to scratch the surface of all of the interesting features that we're going to have. And so this is very much a work in progress. I think it's a very nice complement to what Tina is talking about. We're looking at very high-power actors, quite far into the future, and we're trying to make those decisions go well. They will only go well if they take into account very low-power people, their concerns, preferences and how to get those recognized by the people with very high power. And the very near term, and how what we do in the near term ultimately will shape those long-term decisions. So I very much look forward to the Q&A.
Thank you. I'm actually going to move to the other end of the table. And I've been asked that we just use one of the mics to get your name so you know which one to use. Sorry, this is very loud. So while you guys were speaking, there was a very active discussion on Discord, including a few multi-part questions, one of which I'm going to start with and go through. But what I'll do is just go through little bits of the question at one time rather than hitting you with 8 sentences at once. So our first question that we had from Discord was from Ray Taylor, who's from Allfed. And he kind of had, the first one is a 2-part question. So he was wondering, is AI safety a fidelity problem or a weakest link problem? And to kind of exemplify what he means by that, he said, if, as I assume, it is will increasingly be the latter, i.e. a weakest link problem, is the urgent priority AI safety implementation systems and agreements at the political level, rather than never-ending expansion of fundamental research led by IT teams. So I guess he's asking there that, what's the balance between the strength of global governance systems and the expansion of research-led safety work. David, I thought I might ask you this question first, as it seemed a little bit aimed at some of what you said.
Yeah, sure. Should I bring this forward, or can people hear me all right with it right there? Okay, great. Yeah, so I think I'm not 100% sure I understood the question. I think I do, and the weakest link thing this means, how I'm interpreting it anyways, is it's sort of about which relevant actor is taking the least precautions or is sort of doing the worst job at making sure that their systems stay safe and under control and are responsibly developed. So there's a lot of disagreement about this when I talk to people. My own personal view is that it's more like the weakest link thing, but I think it's really hard to tell. The reason I think it's more like the weakest link thing is because I'm sort of mostly focused on the out-of-control AI scenario. And I think when we're thinking about out-of-control systems that are sort of almost necessarily going to be much smarter than people, I mean, there's another form of loss of control where we have distributed systems like global capitalism, I put it in quotes because, but anyways, that maybe aren't actually serving the interest of humanity, but there's no one like locus for that. But in the scenario where we have a single AI system that is really sort of in control and people are no longer in control and no individual organization is in control, I think that can happen from a single actor, and I think it's likely to happen from a single actor because I think there's going to be fairly extreme trade-offs between how powerful your system is and how aligned it is. And by aligned, I mean, under control and doing what we want. And that just falls out of my understanding of how these systems are built, how machine learning works. I think in order to get the most out of all of these computational resources, you need to give the system you're building as much data as possible, as much freedom to select actions sort of as it sees fit in order to accomplish its goal. And so I think a single actor who suddenly decides that they want to do that instead of, say, thinking very carefully about restricting their AI to operating within one well-understood domain where we actually know how to control it and keep it, doing what we want, could build a system that is much more powerful than everyone else's system, and that single system could, suddenly be in this position of effectively taking over the world. So in that sense, we need everyone who has the capability of building such a system to be sort of on the same page and agreeing to, what might be actually quite a high bar in terms of the development practices they use, the kind of systems that they are unwilling to build because they recognize the risk inherent in doing that. And a single, defector, as it were, could really threaten that whole system, assuming we managed to get such a system in place in the first place, which I think that's what good futures look like in my mind, is one where we're able to control the development of the technology. Sorry, it's a little bit long-winded answer, but I hope it was at least on point to whoever asked this question.
It was. Does anyone else want to speak to the same?
I have a half-formed thought. So I think partly this question was a bit also like what I was getting at with this sort of caution versus competition tension, which actually is a frame that I stole from Holden Karnofsky. So I agree that I also am concerned about a weakest link thing. One nation or actor developing unsafe, very advanced AI could potentially sort of ruin all the work to develop safe systems that everyone else has been doing. And so I do think that how do we develop international agreements, incentives, global governance, this kind of stuff is super important. On the other hand, one thing I worry about with that frame is that it is sometimes used, and this is why there's a tension, but I feel like sometimes there's this narrative that's sort of like, US good, China bad, or something that's like, if the US develop advanced AI, it'll be fine. And I think a lot of what David's talk was pointing to is like, there's a whole thing of like, do we think the US is a good actor and China's a bad actor? That feels oversimplified to me. But even if you took that as a given, part of the problem is that this problem of developing especially advanced systems that do what we want them to do seems to just be like extremely, extremely hard. There's disagreement about how hard it is, but it's like pretty hard. And so one thing I worry about this framing is that then you over-focus on the global coordination part and sort of assume that actors with good intentions will do things right. And I think that is risky too, because I think it's a really hard problem. And so it's a bit of a cheap answer, but I think we really, really need both. I think over-focusing on one at the extent of the other is dangerous. I don't know if anyone wants to comment or disagree on that.
Yeah, actually, I have a little bit more to say.
Yeah.
It's a really good point. I totally agree. And I recognize now that these two things on the fidelity versus weakest link kind of map pretty nicely onto another framing that I've heard people use that I strongly disagree with, which is this idea that there are issues of misuse and then there are accidents. And the question is, which of these is the big, the more likely problem? So like fidelity looks like accidents, misuse looks like the weakest link thing. And I'm actually compared to how worried I am, I'm almost not worried at all about either of those things. What I'm worried about is like reckless, irresponsible development where people take calculated risks or are just a little bit negligent in analyzing the impacts of the systems that they build, and so are really not making a deliberate decision to build a dangerous system, but are just kind of more focused on staying ahead of the competition. And so these are sometimes called structural risks, and I think really the large majority of risk here, in my mind, is structural and has to do with the incentive to build more powerful systems at the expense of developing them responsibly.
I would agree with that. I'm going to take a second related question from online and then we'll move. I have a couple of questions in the room already. Do try and catch my attention if you also want to ask one. So the second question is it's very related, but let's ask the question in a different way. Is it really possible to distinguish AI which can be used for beneficial purposes from AI which would be used for dangerous purposes? Won't the underlying functionality which will boost the first category also boost the second? So is the dual risk of AI that simple? And I don't know, Tina, did you?
Oh, I have a very simple answer where it's not. I don't think it's that simple at all. And that kind of dichotomy actually prevents us from dealing with the actual issues that come up, which is it's a combination of both what the technology is, what the users are, who it's being used on, because having cameras set up in this room is really different than having cameras set up in a majority Black community that's being policed. Like, same thing, different people doing it on different people, and so that simplification, I think, prevents us from thinking more creatively.
I guess I would add that definitely on the level of the technology, I don't think you can easily distinguish. There are some capabilities which might be more likely easier to use for harm or easier to use for good. I do think, though, there is a difference between a world where in 5 years there is something that's like technology plus context or something, which I think is what you were getting at, where we have uses of AI that are genuinely beneficial. And maybe we have more uses of AI that are genuinely beneficial than we have uses of AI that aren't, and that's a better world or something. So there is some ability to... I sometimes get frustrated at and maybe this came across in some of how I talked about risks and benefits, but this tendency to be like, AI could tackle climate change, and then there's like no substance to that claim, and it's like, right, maybe theoretically yes, but there's a lack of, this is a little bit off point, but there's a lack of actually digging into that. But if there's real stuff there, then it's like, yeah, it's not enough to just be like, these capabilities broadly could do this, you have to actually do it.
I could say like a little bit more on this topic. Yeah, so people often talk about AI as being like dual use or omni-use, and there's certainly a large element of truth to that. I think one important distinction to make, thinking about this, is between the techniques, like the research ideas and the sort of practice of building systems, and then the systems themselves that we actually build. And now that we're seeing more and more, I guess, progress focused on building very large systems, it becomes maybe a little bit less dual use or omni-use than we would have thought in the past when we looked at this situation where the learning algorithms that generate these intelligent systems are extremely general purpose, and you can apply them basically to any kind of data you want and any kind of objective you want. Versus the actual system that you build can maybe be directed to, be doing more specific things and having more constraints on its behavior. I think, it's really hard to say, though, at this point, if that's going to give us very much leverage, or if the very powerful systems that we build will still be sort of able to be directed towards any goal. And I think it's going to depend on how we build them to some extent, at least. So I think it's important for us to start thinking now about, like, are there ways that we can steer the development of these large systems such that they aren't omni-use, and in fact they're sort of safe by default, or at least safer by default. It takes more work to get sort of dangerous behavior out of them. Again, not necessarily deliberately dangerous, but yeah.
Thank you. Shahar, did you want to add? No. So we have one question over here, and then another one over here afterwards.
I found it very interesting what the presentations were, so thank you for that. And I wanted to go into a little bit of a different direction. And I find it very interesting because you always talk about AI and you talk about AI companies. But on the other hand, I think we must realize that except in China, where AI is controlled by the government, AI basically operates in the private market, in the private industry. And this is something where I think when you look at the huge AI companies, I mean, they're larger than governments in terms of earnings, in terms of whatever happens. And so what is the geopolitical risk here? And I'm thinking also about there's many beneficial applications. For example, the vaccine development for COVID, for example, was driven largely by AI, if I understand that correctly. Very interesting. But what happens is it was also funded by governments. So the question is, like, where does the profit then goes when the government invests in those companies? And what the other issue is that basically AI industries have to make money. I think DeepMind was one of the early ones that really didn't make money, and maybe it still doesn't make money, I don't know. But on the other hand, they go where the money is, and that is usually the military sector. And there was something in the chat about, well, the military sector is very safe. I totally disagree, because I had attended a lot of conferences on nuclear risk, for example. Now, most of the examples are from the United States because there's most transparency. But on the other hand, I don't consider that a very safe industry at all, particularly where AI is concerned. But let me go to the fact that what does government role play in the AI field? And that comes to mind also the recent developments with Ukraine. Elon Musk basically has provided the Starlink and also transformers, and etc. to the Ukraine. That was not a government initiative. So where is the government? Where is AI industry? How is that relationship developing? And where is the oversight there?
I can take a stab at it. It's a huge question. Okay, let's first start with where we are and where we maybe want to be, because these are quite different, right? So I have a habit pretty regularly on checking the leaderboard for companies by market cap. And if you look at the top 10 companies by market cap at the moment, you will find predominantly either tech companies or chip manufacturers with, I think, maybe 2 exceptions, one oil company and one kind of general investing company. This didn't used to be this way. These companies are now, several of them are above $1 trillion in valuation, a couple above 2 trillion, because they have been able to tap into Moore's law and convert computing and the fact that you can leverage computing in all sorts of ways to effectively create very powerful monopolies. They might be called dynamic monopolies. They might have other ways of naming their economic position, but basically they have a lot of power and they're in a position to leverage the power to have even more power. Largely, that has been seen as a good because the people who use those products and services enjoy them. Often those products and services come free at the point of consumption, though with various other costs to society or to users and their privacy. And now those entities have a lot of political power. They spend a lot on lobbying. They have a lot of power to shape tech governance. I think Tina can say much more than me about how the vast majority of tech governance is small decisions that get built into products, not big decisions about the kind of things that laws get passed about. And they make sole decisions about all of these things. It is at their leisure to decide whether they want to engage affected citizens in these decisions or not. This does not seem like an ideal situation. This is not the first time in the history of humanity that there have been very powerful companies wielding a lot of power because they have been able to grow a lot because of an innovation. The history has largely been to understand that there is potential abuse of market power or real abuse of market power, and either break them up or regulate them or kind of see them as utilities or find other ways of readdressing those problems. I think there's been a big question of, I think there is increasing understanding that this is an when, not if question. There was the idea that let them go and let them get us all of the shiny stuff and then we will regulate them. And maybe we are starting to hit the when. In Europe, certainly, also in China. I think maybe the laggard is the US here, actually, not some of the people, some of the regions we tend to consider as the villains. Regulation is tricky. Badly informed regulation can do more harm than good, but that's not a reason not to try. And not just try, but do. And the details of which I'm going to defer to people who know much more about the current landscape. But I think what we can bring from the foresight angle is asking, what are the decisions that we make now when we really think that what we can do with computers today is a tiny fraction of what we will be able to do with computers by the end of the century? How do the regulations and institutions we put into place now shape what we will end up being able to access by the end of the century? We talk a lot about the unintended consequences of technology. Moving into the unintended consequences of regulation, not as a way of stopping regulation, but as a way of getting smarter regulation, is I think where a lot of the money is at now.
Oh, and yeah, I think that's such a core question, and I think our tendency is to think about multi-regional or even national level policy and having to come to a singular agreement around policy, and we have to enforce it. We have to be as large of a monopoly as a government in order to deal with monopolistic tech companies. But I think something that's interesting that's happening in the US, where we can't even come to very much agreement around basic principles around how we want to regulate this space, there's interesting things happening at a very local level. So the state of Illinois, for example, banned as a state, as a single state within 50, facial recognition technology. And that small state, relatively speaking, affected how technology companies can now behave there and now sort of elsewhere because they're trying to build scalable technologies. And so they don't want to create just one thing specific for Illinois that they can't utilize everywhere else. Similarly, in the state of California, which is a much larger state, they passed consumer protection laws around data privacy. And that's affecting, in addition to GDPR, affecting how tech companies are behaving with consumer data. And so similarly, we can keep thinking about these smaller decisions that are being made at much more localized levels that do end up having an impact on how these technology companies behave. And it doesn't, I would love to see much larger scale coordination, international, federally, even in the US. But as we get there, we can also think about these localized decisions that are protecting our citizens, that are protecting people, without having to go through the whole trial of trying to come up with agreement on really big issues that we are still discovering and uncovering sort of the intricacies around.
Thank you. Jess, if you want to add from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good question, and I think threading across everything we talked about is this issue of the companies that are developing advanced AI at the moment don't have the right information, incentives, accountability necessarily for us to be confident that they're going to do this really hard thing right. And so I think, I mean, I mentioned it, yeah, I think it's a really key question. And I guess as Tina was speaking to, it needs to, this question of how do we make sure how do we change the accountability, incentives, information, all of this stuff that's feeding into AI development so the outcomes look better, is a really, really key question. And I think it's one that we have to come at from a few different angles. There's what can governments do? What's the role of the public? How do you, or sort of, smaller communities, how do you leverage that to raise concerns and create pressure? But I certainly think, yeah, more is needed, and more thinking there is needed about the different approaches.
Thank you. For the sake of time, David, we can come back to you. Can we move over to this question here, and then I'll go back to a couple from Discord.
Well, thank you very much. Robert Folger, Center for Apocalyptic and Post-Apocalyptic Studies, Heidelberg University. I have a question that was triggered by David's contribution, but is potentially directed at all of you. The scenario you painted, the AIs getting out of control, taking over control, posing an existential risk, has been anticipated by cultural imaginations by far. No, I mean, this is Sprawl, Trilogy, Gibson, all these sort of things. So this is then my question. You described your approach also a qualitative approach, which is, in my understanding, also a hermeneutic process. No, you have a horizon of expectations. You come with your baggage, also as a cultural baggage, in assessing what is going on at the moment. So this is then the question: is this sort of cultural imagination, is this a factor in assessing and also predicting what's going to happen in the future? Is it really a factor in this? And I mean, a factor, is it giving people, and I mean people as scientists, but also politicians, good ideas, bad ideas? Is it actually making them more cautious, or is it actually, I don't know, inducing them to take more risks?
It's definitely a factor. I mean, I think you obviously can't rule that out. It's hard to know how much it's affecting the way you view things. I guess, yeah, the AI takeover scenario is certainly a classic one. There's also, a decent amount of science fiction exploring more like harmonious relationships between AI and humans, and all sorts of other examples. I guess I tend to think none of the AI depictions of AI in sci-fi are very good. I think they all most all get something big wrong. But I'm actually more of a fan than I think a lot of people in the field are of the way AI is depicted in science fiction, because I think it gives some ideas to people about, some of the things that might happen and what they might look like, and gets people thinking about it. Yeah, I think, but the way that, I guess I want to make really clear, the way that we, and by we, I guess I mean me and other people, most of the people I know who are working full-time on existential risk from out-of-control AI, think about this, is not really well captured in any of the sci-fi depictions, I would say. So one of the important things is that sort of the motivation, the reason that an AI would get out of control is often in science fiction depicted as some sort of innate thirst for power, or hatred of humans, or resentment, or something sort of innate to AI systems. And I actually don't think that it is at all innate to AI systems. It may be something that is in a sense, innate to the most powerful AI systems. So I think we'll be able to build systems, I believe, that don't have any of those motivations and do not seek power. I just think that those systems will not be very competitive against ones that have more freedom to influence the world in whatever way they deem suitable to achieve their goals. So I think it is something that we may have to, probably have to put in there in some sense. But we don't have to tell the AI system, I want you to take over the world. We just have to tell it, I want you to maximize the value of my portfolio or the value of my company over the next couple of years. And from that falls out these incentives to have more power. Yeah, so I guess that's probably all I want to say about that.
Jump in really quickly. So George, I think it was Georgetown Law recently hosted a conversation with Japanese AI researchers to talk about a Japanese perspective on responsible AI. And one of the interesting things that they brought up was that, yes, there's a different cultural background regarding it, but there's also a different socioeconomic one, specifically a demographic difference, which is that there's a large aging population and a much smaller proportion of working age people. And so the turn towards an acceptance of AI technology in Japan is driven by a different kind of necessity than what we're dealing with, say, in the United States, where there's such an anxiety around job loss, where in the case of Japan, they explicitly want caretaking jobs for the elderly to be taken over so that they can honor their elderly, they can be taken care of without having to bring in other, not have the labor to be able to do so effectively. And so it's both sort of the cultural origins around sort of how we think about acceptance of new things, of how we can control the things that we create, but also sort of the socio-political demographic features that play into how much we need and want and think we can control these things and for what purpose.
Thank you. So the next question we had online was a very short one, and maybe a short answer as well, which was from someone called, with their surname Hanbury. If we had an AI system that is smarter than people, what does smarter actually mean in this case? Which I think is a lovely, simple question for clarification. And then I think I'll go to Anders, who again I have online, but is sitting over there, and get him to ask his own question.
Okay, everyone's looking at me. I'm actually curious what other people here would say to that as well, but I actually, so people talk about this a lot, what is intelligence? What does it mean to be smarter than a person? I admit to being somewhat confused by people's confusion about this, because I think it's a fairly common sense, intuitive thing, I guess. So that's not really a great answer, but I'll just say a little bit about how I think about it that might clarify things. Because even people who I talk to in the field, even people who are working on the same problems I am, don't always seem to have the same conception to me of AGI, artificial general intelligence, which is mostly what I think about in terms of smarter than people, is a system that is general in the way that humans are. So all the AI systems that we've seen so far, there's been an increasing generality, especially with these recent text models. They can do a huge array of different tasks that all have to do with text, but these models still are entirely constrained and restricted to acting in this text domain. And now you might be able to translate text into actions in the real world or actions in a game or decisions. And there's even some work on doing that, expanding the generality still more. But for the most part, AI systems, even though I've shown they can do these really impressive things, they're still incredibly narrow in terms of lacking a general understanding or capabilities to interact with the world the way that humans do and sort of do all of the many different things that humans can do. So I think something like the same level of generality that humans have is sort of an essential component of how I think about smarter than human. And then beyond that, it's basically just, would this thing do a better job than a human at any particular task? And so if there are very few or no tasks that really have, a high degree of relevance or strategic importance, that humans are still able to do better than machines, than AI systems, then I would say we've reached this point of smarter than human AI.
Thank you. And next to Anders.
Thank you. So there have been, I think historically we have seen a growth of kinds of artificial intelligence. The traditional idea was always the black box in a computer under your desk, or maybe the butler robot. But gradually we expanded that. It's not just narrow versus general AI. The language models are demonstrating that what's in some sense an extremely narrow AI that doesn't even understand the world and is dumb as a pile of rocks can still demonstrate that some non-trivial problems can be solved by piles of rocks that don't even understand the true problem, which is kind of chilling for us because we're probably all doing the same thing. Similarly, there have been these generalizations like comprehensive AI services where it's not so much a thing as a system. It might be an artificial intelligence as an application or a service. So generally when thinking about forecasting AI, have we been maybe too narrow about thinking about these kinds? And that's, of course, a fairly leading question. The actual question is, are there any good ways of developing foresights about this very broad front of very possible systems with stakeholders that doesn't just get dissolved into endless possibilities and scenarios about any combination of the above possibilities?
I can take a stab at that, and then you can have better answers. So I'll start by saying, thank you, Anders, for contributing to Intelligence Rising. That is one of many reasons why we do include comparative AI services as kind of a main competitor to this kind of unitary artificial general intelligence as an end state of the game. And there is really interesting dynamics that come from the fact that you have these two options, and which way you choose to go has a lot of strategic complexity to it. I think there are two things going on, right? There is both an in-principle debate about whether agents can just do more. And so these big unitary power-seeking systems are just going to be more competitive, kind of ultimately win out, and therefore we will end up developing them, and so you'll end up with centralization in this way. And ultimately they will outperform the kind of highly competent babblers that are the language models of today. I hope that's not true, but the debate is ongoing, and I think there are very good arguments to suggest that maybe it is true. And so we need to think about it. The other thing which to say here is it is much easier to think about the future with few things than to think about the future with many things. And I think deliberately trying to do AI futures, AI strategy with many distributed systems all interacting with each other, but none of them individually getting to the point of controlling the future is a neglected future that merits much more attention. I know quite a few people have been putting efforts into it and been getting a lot of returns. I think more returns than people who are kind of going on the unitary AI one, and much more work needs to be done. It is very hard. On the other hand, I think it builds up a muscle that makes you much more useful for present-day concerns. So you start asking, what does radically transformative AI look like for agriculture, or for health, or for these particular social interactions with these particular communities? And then you start layering all of these things on top of each other, and there is a richness that comes to that. I think that if in the world, not just in our imagining, we choose to go down that route of having much more distributed systems, we will also get much more empirical practice of these systems going wrong and how to fix them. And hopefully that will build up an empirical AI safety field that kind of will give a boost. I think there's a lot of people in the AI safety community who've been very excited about applying safety technologies to large language models, for example, because they say, we now have an empirical feedback loop and we're not just thinking ideally about decision theories. On the other hand, that might be a very foolish bet, because if around the corner comes this unitary consequentialist optimizer and just turns the world into paper clips, and we have not prepared for it, that would be a sad day. So.
Yeah, I really agree. I think, I take the point of your question. I really agree with that. I agree with what Shahar said. I think the only thing I want to add is I want to present briefly an argument for why you might expect to see, unitary consequentialist agenty things. And I think this argument is, I find it somewhat compelling but not decisive. So the basic argument is, if you don't do this, if you don't let the AI system itself make all of the decisions, all of the relevant decisions around which actions to take, and if instead you have humans making these decisions, And this includes decisions about, like, if you have multiple systems, how do you wire them all together? How do you decide which one, to engage in a given circumstance? Then you will be limited by the intelligence and abilities of the humans who are making those decisions. And if we in fact have a system that can make better decisions than humans in basically every context, then your system will just not do as good of a job as the system that involves more automated decision making. So I think that's kind of the basic argument that maybe motivates why the most competitive systems might be the ones that involve the AI making sort of as many decisions as possible with as much control as possible.
Thank you. I'm close. We're over time by 2 minutes, and I'm aware that Pablo is waiting somewhere, not visibly online. There are a lot more questions, excellent questions, and praise for the panelists on Discord. And for those who weren't able to ask their question in the room, I'm sure if you keep using the Discord channel, some of the participants will also join in later, so we can continue this discussion very much over lunch. But I wanted now, in the 3 minutes that we have before we go to lunch upstairs over to my right, to come back to Pablo for one 5-minute icebreaker that will hopefully get our stomachs rumbling. Pablo, are you there? Maybe.
Thanks for the chance to be with you again. I understand that we have about 5 minutes between now and lunch, so this is the time where you hate me. And I'm going to make something that will make you feel more stronger emotions towards what awaits. Let me start with a premise. I think we are all being very wrong in designing events that are predominantly a sequence of unidirectional statements. When we're talking about catastrophic risk, it will get messy. So over the coming 5 minutes or so, I will bring messiness to you. For those of you who are joining online, you have to try to go to this website.
It is. And by lined, I mean, under control and doing what we want.
Let me pause that. And I am going to share with you, if I can push the button there. You should be going, if you're joining online, to bit.ly/cccr2022. We are going to play a game. For those of you who are online, you will find that you have to enter your name and then wait for my instructions. For those of you who are in person, remember when I asked you to say one word about humor? We're going to play a game that is a blend of that. You're going to say a word, but we're going to combine it with the dynamics of the game of rock, paper, scissors. You know that game? Where 1, 2, and then 2 players do something simultaneously. So very quickly, people in the room, you need to stand up, if you can, find a partner and face that partner while I prepare the stage for the next round. If there's an odd number of people in the room, someone has to form a trio. Otherwise, form a duo, face each other. Those of you who are in the online place, you should have gone to bit.ly, etc. On the top right where it says your name, preferably replace anonymous with either your name or a screen name. And here's what's happening. Those of you joining online, you should be seeing something like this. What's in your mind when thinking of existential risk?
Okay.
You have to write one word. For those joining online, write one word in that first text box. What is in your mind when you think of existential risk? You cannot write existential, you cannot write risk. The same with number 2, the same with number 3. People who are joining in person, think in your head, what are those words? What is the first most important word you think of when thinking existential risk? Then what is the second? And what is the third? I will give you 30 seconds or so to do that while people online are submitting their words. Think of it. What do you think of when thinking of existential risk? What one word, then another word, then another word? People in joining online, I will give you a countdown. Okay, my friends joining face-to-face, now you're in trouble. Your room will get loud and messy. You're going to face each other, and like in the game of rock, paper, scissors, you're going to make a gesture, 1, 2, and then at the same time, both will say the first word you think of. You have to speak while also listening. It's going to be hard. And if you both say the same word, which is unlikely but possible, the first player to say snap wins an imaginary point, and then you keep going to the second one, and then to the third one. Are the rules clear? Make a gesture, ready, set, go. You will say the first word that comes to mind when you think of existential risk. Speak while listening. And if you can, when you notice that both say the same word, try to say snap faster than your opponent. Otherwise, move on to the next one until I'm back with you. Self-organize, go for it. Okay, we are going to ask people in the room to bring silence to the room. Can you organize
Okay, silence for Pablo.
Thank you. Meanwhile, colleagues who are joining online, you will see that the screen has changed. It now looks something like this. Now your job is to imagine, what do you think that other people, oh, sorry, my cat is of course messing with me. There we go. That's what it looks like. People on the online, what do you think other people answered? Maybe they answered exactly the same as you did, or maybe they thought of something different. So you're going to write your first guess. What do you think other people wrote? For every time that someone wrote that word, you will get a point. Same with the second and same with the third. If you have the three in the exact order, you get a bonus 5 points. The player that gets the most guesses correct, that gets the most points, is the winner. And we will show this at the end. People in the room, have a conversation with your neighbor. What do you think other people answered when thinking about existential risk? Come up with your top 3 terms. Are they the same as you said, or are they different? Are they the ones you snapped with, or are they different? Self-organize, have a conversation. What are other people thinking when thinking of existential risk? Go, you have less than a minute. And I am going to ask the room to come to silence. People online, you should be seeing on screen how many points you got, if any. And that's the word cloud that people online are seeing. I will share it with everyone else after lunch when I'm back. Meanwhile, those of you in person, think about what happened. What are you thinking? Have interesting conversations over lunch. People online, we will meet again in just over an hour. Cheers.
Thank you, Pablo.
To Caesar Radio. This is your drive time. My name's Hayden Belfield. I'm a researcher at the Centre for the Study of Existential Risk, and it's my absolute pleasure to be emceeing this round of lightning talks. I know people might be feeling a bit full after lunch, might be feeling a bit like lethargic. Well, this is here to wake you up and to get you going. We've got 12 incredible talks on a huge variety of topics. It's been really remarkable over the last, since the pandemic, the huge explosion and diversity of different approaches and new ideas in existential risk. And we're going to dip into a bit of that today to continue the kind of buffet theme. I imagine you're going to get completely overwhelmed because each of these talks is only 10 minutes long. So I would suggest kind of filling up your plate with all the 12 interesting talks, tasting a little bit of each, and if you want to kind of dig into deeper, go back for a second course, then go on to Discourse, where there's Discord, where there's a channel for discussing all of these talks, and follow up with the individual speakers, who I'm sure will be very pleased to discuss things at length. So the way we're going to be doing this is we're going to be doing 7 minutes per talk, and then 3 minutes for questions. The questions are only going to be from in the room, but there's, as I said, this huge parallel discussion going on Discord that I encourage everyone to take part in. There will be Jessica Bland will be showing a yellow card. They can't see. Okay, I will be maybe kind of giving you a little bit of a warning and then saying and moving us on. I guess I'll try and show a red and a yellow card. So great. Okay, cool. Well, our first speaker is as we see above, digital fragility. So I will leave it and I will put on a timer and begin in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, I'm Ross Tiemann. I'm a researcher at Alliance to Feed the Earth in Disasters, or ALFED, and today I'll be talking to you a bit about the term digital fragility, but basically how implementation of digital tools within critical infrastructure may be introducing risks of catastrophic risks. Just a quick heads up, I had a technical issue with my speaking notes, but I'll move through it as best as I can. So, industrial civilization allows the production of mass goods we all rely on to live. So this is food, water, shelter. It does this extremely efficiently. And in order to do this, relies on various infrastructures, such as electricity, fuel, communications, transportation, and finance. To add as one point on how much we rely on industrial infrastructure and industrial processes, the Haber-Bosch process currently produces nitrogen fertilizers that allow increased yields, which feed 40% of the world's population. So in the event of a failure of these critical infrastructures, which allow the production of these goods, we would have significant harms caused to humanity. And depending on whether or not this could be recovered quickly, these could have long-term impacts as well. There is work being done presently to address these issues of infrastructure failures. We see in July 2021, the Biden administration signing work to minimize cyber risks. However, there is still a lot to be done. Specifically, we've been looking at how the digital transformation or how digital tools are being implemented in society and specifically within critical infrastructure may change the nature of this risk. So we see things along the lines of increasing standardization of tools when we sort of implement integrated circuits more so in critical infrastructure, as well as increased interconnectivity between infrastructure. So how does this impact the resilience of infrastructure and the potential risk of failures? Well, we see that as there's an increasing interconnection, there may be the chance for larger cascading failures, and increased standardization means that initial stresses might have a greater impact. In general, this means large cascading failures may be possible, and this might be a systemic catastrophic risk. To investigate this more, we started to look through several scenario analysis. So we looked at cyber attacks and also high altitude electromagnetic pulse. The example here, I won't go into too much detail, but we worked through how this might percolate through the system and the role digital might have. So we see a hemp impacts components within critical infrastructure, such as supervisory control and data acquisition devices, which in turn can then impact the electrical grid and gas supply. And we also see that increasingly SCADA systems are relying more on the ICT components themselves to communicate, so these failures can be greater. Additionally, the potential for positive feedback loops to emerge seems to be larger, as we have failures of gas supply, which can then lead to a reduction in available electricity production, which can then feed back again into less gas supply. Beyond looking at this initially through the scenario analysis, we can attempt to quantify these failures and the role that digital plays within this. To do this, we took the Huff et al. Model, which looked at the US food system, and we've attempted to feed in the infrastructures that feed the US food system. So you can see internet, fuel, electricity, water, and transportation, and begin to work out how much digitization or digital tools are used within this. So we refer to this as the technical factor as well as the human production factor. From this, we hope to look at how much of a loss we might see under different levels of digitization within these different infrastructures, such that we can begin to bound the scale of the problem. So this is the start of an extended period of work we're going to do. Next, we would like to move on to developing some network models of electricity infrastructure and then how digital components within that might cause larger failures. This would require empirical data on the diversity and connectivity of SCADA systems within these components, so we can look at how the degree of interconnectivity within these SCADA systems can bound or increase larger failures. Additionally, looking into policies and interventions that might improve the recovery. So a backup communication system can increase the speed at which we can recover infrastructure, which then reduces the harm done as well as the likelihood of longer failures. And finally, providing basic needs throughout failure of infrastructure so that people can be provided for throughout the recovery. Additionally, further research into several aspects discussed. So as mentioned previously, I will be available on Discord, and I can be contacted at www.olfed.info/Ross if you wish to discuss any of the topics throughout this talk. Thank you very much for listening. And now, any questions?
Wonderful. Well done, Ross. That was 5 minutes and 30 seconds. So in under the mark, I didn't even have to raise my yellow flag. Okay, great. So we've got some, hopefully we'll have some questions in the room. Does anybody have an immediate question? Yeah, at the back. Thanks, Jess.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Ross. The obvious question that came to me was, have you taken into account what happened in Iraq when the US cut off a lot of infrastructure, either deliberately or accidentally? Was that a good sort of research area for you, or not? As in
the scale of failure? We didn't look at that scenario initially, no. We had focused more so on the recent Texas power grid failure, as well as looking at some of the cyber attacks like the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack, as well as Stuxnet, and how that percolated through critical infrastructures.
Thanks.
Was that you wanting to have a question, or was that? I was just saying I'm going to help. Right. Cool. Okay. Any other questions from the room? Yeah. Mike at the back.
Thanks. I was just wondering if you could go into a bit more detail. What sort of resilience strategies that you've been thinking about for this type of hazard? In terms, does this go along with a similar kind of resilience as the other kind of all-fed techniques, or is this a little bit different?
Yeah, so we were interacting with two of the other involved researchers that have an information systems background. So ways we could look at this too are how you could be more proactive and look at, say, implementing more modularity within critical infrastructures, or within at least the digital components that are involved in that. Or, as I mentioned previously, we can look at, say, what the diversity of different SCADA systems or the connectivity within them are, because they might introduce properties within the overall infrastructure network which make them more resilient. resilient and prevent like as long a cascade of failures. So yeah, I guess this is more so from a theoretical aspect as well as simply the recovery component, which OFID has done more of, which would be sort of in the instance like the radio backup network as an intervention.
I had a question as well, actually. So some colleagues led by Asaf Shakur have done some work on the risks and benefits of incorporating AI into agriculture, and were kind of surprised that there hadn't been a lot or written already, not a lot of research been done on this, on the kind of digital vulnerabilities in our food system. And I was just wondering what your experience has been in looking at different papers and literature written on it. Have you been surprised, or what's your sense of how much work has been done on this area?
Yeah, I think in general that it's potentially being somewhat overlooked at present. Just if you think that there's integrated circuits being used more diversely and there's vulnerabilities to sort of electromagnetic pulses, you could see large chunks being impacted. So in general, there's been some good work on the EMP component itself, but I think if you zoom out and look at the trends of what's being implemented and how there's more to be done, and especially if we're going to implement these like sort of like AI-driven agricultural systems, that might be a huge amount of production which is dependent on these, and if we don't know how resilient they are, that could be a large point of failure.
Unless there's any like very quick little questions in the room, I suggest we move on. We thank Ross very much, and we move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Caroline Bailon from the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Future Generations and many other excellent affiliations. She's at some point, she'll pop on the screen. She's going to be talking about tackling interconnected global risks, the need for long-term thinking, and a multilateral approach. While we're waiting for her to appear on screen, it's been my pleasure to work with Caroline over the last few years around the APPG for Future Generations. It kind of got going, led by a group of students at the time, working with Martin Rees and others to establish this group in the UK Parliament, advocating for more long-termism, against political short-termism. And Caroline in particular has led on their inquiry. And here she is. So I will hand over to Caroline to discuss her excellent topic. Thanks, Caroline.
Thank you so much, Hayden. So in my 7 minutes, I'm going to be presenting an upcoming paper that I've co-authored with a colleague at the UN, and that will be published shortly by UNDP, the United Nations Development Programme. It looks at new types of risk we're facing and how they don't necessarily lend themselves to conventional methods of risk management. And so the paper argues that to deal with these new types of risks, we need more long-term thinking and more cross-disciplinary thinking. And it proposes some ways to do this. One of the new types of risks we're facing are existential risks that are caused by humans. The development of nuclear weapons in the 1950s is generally considered the first man-made existential risk. And emerging technologies, of course, bring new risks with them. The development of a super intelligent AI could wipe out humanity, or advances in bioengineering could lead to man-made pandemics. The thing about new man-made existential risks is that they are much more difficult to assess and manage. Conventional risk management methods don't necessarily work well for them. And that's because conventional methods estimate risk using historical data. For man-made existential risk, because they're new, we don't really have historical data. It's worth noting also that humanity has only survived about 80 years since nuclear weapons were developed. And so we can't necessarily put an upper boundary on man-made existential risks. Another thing is that conventional risk management is based on learning from disasters that occur. But when it comes to existential risks, they're existential. So if they do occur, we won't be around to learn from them. And another type of risk another new type of risk we're facing is interconnected risks. And I should mention that a lot of existential risks are interconnected, so there's overlap between these two categories. The level of global interconnectivity has significantly increased since the 1950s, and so has its speed. And so we're dealing with complex systems. These are systems that have many components that interact with each other. This can lead to unpredictable outcomes. They also tend to have a lot of feedback loops that can amplify effects. And they're also liable to systemic risk, which is the risk that an event in one area can cause the collapse of an entire system. To take climate change as an example, feedback loops can amplify the effects of climate change. Warmer weather causes more forest fires, which release carbon dioxide and cause more global warming. In terms of cascading effects, warmer weather contributes to the spread of disease, and that increases the risk of a pandemic. And then pandemics can cause job losses and increase poverty. And as poverty increases, so does the risk of armed conflict, just to give you an idea of some of the impacts. Our current risk management methods don't necessarily apply to interconnected risks either. Conventional risk management is based on isolating a risk and then following a step-by-step linear approach, but interconnected risks can't really be isolated. So the paper argues that effectively managing these new risks will require new ways of thinking, including the need for more long-term thinking. And this is because many of these risks will play out over the long term and they're growing. So we need to address them now, or they may grow so large that we can no longer do anything about them. Long-term thinking and planning is also really important in order to increase our preparedness and resilience. In terms of how we might implement this, at the government level, we have to overcome government's tendency to be too short-term, which is in large part due to the electoral cycle. Some countries have tried to do this by establishing a future generations commissioner to look out for the interests of future generations. Wales is a good example. The use of horizon scanning and foresight methods is also important. And here it's not just about putting out reports, but actually working to get findings implemented by policymakers. Singapore does this well. Companies also have a key role to play, and we need to overcome their tendency to be overly short-term too. This is partially due to quarterly earnings reports because that increases investor focus on short-term profits. So one idea is to discourage companies from issuing short-term earnings guidance. And if they do, to put it in the context of their long-term strategy. Another is to give greater voting rights to investors that have held stock for longer periods. Now, in addition to long-term thinking, cross-disciplinary thinking is also key in order to deal with the new risks we're facing. Because we're dealing with risks that are interconnected, we need a cross-disciplinary approach to tackle them. For example, you can't address poverty without bringing in knowledge from areas like climate change, pandemics, armed conflict, and elsewhere. Cross-disciplinary thinking is also important because if you reduce risk in one area, you might increase it in others. And so you need to manage these trade-offs. So in order to implement this, we need to get government to overcome its tendency to work in silos. One approach that some countries have used is called a whole of government approach, and that brings different government departments together to jointly find solutions to challenges. The UK has done a lot of work in this area. Another method is to encourage...
Sorry to interrupt, it's really interesting.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, could I ask you to just move towards wrapping up? That'd be great.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I'm almost there.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, sorry. So it's 7 minutes exactly. Another method is to encourage the update of systems thinking. So this involves examining how the components of a system interact with each other rather than just looking at an individual component. And there's also emerging work on new risk management approaches to take interconnected risks into account. So conventional risk management uses risk assessments that only take 2 dimensions of risk into consideration, impact and likelihood. And one new approach extends this to include 2 additional elements, interconnectivity and velocity. So it's important to foster this kind of work. So I like to conclude on a positive note. So of course, feedback loops can amplify risks, but the flip side of that is that feedback loops can also amplify the positive impacts of policy interventions. If you target a policy intervention to address a risk that's a root cause of a number of other risks, you could reduce risks across all those other areas as well. And so of course, that means we can also spend more effectively. So leveraging long-term and cross-disciplinary thinking will be key in order to do this. Thank you.
Wonderful, thanks so much. So if I can, yeah, I think that was really interesting, especially all the different case studies from around the world of successful work on this. Does anybody have a question that they'd like to ask Caroline in the room? Looking around, yes, please.
Hi, Rick Davies. Has there been any feedback from any parties in the financial sector about the appropriateness and workability of giving some shareholders who are long-term shareholders additional voting rights?
So this is actually something that we may start working on. So I think I heard Hayden at the very start talking about some work that we're doing in Parliament, running an inquiry on long-term thinking in policymaking. And so that's really focused on what we can do to get governments thinking more long-term. And so I think it's very likely that we may do a follow-up event, basically a follow-up project that'll look specifically at companies. We had, do you know Professor Oliver Hart, Nobel Prize winner in economics? So he actually came to talk to us in Parliament to basically share his views on how we could be getting shareholders to be more responsible, like to basically be thinking more long-term and be more responsible and thinking about things like sustainability, or get companies to be thinking about this. So I think that's, for me, this is such an important area to be looking at. So it's kind of earmarked as like probably our next big thing after looking at government.
Great, wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Caroline. And yeah, please, everyone, if you've got further questions, please get into the Discord. Thanks very much. We're going to be moving over to Nora Ammon, who's going to be talking about learning from existing complex systems about existential risks and alignment. Nora is involved with Effective Altruism Geneva, and it had lots of very interesting discussions when visiting the UN, talking to Nora and colleagues about we've been talking. I guess we talked about how do we shift national governments and how do we shift companies, but then we also need to be talking about how do we shift the international system to focusing on more long-term risks. But I'll hand over to Nora. Hello, I will raise the yellow when you've got like 1 minute to go, and I'll raise the red when I'd be really cutting off. Great, thanks, Nora.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. I will be talking about whether and if so how we can learn from existing complex systems about risks from advanced artificial intelligence and AI alignment. So what is the motivation of this? Well, at the start, we have the problem of how we can align advanced artificial intelligence systems. I won't go too much into depth on this. I imagine most people are familiar with the basic idea for why this is important. Now, when we talk about aligning AI, one thing that is interesting to notice is that I think we face a particular epistemic challenge that is quite interesting to think about. In particular, we are trying to study a system that doesn't actually quite exist yet, and on which we also can't iterate as we can iterate on other sort of engineering problems that we face. So we can't sort of use exactly the same sort of scientific or engineering epistemic strategies as we do on many other problems that we are interested in. And then the question is, well, given that challenge, what are the epistemic strategies that are available to us? I suggest there's roughly 3 that are currently being used. The first, I'll call it something like tinkering. Well, the idea here is that we can look at existing ML or AI systems and sort of use those systems via trial and error, via experimentation on those systems, to explore kind of the close end of the plausibility space of what complex behavior can look like and what it currently looks like in these systems. And we sort of explore the frontier of these complex behaviors there. Sort of it's one sort of empiricism. Another way we can look at and try to understand the possibility space of complex behavior is by using idealized conception of what complex or intelligent behavior is like. So here we sort of look at behaviors at the limit. Sort of we presuppose sort of perfect rationality, or like we presuppose some premises that we use in formal epistemology or decision theory, for example, to try to understand some principles of how complex behavior or intelligent behavior works, or what it should look like, and extrapolate from there. And then a third way, and this is the one I'll talk about more in this talk, is that we could also instead look at how intelligent or complex behavior is implemented in current systems, be that biological or social systems, and sort of look at those naturally occurring phenomena and see whether there's analogies, disanalogies, parallels that we can draw that thereby then can help us learn about this possibility space better. And I'm sort of suggesting that this might be, in a way, the most natural or sort of realistic approach of thinking about intelligence, because we do have examples in the real world of what intelligence does look like and how it is implemented. And it allows us to have some sort of empirical grounding in existing mechanisms while also exploring a wider possibility space, as if we only look at current ML systems. So having sort of introduced the main gist of this epistemic bet, which sort of I summarize here as studying the parallels between intelligent behavior in how it's currently manifesting in currently existing biological or social systems, and using that to inform the design of future and artificial systems that exhibit such intelligent behavior or specific properties we might want from such systems. And just a few examples here of what fields we might be able to draw on to inform this strategy. This might include ecology, evolutionary biology, but as well as cognitive sciences, neuroscience, sociology, legal theory, political economy, linguistics, media studies, philosophy of science. I'm sort of suggesting that areas within these fields all are looking at examples of intelligent behavior or related phenomena that might be interesting to us. And the underlying intuition for why this might actually be interesting and might work is that we might assume that there is sort of a wide variety of complex and intelligent systems that exhibit similar phenomena which are also interesting from the perspective of AI alignment, and third, which are governed by principles that are like valid across these modalities of implementation. And if that is the case, we can sort of then assume that we can maybe learn something about how intelligent behavior is manifested or specific properties from these systems. Now, substantiating this a little bit more, I want to give you a few examples of what this could look like. So here's a table where we have different systems, biological ones, economic systems, markets, RL agents, sort of typical ML systems that we're using these days, and how we can see different phenomena sort of analogize between these systems. So what do goals look like in these systems? What are the learning mechanisms that these systems exploit? And then we could be asking, okay, where do these analogies hold? Where are the limits of these analogies? And then below the table, you see some more examples of other phenomena that we might be interested in: corrigibility, robustness, agency, multi-agency, modularity, things like this. So together with some of my colleagues, we have been thinking about this for some time and have sort of created some sort of research map clustering together things that we found interesting. This is an overview. I won't have time to go in depth on these topics, but happy to chat more to people who are interested in this. Just to give you a very quick sense, the first two examples draw a bunch on the cognitive sciences, neurosciences, sort of using minds in human minds and to some extent non-human animals as existence proof of intelligent behavior and what we can learn from these. Then we have mechanism of knowledge and normativity. So here it's sort of thinking about how, cool. So I'm running basically out of time. I'm gonna just zoom out on the last slide, zooming out a bit what the main ambitions are here. So this is just providing conceptual affordances to progress current research strategies, but also fostering a diversity of viewpoints and competencies in the alignment research community, and then maturing maybe what could become a research agenda within this third epistemic approach. Here are contact information if you're interested in chatting about this more. We are currently running a fellowship to experiment with this approach. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you so much. Any questions from the room? Any questions? Yeah, Anders, please.
Anders Sandberg from the Future Humanity Institute. Great talk. I'm just wondering, where are the limits for these biological and social systems? How far abroad can we go and still learn something useful? Because I know I would be hopeless at drawing any limit.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is basically what we should be thinking about and figuring out. So just maybe flagging the three epistemic strategies I did introduce in the beginning. The second one would be sort of trying to think at the limits, like sort of idealizing what these systems should look like. So maybe this is the limit. And then like looking at currently existing systems, sort of the actual examples that we currently see in the real world, usually are sort of, sort of there's the space in between there, but I don't know what the limits are. I think this is the thing to figure out. Where are the analogies? Where do the analogies stop? Which in itself is, I think, usually very interesting places to look at.
Thanks so much. Any other question in the room? Doesn't seem to be. I'll just say, yeah, I think this is a really rich and interesting series of analogies, and yeah, it seems very rich. There's a lot to dig into here. Do you have any kind of hunches about which of these analogies, markets or individual neuroscience or evolution or things like that? Have you only got any hunches about which might be like particularly fruitful, or are you just kind of interested in all of them?
So we do have sort of a pre-selection of fields that we think are quite interesting. I think, as you said, so there's neuroscience, cognitive sciences, evolution, ecology, evolutionary theory, market and sociology. And then I would also sort of maybe point out one thing I've not really mentioned is sort of thinking about autonomous behavior, agency, like what do we mean by those things? And then I think there we have fields like just complex system studies, cybernetics, predictive processing, also philosophical angles on like how to even think about what autonomous behavior is, what agency is, what goal directedness is. I think there's a lot to be figured out there as well.
Great. Well, it sounds absolutely fascinating. We'll have to get you back at the next conference. Well, thank you so much, Nora. Cheers. Great. We're going to be moving on to Marcus Reichstein, who's going to be talking about existential risk emerging from systemic and compound risk, ? So I think we're about kind of a quarter of the way through the talk so far. So as a reminder, you can jump into the Discord to discuss these at more length. And of course, you can catch up on things on YouTube when these are uploaded. Yeah. As I said, there's going to be lots of talks on lots of different topics. So I think kind of noting, I really want to dig into that more. I want to kind of explore that in more depth seems to be the way that certainly I'm thinking about it. But I'll hand over to Marcus. Hello.
Hello. Thanks for having me. And apologies from the beginning. I was supposed to be at my destination already. Instead, I'm at an airport. And so I'm waiting for the boarding, but I think I will be able to finish the talk. So I want to quickly talk about existential risk that may emerge from systemic and compound risk. And as you can see from the two-sentence summary, our hypothesis is that often existential risk is primarily associated with single high-impact hazards. But we think that one should also think very strongly about how systemic risk can lead to existential risk. If you want to get to more interaction with us, maybe you can look at the risk count that you see the reference here, the link here, or contact me on Twitter or via email. We come more from the climate risk community to some extent, and we have been looking at for example, as a Russian heat wave, as an example of systemic risk, where everything started from a high pressure system, very nice weather, but that means on top of climate change, heat wave and drought, which then caused stress for ecosystems, for vegetation, desiccation of vegetation, leading to forest fires, which then led to air pollution with nitrous oxides and fine dust, causing changes in the air chemistry. And only this, together with the health systems, then led to this strong mortality, excess mortality in Moscow and other regions. On the other hand, the vegetation stress itself, of course, affected also the agricultural systems with crop failure, particularly related to wheat, which then had impact on wheat prices, high volatility of them. And this is certainly already outside my own domain of research, basically, but what you hear is that these kind of conditions at least acted as a risk multiplier for social instability in the Arab countries. So that's kind of the idea. And of course, this didn't lead to overall global existential risk. But the question is, if there are further trickle-on effects and domino effects, what could happen then? And are we prepared for that? Maybe just another example. Actually, we conceived these things long before COVID, of course, but COVID, of course, 19 is another very good example of systemic risk. And I give you just one example for SDG 4, quality education. You see with all the lockdown events that the measures to combat the virus directly led to a lot of indirect effects, like these school closures that were particularly prevalent in low and medium income countries, and which then basically lead to dominoes effect of interrupted learning, strain on the parents, gaps in childcare, unattended children, also riskier behaviors, exploitation of children, and at the end, child labor. So we actually see that many of the positive trajectories that we have seen in the last years have been basically returned back through the systemic interactions. Last but not least, would like to quote from this UNDRR policy brief led by Jana Silman, who is also on our risk con, which should just show, it's a little bit complex, this graph, but it should just show that the systemic risk can happen through shocks outside the system of consideration, so exogenous system shocks, here the orange triangle, but this can of course also happen from things happening within the system. So both like external shocks like asteroids or extreme weather events, one can already discuss if these are internal or external, of course, should be considered, but also internal events like unfortunately what we have seen just now, conflict and war, or financial crisis and so on should be also considered and seen together. And again, our key question is, how can we study if such systemic emergence of risk can be also existential? This is my short input here. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations for, as if the time pressure wasn't enough, that you've added the additional difficulty of transport in this. Right, is there any questions in the room? If not, I'll just add 2 quick thoughts about your link between food and instability. There's been some great work done by our colleagues at the Global Sustainability Institute at Anglia Ruskin University here in Cambridge. I think it's called like the Food Price Crisis Map or something like that. Yeah, it's really very, very interesting on kind of establishing that link. I think we've got a question from Nat.
Hi, yeah, abusing the privilege of being the person who's holding the microphone. Hi, I'm Natalie Jones. I'm here at CSER. I was just wondering, I really enjoyed your talk. I think your work is really great. I was wondering what your future plans are. What kind of other examples are you going to look at, or where is this extending to, basically?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. I mean, on the one hand, in the RISC-Con, we are trying to do more of conceptual work and actually work together with stakeholders to see actually what are the risks that are expected. So I think that we can have a better foresight of risk. But what I've seen at your conference also is trying to come to better modeling, and I think this agent-based modeling approaches connected to data should be also a method that should be further put forward, and that's also something that we will be trying quite completely. And actually, collaboration will come.
Great. Other questions from the room? If not, I may abuse it as well. Yeah, so I was just interested if you had any initial thoughts that you wanted to share on the exogenous shock that we've all lived through over the last few months of the Ukraine crisis, and any effects that you kind of, any kind of immediate ripple effects that have been particularly noteworthy to you, or you think that, do you think that could work well as a case study?
Yes, certainly, yes. I mean, of course, that's more an endogenous shock, I would say. I mean, it's created from the political system itself, but yeah, we see that. I think I'm more expert, let's say, in ecosystems and food and this kind of thing. So I think we see already actually the accumulation of the decreasing imports together with climate change and climate stress currently in East Africa, together with COVID, which these 3 compound events basically are leading to very, very strong stress and actually famine in East Africa. So I think that's actually almost a prime example. And the question is, and actually maybe that's your third day global solutions, how one could prevent that. I think we should be really looking into these areas. People are discussing a lot in Germany that our economy is going down a few percent or not growing anymore too much. But I think the real effects we will have in other countries like in East Africa.
Yeah, we've got a question here at the front.
Joachim Isaacson from UK MOD, and thank you for an absolutely excellent presentation. My thought is when you look at the complex events like the pandemic in Ukraine and so on, where do you limit yourself with indirect implications and so on? I'm sitting with that issue just as we speak, basically.
Yes, I think that's actually also a very good question, because at some point it is maybe even hard to say what are indirect effects. So because they usually get smaller and smaller, but then they can be latent and then they come up later, and it hasn't been really seen that there are some, let's say, internal states in the system that create another risk. And I think that's actually one of the key challenges to understand where susceptibility, systemic susceptibility happens through these kind of events. And that would be also actually one of my fear, that we are getting more and more stressed kind of through the different events, so that susceptibility will increase more and more without we can really diagnose it. And I think that we should work towards.
Okay, well, I think we'll thank Marcus so much for your time. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
hope you get your plane. We move on to Iman Aloyo, who's going to be talking about the catastrophic risk reduction case for funding research on stratospheric aerosol removal. Just reflecting on the previous talk, I think it's really interesting and very encouraging to me to see how the discussion in existential risk has moved away from this kind of single bolt from the blue shock of one big scary hazard, the kind of Armageddon or deep impact model of existential risk, to looking much more at systems and cascades. Great. I will pass on to Iman Aloyo. Thanks so much.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate all the work you've done in putting on this conference. My name is Iman Aloyo. I'm an assistant professor at Leiden University, and today I'm talking about sort of a new idea that I've had, so I'm looking forward to your feedback, and that's thinking about the ethics of planning for upper atmospheric aerosol removal and the catastrophic risk reduction case. So I see some reasons in favor of planning for this, if it's not already being done. There's multiple pathways that can lead to this sort of catastrophic risk, including nuclear war, supervolcanic eruptions, geoengineering mistakes, and asteroids or comet strikes. So there's multiple pathways. This is the global cooling, and of course, decreasing sunlight, leading to decreased crop yield and famine. The estimates are that the sort of worst case scenarios could kill billions of people from at least some of these, like nuclear winter. There's two other reasons to, I think, do more research onto this, at least. One is that, so far as I know, it's relatively neglected. I haven't been able to find much, if anything, written about this. There has, of course, been quite a bit done on the ethics of stratospheric aerosol injection and solar radiation management. And perhaps we can do something about it. I think some people in the room know more about the practical side of this than I do. But that's why I think maybe we should be thinking more about this and doing more research on it. Many of you probably know these estimates already from Toby Ord. He puts them at nuclear war about 1 in 1,000, supervolcanic eruption about 1 in 10,000, and an asteroid about 1 in 1,000,000. Now, of course, much depends on what exactly this might look like. This is from Max Roser, who gives the cumulative probabilities of a percentage per year of nuclear war. Obviously, per year, they probably vary quite a bit. So this is inaccurate in some ways, but it gives you a sense that even if there's relatively small probabilities per year, of course, cumulatively, they add up very quickly, especially the higher ones there. I can think of three main objections to sort of doing this sort of research and planning. One is the moral hazard objection, that this may increase the risk of using risky technology like geoengineering, or it might even increase even a small amount of nuclear war. Even a small increase in such sort of a catastrophic outcome could be quite bad. This might be true, and so perhaps it's unwise to sort of go down this route further or too much further. But this risk, I think, would have to be weighed against the benefits. Of course, not all nuclear war would necessarily start off through intentions. We know there have been very close calls through accidents. Of course, there may be, through intentional war, there may, of course, be reasons to pursue this sort of line of research and funding as well, just because the cumulative probabilities, especially not over the next decades, but over hundreds of years, could be relatively large. This may be sort of technically impossible or too costly to do. I don't know about this. I'm curious to learn from you about what you may know about this. This might be true, so it might be impossible. My reply would be to start small. Right? There's smaller opportunity costs, starting small with limited funds. Finally, nuclear war or one of these other impacts could destroy the capability to do this, so it's sort of pointless, right? The cause would also destroy the capability. This could be true, but I think there could also be some ways to mitigate this sort of risk, right? Placing in certain areas that are at lower risk of, say, targets during a full nuclear exchange. So let me stop there. I look forward to your questions and comments, and my email address is on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so looking for questions in the room. Maybe just one quick one is, could you sketch, do you have some sense of what the kind of technical, what the how this would work of the kind of science or, engineering behind this? Or is it more kind of saying, this is, if we could come up with a solution for this, it would be very valuable and we should be looking into this?
The second, yeah, I don't have any sort of technical or engineering background. So it's more sort of an initial idea. Should we be thinking and pursuing this sort of line of thinking?
Cool. Okay, that's absolutely fascinating. Any questions in the room?
Not a question, but just a word. Yeah. Not a question, but just a word of appreciation. I think it's a really interesting, different perspective. So thank you.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, and please.
Abusing the privilege, and thanks for your really interesting talk. I wonder if there's like an additional reason as to why this could be important, which is that like if there are attempts around aerosol injection, and if it turns out in practice to actually be a really bad idea, and maybe if those attempts are done, you know, in a kind of where there's only one actor or one state kind of involved, it might be important to know how to remove those aerosols quite quickly. Is that a thing you've been thinking about at all?
Yes. So this was one of the things I meant to say here. I agree. So I think this could be a geoengineering mistake. That's something like I had in mind there, solar radiation management. A mistake, error. So I agree, yes.
Kind of prompted by that, though, there is this idea that if you stop SRM, if it's been going after a while, for like a few decades or whatever, and if you stop it abruptly, you get all the warming in one as a kind of termination shock. So if this were possible to kind of remove it and turn it off, that's a kind of a way to cause a termination shock, which maybe we take that off YouTube. Great. Okay. This was absolutely fascinating, and we're just gonna say thanks so much for your time, and move on to the next speaker, if we may. Thank you so much. Cheers. So, keeping on the subject of scary things in the upper atmosphere, we're going to move on to Mike Cassidy, who's going to be talking about large magnitude volcanic eruptions as global catastrophic risks and existential risk factors, building on some great work that he's done with Lara. He was in the room, but has gone to a separate room elsewhere in the building so that he is visible to everyone online, which seemed like a very good idea at the time, but we'll see whether he pops up. Hey, hi, Mike. Passing over to you. You're muted, I'm afraid. It wouldn't be the global pandemic without a warning that you're muted.
Yeah, I can hear you now. That's great. Great. So shall I start?
Yes, please do. Yeah, thanks.
Great. So I thought I'd start off this talk by, as it's a lightning talk about volcanic lightning. So this is a picture from the magnitude, just the day before magnitude 5 eruption in Tonga earlier this year in January. So this was just the day before, and from that eruption, which was a magnitude 5, we had widespread effects to agriculture in the region from ashfall and the fisheries industry, as well as a global shockwave and tsunami, which led to oil tanker problems or slips in Peru, as well as damage to the fishing industry and boats in Japan. So the eruptions that I'm going to be talking to you today about are hundreds to 1,000 times larger than this one in Tonga earlier in the year. So how often do these large magnitude eruptions occur? And in this instance, I'll just be using this as a proxy for global climate altering eruptions, which are magnitude 7 and magnitude 8. So magnitude 7 eruption from the latest ice core records and from also rock record, we can find that they have a probability of about 1 in 7 this century, whereas a magnitude 8, which is a super eruption, has a probability of about 1 in 150 this century. So this produces a combined probability of anything above that climate altering eruption 1 in 6 this century. So I'm going to quickly just go through what the hazards are from both near to the volcano to more of a global sense. So further closer to the volcano, about within 100 kilometers, we're going to be seeing widespread pyroclastic flows, these fast moving avalanches of ash, lahars, which are kind of mud flows, volcanic mud flows, and also heavy ash and pumice fallout from the plume. And this is just an example from Montserrat, where what you'd find in these regions very close to the very large eruptions, there's a very high fatality rate. There'd be a mass migration of the wounded. And also, as you can see from that example below, there's mass infrastructure. In the regions a bit further afield, about 1,000 kilometers away, we might be seeing ash fall about 5 to 10 centimeters. This image here you can see is of the Toba super eruption, and that caused about that gray area there is the area which is where 5 centimeters of ashfall fell out 70,000 years ago. It also, there might be some mass landslides and tsunamis. Obviously, the ashfall would lead to mass roof collapse as well. It might antagonize problems such as tsunamis from the mass landslides or even the shock wave. It might antagonize already poor air pollution as well. So there'd be widespread coastal damage and loss from this, potentially mass roof collapse, depends if it's in a populated area. A lot of relocation and migration from those secondary mud flows, and also the ocean life could be severely affected. When we're looking at a global sense, we find that these effects more relate to the climate, things like ozone depletion, which might affect agriculture and plant life, precipitation change, which generally reduces, and also abrupt cooling, this volcanic winter effect. This is just an example from the last magnitude 7 eruption, which was a fairly small magnitude eruption, which led to kind of disparate effects of this global winter effect. Some areas were much colder, and then some areas remained fairly similar, and the same with precipitation. But that last eruption, 1815, led to a decrease in UK's agricultural productivity by about 75%. So what could this mean? This could mean widespread famine, water scarcity in particularly vulnerable areas, potential ecological collapse. And with feedbacks, this could also mean cooler temperatures, which may remain for hundreds, if not thousands of years, if they influence things like the ice, cryogenic cycle, or the ocean cycles as well. Now, obviously, since Tambora, you might say that we might be more resilient to some of these volcanic disasters. But on the other side of things, we're a much more globally connected world, and we have 8 times the population that we did in the 1800s. And this is how all of these different hazards from kind of near field to far field affect our critical systems, our modern critical systems, such as severing submarine cables that we rely on for our internet and communication. Pumice in the oceans might clog up transport and trade like it had last year in Japan for a very small eruption, and also affecting air travel. It can have destroy power grids and energy lines, and it can also interact with other potential reactors. Where these critical systems kind of overlap with concentrated volcanic areas is what's been coined the volcanic pinch points by Lara's work last year. And this is really where those systems combine. So in areas where volcanoes, so that's a map of the volcanoes in those red triangles. And this is global connectivity with flights and the submarine, what's this one? This is the sea transportation routes. This is the submarine cables. And what Lara found is several of these examples which were particularly vulnerable, such as the Straits of Malacca, it's just indicated there, round about Indonesia, which is the most concentrated volcanic area in the world around Southeast Asia. And this is an area where 40% of the global trade passes through each year. And oh, I see yellow card, is that right? Yeah. and 60% of the world's petroleum. And for the same sort of reasons, the Suez Canal in the Mediterranean and the communication. So how much money or what should we be doing about this? Well, we estimate economic losses. This is a conservative estimate of about 10 trillion. This is from magnitude 6 eruption estimates, which range from 2 to 7 trillion. So if we use the probabilities as before, this would basically a cost-benefit analysis would allow us to spend, we should be spending something like 1.7 billion each year to reduce this risk. What are we actually doing? Well, there's no global funds mitigating extreme risks from governments or philanthropy, no organizations looking into mitigating the effects, and very few studying food losses or financial indirect cascading effects. The scientific community lacks any coordination because we're mostly focused on these smaller, more frequent volcanic eruptions. This is in stark contrast with planetary defense, where the volcanic risk is hundreds of times larger for equivalent impacts. We're far from prepared for eruptions of this scale, where they'll be, and then how much warning they'll give us, and how they'll affect our modern civilization. I'm just gonna, I'll finish there, and then I'll just leave this last slide up for questions. Thank you.
Always incredibly depressing when someone says, oh, what are people doing about it? Absolutely nothing. Right, any questions in the room? Yeah.
If there's no, oh yes,
Thanks, that was depressing. I'm Sam from Caesar. Yeah, I'd be curious if you could just talk for like a little bit about the most plausible, like good interventions that we have on. So like imagine this like supervolcano erupting, I'm just like, oh, we're like screwed. But I imagine that's not true. What can we do?
Yeah, this is a great question because this is the slide that I didn't manage to get to. So thank you very much. So one of the ways that myself and Lara and others are looking into this is kind of focusing on where we should find the maximum volcanic risk. And those are places where we should find the volcanoes which are most capable of those large eruptions, where they interact with those globally critical systems, and where are the regions which are already vulnerable to famine and water scarcity and you know, poverty and things like that. So if we could focus monitoring efforts to those, some of those volcanoes are not even monitored or have very little monitoring aspects. And that might give us even a few weeks to be prepare us kind of in a global sense, you know, bring in backup generators, water supplies, emergency supplies, alternate trade routes to make us a bit more resilient. And then also something that we're looking into is, and with Anders, and this is the next talk really, is looking into direct intervention of volcanic hazards. So things like stratospheric aerosol removal and also kind of drilling into in and around magma reservoirs, which we're kind of already doing with geothermal energy right now.
Okay, great. Well, Mike, I'll take you up on your cue to set us up for the next talk and say thank you so much for your time. Cheers.
Thank you.
So yeah, as Mike said, the next talk is from Anders Sandberg on volcano engineering ethics. Anders was telling me earlier that he's just finishing a book on kind of existential risks in the future, and it currently weighs in at 4 kilograms. And he says he feels a slight workout whenever he picks it up, but unfortunately it's not good because you can't read it in bed because it squashes down on you quite forcefully. So great, yeah, we're looking forward to hearing from Anders. Mike and Anders, well, I'll just pass straight over to him now.
Much. Michael has just left the room and will be downstairs in a few seconds. So this talk is indeed from a paper I'm doing together with Michael and Laura. And it began as this conversation about drilling, where it turns out that right now geothermal exploration has accidentally drilled into magma chambers in Africa, on Hawaii and Iceland. And this has not been quite as dramatic as one would expect. It has mostly led to a loss of a few drill bits and a bit of a scare. But the Icelandic people realized, wait a minute, we could do this deliberately. Let's do a test bed to actually connect to the magma in a volcano deliberately. One reason to do this is, of course, pure science. But there is another good reason, and that is above the magma chambers, there are brines, very, very hot water that has dissolved a lot of minerals, that might actually be quite valuable in terms of containing gold, copper, and the dissolved lithium. In the past, of course, we have also been trying to redirect lava flows to some extent, with varying levels of success. Now, what I want to think about is volcano engineering. What if we continue this trend towards actually modifying volcanic systems to get human benefits? The obvious uses might be extracting energy on minerals, but people will immediately bring up, could we use this to prevent eruptions, or at least mitigate the consequences, or maybe even alter the kind of eruption that you would get, which might actually be quite valuable. So this seems to be an obvious thing to investigate. Is this a good idea? And that also leads to questions about ethics. What kind of values would underlie something like this? What should they think about? You could argue, and a lot of people in the earth sciences would say, we humans are too small to affect these vast, powerful systems. So it's kind of foolish to imagine that we could deal with them. But that's what we used to say about climate too. And by the point when we realized that we're actually controlling and affecting the climate, it might have been too late to get into a discussion about what's a sensible approach. Now, when it comes to proposals for doing volcanic engineering, they go back a fairly long time. Indeed, during the Second World War, a geology professor who should have known better was even proposing that maybe we should be bombing the Japanese volcanoes to trigger eruptions, and that's going to bring a swift end to the war. Fortunately, nobody really tried to follow through with that. Generally, it's pretty obvious that people are going to be trying to enhance geothermal power in the vicinity of volcanoes. The hotter the rocks are, the more thermal efficiency you can get. Developing extraction systems seems reasonable. Controlling lava flows, or at least trying to redirect them, has already been attempted. There might be an interesting question whether one could also put up screens to try to redirect pyroclastic flows. There is also work ongoing about draining or decarbonizing crater lakes, so they pose less of a risk of causing lahars or an outflow of carbon dioxide. An interesting question, which haven't been studied that much, is could you add something to actually manage the aerosols? This looks slightly doubtful right now, but it is still an interesting possibility that one might do other things to mitigate the effect of an eruption. And finally, of course, could one actually cause a deliberate triggering or directing? And this might be more useful than it sounds. If we think about Mount St. Helens, the flank of that volcano broke and sent an enormous flow that killed several people. Imagine that you have a volcano and it might erupt in the direction to a city. You might then want to actually fracture the flank so it's erupting in a different direction. And it looks like we might theoretically have the means to do that in some circumstances, although this requires a lot of thinking. More importantly, perhaps from an existential risk standpoint, is can we do something about supervolcanoes? Perhaps the most thorough paper on this is Wilcox et al.'s paper on reducing temperatures in the Yellowstone caldera. And that paper shows that if you do a lot of cooling, then over the span of 16,000 years, which is much shorter than the likely eruption period, you might actually make it unlikely to erupt. There is a lovely review by Denkenberg and Blair that looks at all the possible ways of doing a more rapid intervention, although I think many of them requires quite a lot of work before we would be willing to do them. So what are the ethical problems here? Well, we obviously have a lot of good reasons to want to do this. We might want to reduce global catastrophic risk, which gives a tremendous weight to it. But we might also want to protect local communities. And even if we just want to do extraction of minerals, we still have to think about geoethical issues. A lot of this has to do with risk mitigation under uncertainty. Basically, we have critical phenomena that are truly random going on in the volcano. We have model uncertainty about what's going on inside the geothermal systems. And we are lacking data about the deep system. So we might have to make decisions that later will turn out to be based on the wrong guesses. But these are fairly vanilla problems in many ways. It's just that we need to use the right principles and get people to agree that this is useful. You could approach it as a first do no harm principle. saying that we shouldn't do anything that could cause damage, but in many cases we are wanting to avoid damage that would otherwise happen. So it might be better to do something. Precautionary approaches might say we should be very cautious, which is obvious, but still means that we want to investigate, that we might even want to do investigations on uninhabited islands and see if we can do something. The really interesting thing is, of course, stakeholders. So in the case of supervolcanoes, the stakeholders are everybody, but we also have local stakeholders. There are important issues about expectation management, actually showing that we don't overpromise too much, or that we don't claim that we cannot do anything. There are interesting issues also about vested interest if we have something industrial. The military use of volcanoes is clearly against essentially every convention I've been able to find. So that one is pretty obviously ruled out. As my final point is, I think we can actually get quite far by stealing the Oxford geoengineering principles, and instead of using for the aerosols in the atmosphere, we use for actual geology. And that seems to be a reasonable way of actually getting global and local stakeholders in the line. Very general enough to apply, and I think we can actually start investigating volcano engineering while thinking that we have some guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Almost exactly on 7 minutes. Really remarkable stuff. Okay, great. Question from the room.
This is Gordon Will. Anders, where is the interface between ethics and local politics in all this?
Oh, it's an important one. That picture to the lower right is Campo de Flegri outside Naples. And that is a potential big volcanic eruption happening in a big city. So seismologists and the volcanologists want to do test drilling, and the locals are getting involved in the politics. There is this entire chapter, which is a very Italian-style political drama about the locals fighting against the geologists trying to safeguard the community and the different points happening. This is a beautiful case study that politics and geology do mesh together, and you actually need to know enough of both. You need to have credence and trust in the local community to do it. Fortunately, in this case, the mayor showed up and became the kind of Oprah hero and convinced everybody that, yeah, they can do the drilling, it's safe enough, and I'm charismatic enough to convince my voters about it.
That's great. Other questions from the room? No. In that case, I'll just say thanks so much, Anders, and I'm sure people will follow up with you later. Thanks so much. I always think when Anders gives a talk like that, thank God he's on our side, because a volcano engineer. Okay, so next we've got Felix Rieder talking about Apocalypse Then, Apocalypse Now, building realistic disaster scenarios for low-frequency, high-magnitude volcanism in Europe, using the Laka Sea eruption case study. So we're continuing on the trend of talking about very interesting volcanic eruptions. I'm always a fan of a Apocalypse Now with a question mark paper title. Felix, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody in Cambridge and everybody in the ether. Even though I had to miss most of the last presentation, I do believe my talk follows on quite nicely from the previous two speakers. I too will be focusing specifically on the risk of larger volcanic eruptions, but I'll also try to make a broader point about how we may be raising the awareness and literacy about existential and cascading risks in society at large, and specifically in relation to decision makers. This crowd probably needs no reminder that the threat of cascading risks and existential risks are systematically underreported and underappreciated. But let me use this slide to highlight that what our leaders tend to highlight when they talk about the science of climate change, for instance, and its associated threats to society is historical context. Now, I'm not claiming that Boris Johnson is an authority on the matter, but he did, in a major speech in relation to the COP event in Glasgow, warn of climate change in relation to the fall of the Roman Empire. So my talk makes the argument that we can use real major events, extreme events that happened in the past, with associated real impacts on societies at the time as templates and data to feed both the construction of realistic disaster scenarios and to roll these out into educational contexts. My focus specifically is a magnitude 6 volcanic event that occurred in the heart of Europe 13,000 years ago. At this point, Europe was admittedly sparsely occupied by foraging communities, and we're at the turn of the last ice age. We have used over the last 10 years this particular study to investigate in detail how this eruption and its associated ashfall have impacted regional and global climate, how the eruption itself has unfolded, how ash was deposited from Italy in the south to the northwest corner of Russia in the north, how it has impacted plants and animals, and how it has impacted contemporaneous social networks. And through this package, how it eventually impacted society at large. Unlike the previous eruptions under discussion, this was a moderately sized VAEI 6, magnitude 6 eruption. It was very intense. It lasted probably for more than a year, directly affecting with its ashfall an area upwards of 700,000 square kilometers. It cut Europe in half. Its ecosystem effects were both short, medium, and long term. It deposited a variety of harmful substances in the environment, increased dental wear in animals and humans, and led to widespread reorganization of movement and migration routes, which in a more contemporary setting would, as many volcanic eruptions do, translate into widespread displacement and migration. One key findings of our study is that the eruption alone probably would have had relatively limited societal consequences, but that its interaction with contemporaneous climatic change, in this particular case, cooling, the effects of the unforeseeable and surprising eruption event were severely amplified. So the effects of this particular event on societies at the time were a temporary abandonment of the near field environments, which were completely devastated. An area of around 1,500 square kilometers was covered in volcanic deposits between 1 meter and 60 meter thickness. The midfield area between 50 and 500 kilometers from the eruptive center, especially towards the northeast and what is today central Germany, became depopulated for centuries. And the populations that found themselves in the far field of the eruptions, upwards of 500 kilometers distance, became isolated and so disconnected from the wider population with attendant effects. Using these various data sources, we can then flip the effects that such an eruption would have, and did, into future scenarios. And just to remind you where the volcano actually is, here it is marked by the orange triangle on both of these maps. The map on the left-hand side is population density in Europe. The darker the shaded area, the denser the population. And the map on the right are major critical infrastructure installations in Europe, primarily power plants. You can see that the location of the volcano is rather unfortunate in relation to both of those distributions. And I should also highlight that major airports such as Charles de Gaulle, Heathrow, Frankfurt are in part extremely close and in other parts moderately close to this eruption. And if you're mindful of the disruption that the 2010 Icelandic eruptions caused to European air travel, this kind of eruption would lead to closure of European airspace for months at a time, requiring a relocation of a variety of travel and logistics routes. Now, the effects of such an eruption on contemporary societies, of course, would make their way back through logistics chains, thank you very much, into a global, through global networks into the wider world. So what have we done with this kind of disaster scenario? For once, we've been using various channels to promote such thinking amongst decision makers, but we're also trying to reach a public at large. The two figures you see here were used as major panels in a museum exhibition that made the point that volcanic risk is real and that its interaction with climate change can pose major threats to society. The upper panel summarizes the events that unfolded around and after the eruption 13,000 years ago. You see the climate stripes, a classic Ed Harris visualization here relating to Ice Age climate. And on the bottom, you see a similar projection for using numerous various IPCC scenarios for future climate change, where we then positioned a similar kind of eruption in the year 2100 and let its societal consequences unfold. In summary, we argue that scenarios such as these and the archaeological record, the paleo-societal record, is replete with similar kinds of examples, can be used as a powerful database to constrain and construct realistic disaster scenarios that are also highly suitable for efficient and effective communication, both to the public and towards decision makers. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Questions from the room? I'm looking around. Oh, yeah.
Hi, I'm Nathaniel. I'm technically affiliated with CSER, and my background is at UCL Archaeology. So first of all, it's great to see there's another archaeologist in this field. I thought I was the only one. So I was just wondering, do you have any sort of overall model for how to make sure that any sort of global catastrophic risk analogy from the ancient past is applicable to the modern day, or the ways in which it is or is not?
Yeah, hold on. Felix, are you there? He may have gone. That's unfortunate because it's a good question. It looks like he's gone. So I guess we'll say, oh, thank you so much for his time. Yeah, hopefully nothing's happened in Germany. So we'll move on to Matthew Rendell. So from talking sort of about volcanic winter to nuclear winter, Matthew's going to talk about nuclear war as a predictable surprise. I would encourage people to, if they've got further questions for Felix, to pop them in the Discord, and I'm sure he'll get to them, and there'll be other discussion on that topic. So yeah, we're just waiting for Matthew to start. Great. Hi, Matthew.
Hi. Okay, shall I go ahead and start? So, yes, should I begin my talk?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, so the talk I'm going to be giving is called Nuclear War as a Predictable Surprise. And the key point of this talk is that nuclear war is just a matter of time. In the same sense that eventually an asteroid is going to strike the Earth unless something is done, in the same sense that we knew eventually another big pandemic would come, we can also expect that eventually, if we go on as we are, we're going to get nuclear war. But just as another pandemic in the next few decades was widely foreseen, and yet many governments did not take adequate action in order to prepare for it, I'm arguing that the same is occurring, rather not surprisingly, in the case of nuclear war. Now, the title of this paper is taken from a concept developed by Max Bazerman, of predictable surprises. And the claim here is that there's certain, a predictable surprise occurs when you don't know when a big disaster is going to occur, but you know that eventually something is like that is likely to occur. And unfortunately, a characteristic of predictable surprises is that governments often fail to prevent them. Bosserman and his colleague, Michael Watkins, cite 9/11 as something that the US government should have been able to foresee, but did not take action against. And Bosserman cites global heating as another example. Now, my claim here is that any event with a non-zero probability over a finite period is going to happen if we give it long enough. And that's true of asteroid collisions, pandemics, and of nuclear war. This is just a matter of statistical probability. Some people have questioned this on the grounds that nuclear war is an anthropogenic risk. I can't see that this makes really any difference to the matter, but I'm prepared to address that in Q&A if anybody wants to bring that up. Now, unfortunately, in cases with low impact or low probability, high impact sorts of threats, they tend to result in what Jerome Wiener has called tragedies of the uncommons. That is to say, governments tend to neglect these threats. I suggest in the paper that this is due to a couple of reasons. One is human risk perception, that people that threats that are infrequent but high impact, like asteroid impacts, tend to be low salience for people. But the second is that much of the harm often falls on future generations. The odds that we're going to have a nuclear war during your or my lifetimes, or even those of our children, may be fairly low. And consequently, a lot of the damage is actually likely to fall on future people when it eventually occurs, but it may very likely not be in our lifetimes. This creates incentives for procrastination in dealing with the problem. People tend to react to threats that they themselves have experienced or which lie in recent memory, and nuclear war falls outside of most people's lifetimes. Moreover, from a narrowly self-interested perspective, it might make sense not to worry because the benefits of nuclear deterrence are, in Stephen Gardner's phrase, front-loaded. We get them right now, whereas the costs are expectedly backloaded. We might get nuclear war right now, but we probably won't. It's very likely to occur after our deaths. Now, when I started working on this paper, I thought that this phenomenon of intergenerational distribution of costs might explain why we're not doing more about this. But in fact, when you dig into the survey data, and there are a bit of survey data on American public attitudes and quite a lot more on Russian public attitudes toward nuclear war, you find that even in the current period, both the American and the Russian publics perceive a significant risk of war in their own lifetimes. So it's not that they're just simply saying, well, it's going to happen after we're all dead. However, it does appear that they probably don't think it's just around the corner. Unfortunately, that then results in a phenomenon that Crisula Andreou has written perceptibly about in the case of global heating. It's perceived as a serious problem, but it's a long-term one. And as a result, it never makes it to the top of the political agenda. Governments, decade after decade, proclaim ambitious goals in cessation of the nuclear arms race at an early date and nuclear disarmament, preventing dangerous anthropogenic interference with Earth's climate system, and then they repeatedly defer action to do anything about it. And the paper argues that the risk is that this is going to continue until nuclear war breaks out. We could go on doing this generation after generation. So what's to be done about this? I think it's a difficult problem. One thing is a question of framing. Analysts, policymakers, and activists, rather than focusing on the short-term low probability of nuclear war, ought to emphasize that in the long term, it's inevitable if we don't do anything about it. A second thing is this, that governments ought to explore forms of deterrence that will at least limit the risk and extent of nuclear war if we do have a nuclear war. And Seth Baum has done some very interesting writing on this question. A third is that when international relations specialists make proposals for international reform of some kind, you got to focus on strategies that could last long enough for really radical political or technological change to occur, such as colonization of other planets, which means, in other words, ways that we might be able to preserve peace for a couple hundred years. And that means, in turn, that international relations research, I think, should prioritize the study of what's known as stable peace. Peace that can occur and has occurred in particular regions of the world for decades or even centuries. The democratic peace research agenda, for instance, is an example of this. And I think insofar as governments fund international relations research, this is what the kind of one thing to which they ought to give priority. Okay, I'll stop there. Here's my email address. I'd be grateful for any comments. And if anybody's interested in seeing the paper, write me. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Great, looking around the room for questions. I'll mention Seth Baum. Seth has got this great a paper looking back over the last kind of 70 years of nuclear war and identifies at least 60 close calls. Yes, a really remarkable number of near kind of use of nuclear weapons. Oh, it's Seth Baum, A Model for the Probability of Nuclear War. Julius.
Thank you, Randall. My name is Julius, previously with CSER and with the project on managing the atom at the Kennedy School. Just one quick comment. I think you rightly mentioned the research of Jonathan Wiener, and his name is Jonathan, not Jerome. And I think I may say that because he was a CSER visitor previously. And I think, you're very right in pointing out the importance of that research. And one other very small comment, apologies for that. Isn't it more the case that we are facing a tragedy of the horizon rather than a tragedy of the uncommon? But that's maybe philosophical, sorry.
Can I ask you that's interesting. What's the distinction? What would you think of a tragic horizon as being?
The distinction is the frequency. Well, that's a good question. Frequency and time horizon. I think maybe these are two sides of the same coin. But maybe the horizon has to do with political decision making being limited by certain amounts of years of political tenure of jobs. But maybe it's really the same. It's a good question.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that things like asteroid impacts fall into the category of what Wiener calls tragedies of the uncommons, and a large part of the paper is to draw the analogy between that and the risk of nuclear war.
If not, then I would definitely encourage. I'm going to be emailing Matthew and ask questions on the Discord. Thank you so much. Cheers. Thank you. Really fascinating. I haven't heard deterrence described as that kind of front-loaded benefits, back-loaded costs model. I think that's really fascinating. So we're moving on to Juan Garcia Martinez, who's going to be talking about integrated assessment of food production in response to global catastrophic food risks. So the impacts that, we've just talked about volcanoes and nuclear war and the possibility of volcanic winter and nuclear winter. And now we're going to be moving on to discussing what might be the impacts and how to assess and how to analyze the impact of on food production of these kinds of global catastrophic food risks. Great. I'll pass on to Juan.
Hi, thank you. Hello, everyone. So I'm going to be discussing the latest research from Alfred, in which we put together a lot of the research that we've already done in the past. And we try to lay down how an effective response to a global catastrophic food shock could look like. So if you'd like to discuss this topic with me, you can get me at alfred.info/Juan, or you can contact me on Discord or find me around the hallways on the conference. So let's jump into it. We've already had a few people today talking about these things, so I'm not gonna say much. But basically there are different mechanisms that could originate what we call an abrupt sunlight reduction scenario, in which a large amount of aerosol material gets into the atmosphere and causes a significant reduction of the amount of sunlight that reaches the surface of the Earth. And in the most extreme cases, that could cause a full-blown agricultural collapse. And so what happens is that temperature is reduced significantly, as well as precipitation and humidity, all things that plants need to grow. And so other research teams have estimated that in the absence of a significant response to this, we could get up to maybe 80% mortality of the human population or even more. So let's think a little bit about what we can do to prevent that, should something like this were to happen. So in order to see how we can respond to this, we need to look at how the situation looks now and how it could look after, according to the climate models and growth models. So on the left, you can see some charts representing current global food production and consumption. You can see that we are producing about 5,600 kilocalories per person per day currently. Just under half of that is food for animals. About a significant chunk of that is as well biofuels. And then there's the food that we consume at the households. And then with there's also the stockpiles that we have. Some countries have a few months of stockpiles, others not much. And in short, what would happen in like one of the most extreme, say, nuclear volcanic winter scenarios? Well, with no response to that, we could lose like about 80 to 90% of global food output from falling agricultural yields. And that would result in about 1,200 kilocalories per capita, according to our model, for a 150 teragram of food scenario in terms of in a volcanic winter scenario. And that would mean that we are not anywhere near the minimum human requirement of 2,100 kilocalories per capita per day. And let's look at what the things that we can do to counter that. So we've looked at resilient food solutions as an intervention to counter the loss of yields and be able to reach that minimum threshold of nutrition. And so some of the things that we have included in the model are things that we have been researching for quite some time, such as rapid deployment at a massive scale of seaweed cultivation in coastal zones. Another very important intervention is the relocation of cool-tolerant crops from the places and regions where they are being cultivated now to the new climatic zones that would arise after the abrupt reduction, sunlight reduction scenario, in order to be able to better utilize, what little sunlight we would have in that kind of type of scenario. And in a similar vein, we have the idea of deploying simple greenhouses to be able to more efficiently utilize the sunlight. A different type of solution, what we call industrial foods, is about utilizing, leveraging industrial infrastructure, whether by repurposing the existing one or by construction of new factories to be able to produce sunlight-independent food from sunlight, so from feedstocks resilient to sunlight reduction. And so putting this all together and allocating things the best way we can, we looked at how that would look in terms of macronutrition, fat, calories, protein. And we find that we should be able, if we are able to effectively deploy all of these solutions, to produce about 2,600 kilocalories per capita, which is above the minimum recommended requirement. So technically should be able to produce enough food to feed everyone, even in this very extreme scenario. But that is still about half of the amount of food that we are producing now. In order to incorporate critical uncertainties in the model, we did a Monte Carlo analysis with 1,000 scenarios with that yields about a 95% confidence that we should be able to reach levels above the minimum human requirements by deploying these solutions. And we also compared how adding or removing certain of these resilient food interventions would look in terms of calories and nutrition, and crop relocation of cool-tolerant crops to the new climatic zones seems to be the most promising solution so far. So without it, we would be able to, we will have a much harder time feeding people, but it requires a lot of cooperation and trade between regions. And so the fact that we technically can produce enough food to feed everyone, even in such a dire scenario, does not mean that everyone would necessarily be fed, right? So the prices of some goods, some foods would skyrocket, maybe up to 10-fold its current value or more. And the communities that would suffer the most would naturally be the communities that are suffering the most today from malnutrition, which is the most economically underdeveloped nations. And so what that means is that due to rising food costs, a lot of people would not be able to afford it, even if we had more than enough to feed everyone. And so the regions that would be particularly hit, if something like this were to happen, even with an effective response, coordinated around the world, would be Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia in particular, and many others. And so it looks like we would be needing subsidization and rationing in order to be able to deal with this, if we have enough food to feed everyone. And so this highlights how incredibly important it is that we look into not only technological solutions, but also economic and political solutions to these scenarios. So finally, where are we going to take this research next? So we have done a very high-level analysis of global production and consumption, and we want to move into a more fine-grained regional analysis, perhaps even country by country, in terms of looking at the potential of each region to produce resilient foods. And we also want to look more in depth into the economics, competition, hoarding, and do a little bit of political analysis to look at how cooperation would look like between countries, which also depends on the nature of the abrupt sunlight reduction scenario that we're dealing with, and the different trade scenarios that will arise after such a catastrophe. And finally, we are working to move from the results of this research to creating real resilience and preparedness in the world today. And some ways that we are doing that is by promoting the creation and development of pilot tests for deployment, the rapid deployment of these resilient food solutions, as well as looking into which policies we can implement and whether we can put preparedness plans in place, such as there are for other catastrophes, such as tsunamis and so on. So please feel free to connect with me regarding this if you'd like to collaborate and contribute at olfed.info/. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. That was really fascinating. Yeah, I think we've got a question from Mike.
Mike Cassidy, Oxford. So yeah, thanks for that talk. I was going to ask about if you've looked at the potential for phosphorus and phosphate, nitrogen, fertilizer supplies being cut off from, one of these disasters, and how that would affect food in a nuclear winter scenario as well.
Right. So in a way, that's a follow-up analysis that we're doing. And we are in fact working on like a separate research paper where we are looking at the crop relocation, outdoor growing part of the solution in a much more depth. And there we will be looking at that part of the equation. Right now, the model that we've developed here does incorporate that to some degree, but we'll be looking into that in a much more depth. And certainly the application of fertilizers and their availability is a very important part of the high yields that we are getting from the relocated crops, even in this scenario. If that were not to be there, then a lot of that yield would be lost, and we'd have to rely on the other solutions in the resilient food portfolio more.
Any other questions? If not, I guess I'll just say, it struck me as like somewhat obscene the use of these very scarce calories on animal products, which I presume would just be hoarded in the rich world. What do you think the scenarios that are likely there are?
Sorry, I'm not sure if I understand the question.
Sorry, just kind of when you're modeling this, what kind of animal products are being produced and who's consuming them?
Oh, right, of course. Well, livestock and poultry, I think, are the two main uses of these, as well as dairy cattle. And it's mostly developed countries that are consuming this product. It's a net calorie sink after all. So you put a lot of human-edible calories into this animal agriculture, animal industrial farming system, and you get a few calories out that are a little higher in terms of nutritional qualities. And so, developing nations are also starting to increase their meat and animal product consumption. So these net calorie sinks only seems to be getting bigger and bigger.
All right, we're going to move on to the next talk, but thank you so much, Juan. I think it was absolutely fascinating.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's it's so great so that this their research is moving from looking at what's the engineering possibilities to engaging with the kind of markets and political realities of our current food system. So we're continuing with the all-fed half hour, but moving on to Alex Pham, who's going to be talking about balanced diets on resilient foods in abrupt sunlight reduction scenarios. So kind of similar to, but building on Juan's talk. Great. Hello. Please take us away.
Okay. Hello. Welcome to my lightning talk about balanced diets on resilient foods in abrupt sunlight reduction scenarios. You can connect with me via the presentation form. So onfed.info/Alex, and this form will be active during the presentation and to the end of the conference. So feel free to do so. The research I'm going to present is based on this paper, which basically tries to answer the following question: how to feed the Earth in a nuclear winter, or in any other abrupt sunlight reduction scenario. So first thing first, what is an abrupt sunlight reduction scenario? There are different types of catastrophe that can lead to this. A comet or asteroid impact, also a strong volcanic eruption, and maybe more concerning these days, a nuclear war. And we'll be focusing on this one from a model from Krueger et al. Published in the JGR Atmospheres journal in 2019. In this model, ash is propelled into the atmosphere and it creates an abrupt reduction in the sunlight reaching Earth, which can lead to an agricultural collapse and then also a potential global starvation. And to answer how would we feed people in this scenario, we first need to understand what a balanced diet is. So as humans, we have nutritional needs, and those are different micronutrients, so proteins, fats, carbohydrates, and also micronutrients, so minerals and vitamins that your body needs to function properly. The following question is, how harmful is it to be outside of the recommended intakes? So in this research, we defined 3 different categories of intakes. So adequate intake, which is a healthy intake, and when you go outside of this adequate intake, you have a moderate risk associated intake, and further away, when you have even more risk, a severe risk associated intake. Based on those definitions and assumptions that we made, we were able to define different periods following the onset of the catastrophe where we could be feeding on different kinds of foods. In the first period, we would feed mainly on food stocks. Staple crops like wheat, barley, canola, maize, rice, and soybeans, and also the potato, which is a cold-tolerant crop. We would also be able to feed on fish and livestock. Meat might be available at higher levels than usual because of lower feed availability. We could also feed on their organs and on their milk if they are able to graze. And the missing calories could be taken from sugar from beets. Here is a summary of the different foods available. And using them, we made 2 different scenarios, an optimistic and a pessimistic one, that I'm going to present and show you the different deficiencies in nutrients. In this period, the pessimistic scenario is when food stock are not available anymore and we have eaten up everything. So there are no grains available, no wheat, barley, canola, maize, rice, and soybeans. So here is the different nutrients that would be available in the different diets in those different scenarios. And you can see here that there are deficiencies in vitamin E and D in both scenarios. And in the pessimistic one, you also have drastic deficiencies in essential fatty acids, also in fibers, and in vitamin K. So this can help us understand how we could mitigate those if in the event of such a catastrophe. In a second period, we would be able to feed mainly on potatoes, and staple crops would be available at the lower stocks. We hope that at this time, greenhouses would be ramping up, so we might have some staple crops available from there and also from crop relocation. And we think that we might have a good chunk of our diet that could come from farmed seaweed that could be a significant contribution to the diet because it can be farmed in low light levels. It's not competing with land-based farming, and it can also be scaled up really rapidly. So that would be maybe available within 6 months after a disaster. So here is also a summary of the different available foods. And in this period, the pessimistic scenario is where seaweed has not been ramped up and is not available. And all of the missing calories are filled by lignocellulosic sugar, which is repurposing paper and pulp mills to produce edible sugars from plant matter. So here is a summary of the different nutrients and their associated intakes. You can see here that there's still a deficiency in vitamin D and also in vitamin E, especially in the pessimistic scenario. And you also have a deficiency in iodine in the pessimistic scenario. And then the last period that we defined is period 3, where we hope that staple crops would be available at higher levels because of greenhouses that have been built, crops that have been relocated, and potentially alternative resilient foods that have been ramped up. So full ramp up of seaweed, but also maybe of single cell bacteria, single cell proteins, that come from bacteria that feeds on, for example, methane and can be produced independently of agricultural conditions. And in this period, fish and meat are now less available. We will see that it results in a deficiency in vitamin A. And in here, we chose as a pessimistic scenario, a scenario where greenhouse production has not been scaled up sufficiently, so rice, maize, and soybeans are unavailable. Here's again a summary of the different available foods and the nutrients, the nutrient distribution. So same here, vitamin D, vitamin E is also deficient, a bit of vitamin E now because of meat and fish. And you also have different deficiencies in minerals. So to conclude, in this study, we wanted to better understand the nutritional landscape in an abrupt sunlight reduction scenario where decreased temperatures and decreased rainfall does not allow us to have the usual foods that we would be eating. And so we were trying to understand what kind of resilient foods we could ramp up and investigate so that we can provide a balanced diet to people. And I would like to highlight that adequate preparedness is essential and indispensable to achieve the goal of feeding everyone, no matter what, especially in those conditions. Thank you for your attention. Again, you can connect with me via the presentation form link here, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. What I'm most looking forward to eating, sugar from paper, seaweed, or methane-fed bacteria. Allfed should organize a dinner once where we get to try all these different things. I think we had a question over here.
Hi, yes, Sawyer Bernath from the Berkeley Existential Risk Initiative. You mentioned that preparedness is really important. When you're modeling these situations, how much do you assume that nothing has been done other than planning prior to the disaster happening? Because I know you're talking about greenhouses ramping up and all these kind of things. And are some of the models assuming well, we've started to build the greenhouses and figure out some of these processes ahead of time, or yeah?
What we assume in this scenario is that we have the knowledge that we have right now in terms of what is possible at the industrial level, and what is available, what we have right now, and that at the onset of the catastrophe, we would know already, as we know, for example, at Allfed, how to produce all of those things in the matter of time that we have. So nothing has been done prior to the event. That it is a direct consequence of shifting, for example, all those foods in the tropics, in greenhouses, and nothing more that we already have today. Does that make sense?
Are there any implications here for preparatory work in advance? For example, in the storage, large-scale reserves of seeds of different kinds, not for the sake of preserving genetic biodiversity, which is already in hand, but simply to have that reserve in emergency in the same way that already exists for various scarce raw materials.
I'm not sure I got the question itself. Sorry.
In your current presentation, there's no assumption about prior preparedness in advance of this event. So I was just speculating on what forms of preparedness could be appropriate and wondering whether there was an equivalent on the food front of what you could do already with scarce strategic raw materials. In other words, have a large-scale stores of seeds of the kinds that you were thinking would be growable in these reduced circumstances.
Yes, I think if we were able to prove that in such a scenario, there are some kinds of species or seeds or specific varieties that could be useful, then yes, it could be part of preparedness to actually put them in a place where we could find them in this kind of events. Yeah, but it's not about food stockpiling or the likes. It's about seeds. It could be really interesting if we were able to understand which one would be useful in those scenarios. For now, I think we're more looking for seeds that would sustain drought and really warm climates, but the other way around could also be very interesting.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for that.
Thank you for having me.
We were just talking earlier today over coffee about Huel, which a lot of people drink, a meal replacement, and it's got the wrong kind of zinc in it. So if you're relying on Huel to survive the nuclear winter, make sure you've got not zinc oxide, the other one. This is what you need. So we're moving on to Dennis Bushnell, who's going to be talking about halophytes for land, water, food, energy, and climate. This is our last lightning talk. Well done, everyone, for getting bombarded with all these very interesting ideas. As a reminder, this will all be available on YouTube, and you can follow up and dig into these issues in more depth on the Discord. But I will hand over. Oh, I should note that we'll be sharing the slides for this talk online in the Discord, as we're struggling to get them up. Dennis, hello. I'd like to pass over to you, if I may.
Excellent. You want me to start?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm going to discuss a uniquely scalable, affordable, and rapid way to literally heal the planet. The enabling resource is halophytes. These are salt plants. Halo implies salt. There are thousands of these, and they mimic much of the characteristics and varieties of freshwater land plants, including many of the food plants. They are an alternative, thus far largely unexploited plant kingdom. They grow on deserts and wastelands using saline and seawater. Deserts and wastelands are some 44% of the land area, and saline and seawater is some 97% of the water, providing massive, thus far unexploited resources. Overall, this is usually sunny, cheap, and thus far unproductive land and cheap water, with increasingly cheap photovoltaics to pump the water, and from halophyte-grown biomass, plastics to make pipes to transport the water. Seawater contains some 80% of the nutrients to grow plants, so little fertilizer is needed. Seawater also contains trace minerals needed for human health, which are largely missing from the current arable land due to overuse. So why do this? Halophytes sequester some 18% of their CO2 uptake in deep desert roots, pulling CO2 directly out of the atmosphere. At the available massive scale of these resources, deserts and wastelands, 44% of the landmass, saline and seawater, growing food this way can replace much of the 70% of the fresh water now used for conventional freshwater agriculture, and that water can be returned for direct human use. We can grow all the food anybody wants to eat. We can provide biomass for chemical process industries replacing petroleum. We can provide biofuels to replace fossil fuels, all of them. We can literally green the planet rapidly and cheaply, thereby solving, at the requisite scale, rapidly with no new technology required, land, water, food, energy, and climate, and as we've been discussing with other people, huge profit potentials. The major issue is this is a really big idea and a really big change, and humans have the amygdala, which is the part of our brain that keeps us conservative, and they really don't like large changes, particularly the huge extant global agriculture industry, which is not too happy about this. However, the exigencies of increasing droughts, salination of arable land from pumping increasingly saline aquifers, climate and ecosystem issues, food and water concerns are becoming sufficiently serious that affordable and rapid solution spaces are needed, especially those at the scale of the problems. And halophytes are essentially unique in having massive capacity and scale, combined with rapid speed of solution and excellent econometrics, very low costs, and huge potential profits. There is now a recent call. Things have become so dire to pull CO2 directly from the atmosphere, and halophytes are a uniquely effective at-scale approach to doing that. So it has taken the humans a couple of centuries with massive emissions and insults to the ecosystem over many years to produce the current dire situation we're in. It will take equally massive efforts and changes to provide remediation. Band-aids on running sores is just not going to do this. Suggest reading Under a Blue Sky by Peter Ward and consider that the ocean thermohaline circulators are slowing now. We are repeating the Permian extinction, termed the Great Dying. This was caused 94% species extinction by CO2 coming out of Siberian volcanoes, the so-called Siberian traps, at 1% of the current CO2 emission rate of the humans. So climate is far more than warm days and wet feet. It literally is existential. So two going off the platform here comments. One is the salt, when you do this, is flushed into and through the sandy soils. If it does accumulate, you can harvest it. It has an interesting collection of contents, a lot of minerals. And seawater irrigation produces fresh water rain downwind. So if you irrigate the Sahara, this puts rainfall back in the Middle East, then maybe we can regrow the cedars of Lebanon. Thank you for listening.
So as a reminder, the slides should be on the Discord for those following along online. Any questions in the room? Yeah, Anders.
Thank you for a great talk. So what are the edible halophyte species that we could actually use in a food scarce situation?
There is a group run by John Leake, L-E-A-K-E, in Australia, who has been commercializing halophytes. The Indian subcontinent has had a halophyte agriculture on its seacoast for hundreds of years, growing food and fodder. My understanding is the most expensive food that's available for sale in the market in Europe is a halophyte. So, there are, all kinds of things. There is more, need for a seed catalog for people to grow this stuff. You need about 30% more of the salt water than you would fresh water to flush the salt down through the soil. But, otherwise than that, this is just plain farming.
Cool, thank you.
I'm looking forward to adding halophytes to my fancy menu of future foods. Any other questions? No. In that case, we'll just say thank you very much, Dennis, for your time and for sharing this talk with us. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, an honor and a privilege. Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that was absolutely fascinating, all those talks. We've got 12 more to get through tomorrow to enjoy from and to take interesting inspiration from. So we're going to be taking a break now, and we're going to be back at 5 p.m. UK time for Tomorrow Never Dies, Bolts from the Blue and Creeping Crises by our keynote from Joachim Isaacson. Great. Thank you so much for all your time. Cheers.
So I'm not going to get in the way of you and Pablo, so I'm actually going to hand straight over to Pablo because I know that you've all been waiting with bated breath as to what he's going to say. Pablo.
Thank you, Paul. Everyone is in trouble. So, welcome back. I hope you had a good, fruitful break. Over the past almost full day, you have been talking about a multiplicity of things involving catastrophic risk. And I want to share something that happened during my previous session that is exactly at the interface between technological vulnerabilities, human fragility, and biohazards. Let me see if I can share the screen. There we go. You should be able to see a photo of me talking to you in the earlier session. You see the human, that's me, trying to manage too many things on the screen. You see the computer, and I guess by now you can notice the biohazard. My cat Ippolito decided to hide behind the screen and threaten the mouse and the fingers holding it. Here he is attacking me, and here he is attacking both the mouse and the keyboard while I was trying to run the game session with you. I'm sharing this just to say we have to be prepared for very strange risks. And also for those of you who are joining online, my apologies. There were moments where the cat derailed my ability to advance through the screens of the game, and that impaired a little bit your experience. But still, we got some insights from that game where you remember you shared first what you thought about existential risk, and then what you thought that other people thought about existential risk. Here is a word cloud about what you guessed, those of you joining online. You see that the most prominent word was climate. You thought other people were thinking about climate, as well as AI, war, danger, chaos, and a range of other things. Now, how do you think your guesses performed? Do you think that many people actually thought and wrote climate and war and AI? Well, here's the performance. Our philosopher in-house, SJ, was the top performer with 2 correct guesses, followed by a bunch of people who got only 1 point. Most others got 0. Let me show you what people actually thought. The only prominent word was complex. A lot of people, when asked, what do you think of when thinking of existential risk, wrote complex, but not many people guessed that. Now, there's a large number of words that I want to share with you that are things that people actually wrote that they think, but no one guessed that were being thought. One is people. People think about people, but people don't think that people think about people. As a humanitarian, this is very important. Look at this: hunger, fear, suffering. What you thought was very human-centric, and not only on the bad news, also on the pursuit of survival, the pursuit of resilience. Importantly, there's something that goes beyond that global level threat. You also wrote about being hopeful, about existential risk being awesome. Someone wrote friends. You made friends in this event. Now, as a humanitarian, I want to highlight that it's not just about all those threats. We, meaning you and us, my colleagues, need to think about people. If there are big threats, if there are big risks, how can we put people at the center? I would love for us at the Red Cross, Red Crescent Climate Center, as well as many others in the humanitarian sector, to join forces with you, the deep thinkers, so that we can turn thinking into action. Because one of these days, or weeks, or months, or years, or decades, these things will come. So what do we do now? I'm going to invite those of you joining online to go into the Discord. If you haven't figured that out yet, go into the YouTube and write 2 or 3 statements. You have that big constraint. It has to start with I like da-da-da, or I will da-da-da, or I wonder da-da-da. This is your task. What happened today, or what do you think may happen that makes you change what you're liking, what you're thinking, what you will do, what you wonder? For those of you who are present face-to-face, stand up, form a group of about 3, and you have 90 seconds to self-organize, share on a rapid pace, one statement each, or two, or three. I like da-da-da, I wish, I will da-da-da, or I wonder da-da-da. Over to you, 90 seconds, please. And we begin to wrap it up. Thank you all for joining forces in this enterprise of stepping outside of the comfort zone and trying to bring some light, some serious fun, some humor into what is decisively a stiffening of the soul topic. But I hope we can enter new territory. Thank you so much. Over to you with the rest of the day.
Oh, he's gone. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Pablo. Now we know why they're called mice. So for the final session of today, we have Joachim Isaacson. Joachim here is Swedish, though he's been resident here in the UK for 9 years, working for our Ministry of Defence at the Development Concepts and Doctrine Centre, or otherwise known as DCDC. Joachim is the co-lead for the Global Strategic Trends Programme, which produces an extraordinary document quite regularly that I would highly recommend, that looks into the future and how security in the broadest sense of the term can be interpreted. Joachim's going to be talking a bit about that and a bit about the context in which he's working. Joachim, over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me to say something this event. I must say, I mean, as a Swede, you're always humbled by design, but I'm even more humbled by being in this knowledgeable audience and contribute to all the interesting discussions we're having today. And my first effort was to try to think about the catchy name for the presentation and so on. And really the reason why I chose Tomorrow Never Dies is I remember Lord Rees, I listened to a presentation he had in Brussels once where he talked about that it is easy to see the future as a distant colony where you dump all the problems you have today for next generations to solve, and all well and good. And at DCDC, we always say it's completely meaningless to look at the future, even try to understand it, if you don't try to bring it back to you and ask yourself, what do we need to do today to influence the future into something we want it to be and to shape it? And if you can't shape it, how do we adapt to it? So the future starts today, so that is very much behind that one. And I thought of using our ongoing work with the next version of the Global Strategic Trends to put some context to crisis and change. And the next version, it will be the 7th now. We hope to publish it next year. It will be 20 years when we did the first one. It's meant to support the government's broader integrated security review and look at what the future may look like and how we best protect the British people, basically. So even if I work for defense, it's really not about aeroplanes, ships and tanks and so on. It's really about the broader security. But coming into the topic here, and I think when you look at the future and look at change, discontinuity is an integral part of it, whether you like it or not. It's just how the world works. And discontinuities are things we call, could be trend drivers that cause disruptions, that cause an ongoing trend to take a new direction and change. These changes often happen in an unexpected way because of all the complex interactions here, because it will never be one single thing causing that change. It will happen in interaction with other drivers. And we often use what we call a kind of a future zoo to illustrate various discontinuities. The black swan already been mentioned by Luke today. It's, if it is a really black swan, you can't catch it. It is something that we haven't observed before, something with high impact, very difficult to predict. So obviously, if you can predict it, it's not likely to really be a black swan. The other two, the jellyfishes and the black elephants, are really more interesting and more of an issue. The black jellyfish is an expression of something we think we are aware of. We have full knowledge about this thing, and yet unexpected outcomes can come for it. A long tail of the jellyfish may sting you. And the black elephant is things we are fully aware of, that we, for all kind of reasons, don't consider or act properly to solve. And Einstein here illustrates the issue that you can't solve the future's problem with the same mindset you had when you created the problems themselves. So if we look at strategic shocks, that we call it in the military, bolts from the blue, of course, you may argue that we already heard 1% saying that 9/11 could be predicted, and of course, Pearl Harbor, in hindsight, there was probably people saying that could have been predicted as well, but it wasn't predicted by those sitting in the White House as such, and it wasn't expected by the majority, the absolute majority of the American population. So then it is a strategic shock, even if one or two people may have seen that something would happen because of the build-up. And perceptions is really important because that decides the mindset of an entity and those who lead that entity. And the doom and gloom asteroid here, 1 of a million, I've learned today, I put there just because I had this comedy, Don't Look Up, in mind, where you could actually see this thing coming towards Earth, and there was all kind of problems and so on to discuss and find a way to solve it, which is inherent in the problem set in itself. And that leads me to the future's dilemma we need to be aware of when we try to understand the future. The problem is that you can't go to the library, get the book and read about the future in a very evidence way, because it hasn't happened yet. When we are standing in the present, we are standing at the edge of our knowledge, and everything ahead of us is some sort of uncertainty, and that uncertainty increases the further ahead you look. And the way we human works, by instinct, when we are not fully aware of something, we haven't experienced it, we build a sort of reality with images we see, and those images will very often be more the same with a bit of a futuristic outlook, and they will also be influenced by things we repeatedly hear and see. And herein lays a challenge in itself, and that is linear thinking and groupthink, which are really major challenges, not only in how we understand the future, but in policy making. And that is the thing we try to work with. And the final challenge is also a kind of a feeling that if we can't predict the future, which I strongly believe we can't, regardless of what method you use, we humans are way too unpredictable to do that. Many people would say, why even bother? Why even bother trying? And then on the other hand, you have the other extreme, people saying there's a technological solution to every single problem we have in the world. Don't worry about it. And of course, I think you need to look at something in between. Yes, you can't predict, but of course you can understand what drives the future. And that's important. But when you try to do that, you have the final challenge is that everything you see, everything you look at through your own lens and your own biases and so on, which makes it incredibly important to try to look as a group and so on. And we had some really good presentations today about the importance of that to complement your own and challenge your own biases. So of course, when this event happens here in the implausible part, it will be very difficult to foresee how it would happen. And if we look at creeping crises, like Martin Rees called slow-moving crises, they are really, I think, the important one to look at, but they're also incredibly difficult. I'm illustrating, I think Alexis de Tocqueville's quote about the French Revolution is a good one, because it built up under many decades. It was absolutely obvious that the population was incredibly fed up with all the injustices and so on it was facing. Food crisis and all kind of other crises were building up, but they were looked at separately. And then the tipping point came, and the world was shocked. And we have had so many of these events as such. And I just collected a couple of others we are looking at on the red explosions here. I won't go through them in detail. You probably recognize a number of them. But the thing is, there is major challenges to academics and strategic foresight analysis when it comes to creeping crisis, because it's just difficult to define them and delineate them from other social phenomena. And what is exactly the crisis? And if you need more than a couple of minutes when you try to explain to a policymaker, you're already on shaky water. So the other issue is that they are incredibly hard to manage, but very easy to ignore. And they have a long incubation phases and a lifespan. And the causes may be uncertain even after the crisis and with benefit from hindsight. And the thing is also that the tipping point may not necessarily lead to an eruption after which the crisis fades away slowly. It may continue to creep and produce another big crisis. And the constant issue is how to generate urgency. And I think that's a commonality in all the presentations we've had today. That's been that issue. How do you create an urgency around these kind of issues? Does it need to happen first? And how badly does it need to happen before it becomes something? And that is part of the definition, the absence of attention. And I think the real crisis is when a series of cascading crises start to happen, and we see an eruption eroding trust in the government and institutions that were meant to detect, prevent, and manage those crises. And one of the efforts in the global trends is really to put those crises into context and look at how can we adapt and what can we do today when it comes to the management. And the first step is really very basic. It is everyone that talked about methods for foresight and so on has been into this field. It is to understand how and why is the world changing and what is driving that change, because the drivers of that change will also be part of the creeping crisis. And to do that, just as has been mentioned today, you need some sort of system model that is not overly complicated, because then it will be difficult to explain how the evidence is built up. Because the constant problem you have when you try to talk about the future with the policymaker, regardless of where you are in the world, is the question, why should I believe you? You're coming up with very difficult choices here. What's your evidence? And our system looks at the human civilization in 3 pillars. Us humans in society, who we are, how old we are, what we want to be, ambitions, how we organize ourselves, and all that kind of thing. Economy is the other one, and the economy pillar produces the things we humans want, and the environment is the real world around us, and the climate where we find the resources, and that is tied together by information and technology. And using that system, we try to understand if this thing happened in this part of the system, how might it influence other parts of the system, and the system is not living its own life. What's really important is to find the engine in the system. Who is influential? Who is pushing it? How could that be different tomorrow compared to today? And where is Britain in that picture? And where's the influence coming from? And a key thing is today the state is an essential framework in international relations and in handling crises and so on. And will the state still have that role in the future? What strengthens the state, and what are the sources for the power of the state, and what are the sources that undermine the state, is things we try to understand. And very important part of international relations is levels of competition and cooperation, and how can it go in different directions, because that influences how we see crises, how we deal with them, and so on. And the key word is always trust. People came up, I thought they were incredibly useful, the comedy things here, because they really pointed at essential things in this. And the drivers, I'm sure you can recognize. And what's important with the drivers, that you can't look at them in isolation. They are all interlinked. So the system in itself won't give you the full picture of the context for this crisis. So it's important to complement the system analysis with scenarios for how the world may look. And we are using really 2 axes, coming back whether we have strong states and weak states, competition and cooperation. And that gives us 4 contextual worlds that, of course, are highly theoretical, because you will have a mix of those worlds in the real world. But you could see worlds with a higher level of diffusion of power, competition, and so on. And it's also important to understand that coming back to the only thing we know about the future is not going to be linear. So the future won't be, in the longer term, that scenario, or that scenario. It's more likely to be a sequence of something, perhaps a direction that leads to a fragmented world, a massive war, then leads to a more cooperative and so on, like it have done in history. But hopefully there are also other ways. So I think it's really important coming back to the drivers that may push in one direction or another. And backcasting was mentioned here as a tool to look at the path to these worlds. And one of the key uncertainties and potentially the biggest creeping crisis that could end our human civilization, beside climate change, is the competition between the 2 great powers today, China and US. What will be the outcome? Will it lead to an accommodation where we see a new multilateral order as a result of that? Will it continue for a very long time as a managed competition, or will it lead to a devastating war? And it's really interesting when you look at what would drive cooperation versus competition. it very much comes back to the same thing, the creeping crisis. Should we handle them as a collective? Do we have the trust? Can we create the mutual benefit for everybody, a common good, by dealing with it through international institutions, or do we not trust each other enough? Will I have a better advantage by thinking of myself first and using my technology for my nation, for my power block, and make sure that we are not lagging behind the others in a hard competition? And that trust is incredibly difficult to create. Today, I think we have a plurilateral world with pockets of cooperation, high level of cooperation in different parts of the world, and a world that is becoming more and more divided. So one way of supporting our policymakers, people making decisions on government level, working with uncertainty, and that's a difficult one. I can tell you one thing. You can't. It takes about 3 years to produce the global strategic trends, and to come after 3 years. Look, I have a 1 kilo heavy publication here. Just read it, and you have all the answer to all your questions. And I would say enormously interesting. Put it on the desk, and there it will be collecting dust for decades. So the process of involving those who are going to use the information must be a continuous process where you constantly have a constant interaction, not having the customer telling you what to write, because then your analysis become politicized, and there's nothing good in that. It needs to be challenging, but it needs to be understood, and you need to have a buy-in. So the way we try to do that is to present parts of the analysis and then ask people what they see the key implications are. And this particular exercise, which actually we had 70 people or so in the British government taking part in an event in British Council one day, where we presented all the trends and so on, and then we asked them to start thinking about what kind of uncertainties would have the highest impact and are connected also to the highest degree of uncertainty. And of course, artificial intelligence come up directly up in the corner, because it's always does, because it is I think today it was a very good example of that also with will we one day reach a point where we can be completely replaced as human or not? And you can't say today that that's not going to happen, and that's quite a big one. But you can also see another danger in this, number 10, that's climate change. Everybody say, yep, high impact, and that one is parked there. Not much uncertainty with that one. And that becomes the furniture in the room. So you constantly need to make your customer, the people you work for, aware that the uncertainty bubble may actually be quite bigger in reality. But anyway, when we did this exercise, we used this to commission extra research, extra work, and so on. And we're just about to start the next phase and renew this one, which was produced for the version of Global City Trends we produced 2018. But then sometimes it's good to think like a child. Ask those questions, but then, Daddy, but what if that happens? After that, if that happens, what will then happen? And it's a really useful exercise because it would force you to think about all the uncomfortable things that you didn't want to in the beginning. I mean, imagine if we would have taken that seriously. What if Russia actually invades Ukraine in a very brutal way before they actually did it? Because nobody thought they would do such a counterproductive, horrible thing as such, because that's not what you do, is it? And the what if you can extend to a number of such things. I'm using European Union Institute for Strategic Studies, which you have a very close cooperation with, that publish such a publication every year. So challenge is enormously important. And we are quite fortunate in DCDC. We have a good budget that allows us to travel around the world and have these kind of discussions with different cultures and so on. And it's absolutely essential. Otherwise, it would be a European way of looking at the world with all those limitations. And there are many, many, many more methods to approach this. But when we're coming back to resilience, adaptability, it will always come back to the human dimension. And on the photo is my son. He was 7 years. The most important day for any parent in Britain, sports day. And yeah, you can almost hear the music of Evangelist to Chariot of Fire there in the background. He actually won the race. I can't tell you how proud I am. But I'm just choosing him on the photo because it starts there. It starts in that age when you shape a society and how strong it is, how adaptable it is, and the level of resilience. And even if I normally wear uniform, I always say that the pillar foundation for all security, resilience, always come back to education. It is in that age you learn to see the world through the lens of us and us, or us and them. It is in that age you learn that you get away with bullish behavior, or you get rewarded for standing up for someone that is weaker than yourself, and that honesty is rewarded. It is in that age you learn, you get encouraged for creativity, critical thinking, or you learn that you better stay in the box and not being difficult. It is in that age you learn whether you are valued for your personal merits or because of your parents, the color of your skins, your gender, and it's in that age, depending on which one of those two, you learn to trust your teachers, and in prolongation of that, the institutions of a state and so on. And that is really important. And then, of course, the continuation of the very basic education, which in our analysis, talks about lifelong learning. It's where you provide the skills, which you are all part of, that give a society agility, capacity, the knowledge to deal with crisis. And if that doesn't work, nothing else will work either. And critical thinking is massively important, and it's a strength of our democratic societies, even if we constantly have this self-whipping, I'm lost the word in English, authoritarian state rises, they are more effective and so on. I just don't believe in that. Without critical thinking and the fact that all power corrupts, you will have several weaknesses in how you deal with these things. Not everything is better because it's mechanistic and you can do what you want. The intellectual dimension is absolutely essential. And trust and values, I mean, what a massive difference whether you trust your state or not when it comes to a crisis. Will I do as I'm told, or will I not, because I'm not listening, I'm not paying tax anyway, so because those money will just go away to someone's pocket or something, or they will be for something better good. So the trust and values is there, and then culture, behavior, of course. And I think when we look critically to our methods, been mentioned a number of times today, you constantly need to review the culture a risk assessment is done in. Is it updated? Is it modern? Is it meeting new requirements? And are we doing the risk assessments in a way that they meet requirements for digital age and so on? And there will always be new age. It never stops. So every time, every year, you will go, every time in history, they would always have said that these extraordinary times we're living in, because that's how change is. And to end my presentation, a good question is, what will the basics look like tomorrow? Will all kind of human augmentations and enhancements and so on? And the only thing we know is that either it will be very successful and we will continue to live on, or we fail and we will not. And that ends my presentation.
So, time for questions, and I have one in front of me, which is from David Wood, which is you had up on there an image of the black jellyfish and the black elephant. Would you give examples of what you mean by the black jellyfish and the black elephant?
I think black jellyfish is something you think you're fully aware of, and Pearl Harbor could be an example of a black jellyfish. US thought they had a working policy against an expansionist Japan in World War II, and with more sanctions and so on, they were locking them into the box, and that would have theoretically worked because Japan was very rapidly running out of oil. What they didn't expect was that in Tokyo, they said, okay, we're running out of oil. What are we doing about it before it's too late? And that was a sting from the jellyfish. I think climate change is the obvious black elephant. We are absolutely aware of it. The train has left the station. It's happening, and it's going to be very difficult to deal with it. And yet, there is so many excuses for not doing everything we say we are doing at conferences and so on.
Thank you. We've got a question from Anders, and then from Partha. Yeah.
Thank you. Great talk. So there are many examples of fantastic individuals that have amazing resilience and adaptivity that inspires us, but usually they're fairly unique. On the other hand, education, health, and wealth generally tends to build resiliency or resilient people on a mass scale. Are there other ways we might be able to improve individual resilience and adaptivity at scale across our societies?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, I think if we leave education and the learning environment and health and so on, which is really important, it comes back to one of the biggest creeping crises I think we have is social fragmentation in our societies and so on. And that is probably a more severe crisis than the geopolitics of the day, if I say so, if you look at it in the long term. And give people a purpose. So we've been talking about artificial intelligence today and so on. We've been really focusing on the existential risk of it, how it will take over and get rid of us all. But my question would rather be, because it's not going to go away, is it? So how do we build societies where humans still have a purpose and still benefit from those technologies? And if we can't, the resilience will go down because you will have enormous inequality of those who benefit from that high-tech society and the others that don't. So I think technology is really agnostic. It's not a living thing yet, and it can be used for bad and good. It is used for bad and good, but we need to think about how we're using it for good and how you build fair society. I mean, a level of fairness that is generally accepted. There's no society in the world that's completely equal, but a level that is generally accepted. And to do that, I think we need a state. I don't think the private sector is able to deliver that kind of fairness. Of course, I'm working for state, but that's personally what I absolutely think. Wealth distribution and so on, will the private sector do that without pressure, for example?
I don't work for the state, and I agree with you. Partha.
In your earlier slides, you had these bubbles of pressure points, let's say on the biosphere and therefore on us. And one can see, obviously, they're interconnected, each influences the other and so forth. But nevertheless, good science suggests that we ought to dig deeper than simply say they relate to each other and see which might be a more primal cause. So, I mean, a good deal of attention is given to climate change. But of course, that's an effect. It's an outcome of many things. And one of the many things was one of your bubbles was population pressure. And yet, I don't see any discussion of that in either government, and I've had some dealings with the government, UK government recently, or anywhere else for that matter. Why do you think that's the case?
I mean, I shouldn't be here defending myself by instinct, but it might not be the most urgent issue, but I think in our analysis it is still in the forefront. We are looking at what does it mean with an aging population, what does end of population growth mean when, if you look at our societies and our economies, always built on progressive population growth that's been driven economic growth by more people, more consumers, and so on. And that's going to end everywhere in the world at the 2060 or something, even in Africa. So I think we are looking at what is the alternative to today's economic models and so on. And then, of course, you have the aging with, if we take East Asia, I think the median age will be 47 or 48, 2050. How will they continue to be competitive and so on? And Japan already said it's not a problem for us. We'll just replace humans with robots, and it's working. It's not that easy in other places. And then you have a different population pressure in Africa, where you still have a very rapid population growth. I think it's another billion people, a doubling of the entire population in the coming 3 decades, which means more demand for resources and so on. And that's, of course, driving all kind of second and third order effects. I would say that aging populations and population pressure in very vulnerable areas are there.
No, I think the driver behind my question was the effect on the biosphere of human numbers. And you pointed to the African case, which is extremely worrying for Africans, because of their local ecosystems. And yet the UK government, of which you're a part, reduced its aid budget for family planning and reproductive health in Africa to nearly zero, only in the last budget. That's the reason for my asking. Why? Okay. I mean, in some sense, it's a sort of after-dinner thought. But deep down at the decision-making level, I see no place of demographic pressures, future pressures, which are becoming unfolding.
I mean, it's difficult for me to comment on with being on YouTube and all that, but I don't know how many governments in the West actually increased their aid budgets and so on after the pandemic and the crisis you have home and so on. So I guess it's coming back to that. I don't think there is a less understanding of the implications, all kind of second-order effects like migration and so on, and instability and all that comes from the issue. It's a current resource and prioritization issue.
Thank you. After dinner comments are very welcome before dinner. Can I go to Angela next and then Luke?
Thank you. I found it very interesting because you brought this quote by Alexis de Tocqueville about, what did it say exactly? I mean, it was not so foreseeable, and yet, it was so surprising. And I found it interesting because you also mentioned 3 other examples, but we've seen one that is very recent, and that's the Ukraine. We've seen absolutely the build-up, everyone is known, and, you being from the military also, I remember that there used to be all of these war games and scenario planning, etc. And, here we're talking about global existential risk, but we're also talking about risk in general. So my question is really like, how come that not more is being done? I mean, it's not like it's something novel, that something will occur, but we can actually foresee it, we can see it building up, and yet we're all surprised all of a sudden when it does happen.
I mean, if I should be fair, both the American and the British intelligence services were crystal clear with it. It's going to happen. But again, and I can only speak for myself at this point, and I'm Swede, I've studied Russia for decades and so on, and I still thought it would end up in a different way. I wouldn't expect this would happen because just as it is happening, it's just making Russia weaker, they're losing it, and the costs are enormous. So I think it comes back to that, maybe because you look at the Russians through the lens of your own biases or not properly understanding Putin. But I think it is not even the Chinese probably thought it would take this kind of event as it has. And it is an enormous mistake Putin has done. It's no doubts about it. And in one way or another, he will lose it.
Cool, thank you for the presentation. Resilience is often referred to in a very positive manner, but ultimately it's a neutral characteristic. Autocracies can be quite resilient, empire is arguably the most resilient forms of political organization. How do we know what systems we want to keep resilient and which ones we want to be fragile?
Intervene there and give another question that is almost identical
and
follows it up, which is from David Wood. And he says, Jochen gave reasons for preferring the tolerance of critical thinking over closed-mindedness of autocracies. But is there a risk that too much criticism within society will become toxic and will prevent unpleasant but unnecessary decisions being taken? Which is kind of related.
Yeah. I think so, and I think it's always good to look at, if you look at an entity formed by people and so on, you need to look at it as a sociologist. What are the things that culturally keep people together, regardless of the difference you have in classes in society and so on. And I think some of those fundamentals it's not just about the political system. If you look at China, it's more than just the party and so on. When it comes to resilience, it's the way of accepting authority. You're doing as you're told, as not just because it's an authoritarian state, but it's a kind of a cultural kind of thing. And then, of course, a political model comes on top of that. So I would seek the answer to that question first by looking at the entity from a sociological point of view, culture, behavior, and how that's influenced in general. And then, of course, polarization of politics is one of the biggest challenges in the Western world today. And it's not gone away because of the unity we see now, because of the Ukraine crisis, all the issues that we have with inequality, being part of something and so on, is still there, and something that any state in Europe will have to take very seriously. And I always say, as an officer, it's a difference between just complaining and constructive challenge and criticism that leads to an action that is providing good. So, of course, just having a couple of million people whinging about everything, it wouldn't be the best example of resilience, probably.
David.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for the talk. Could you share any thoughts about U.S.-China collaboration? Like, you sort of alluded to the possibility of a future world in which we have a sort of bipolar, bilateral world order. And I guess that has always seemed like, that would be really nice, but maybe somewhat implausible. Or I guess I'm just wondering if you have thoughts about that, what it might look like, what might facilitate it. Yeah, anything along those lines.
I think it depends very much on personal leadership, these kind of things. Such a thing, as we look back in history, always need to start because of personal initiative by two leaders that in one way or another built up a combination of trust and a common win-win if they find that way. And then, of course, two leaders can't act in isolation because you have your national institutions, parliaments, Congress, your politics, and Xi Jinping is not running China on his own. He has the party and a collective kind of leadership, even if he's chairman and so on. So I think one potential scenario is that as China gain more strength, we just may get used to it in a way that we've done with other powers that have taken the same path in history, and at some point China see a benefit in the party sees a benefit in staying in power by and delivering prosperity by being less confrontational, aggressive, and still getting the gains from that, more ready to compromise. That could be one possibility. Another possibility, again, showing the unpredictability here, already coming back to while China is an authoritarian state, and we will see a more slow change of leadership, who's president in US 2024 and 2028 and so on. And you may even see in America that in its own choice becomes more inward looking and so on, and accommodation within that framework. I still think it lays way ahead of us as it looks today. The competition is very high, but China is very different from Russia. It still have a lot at stake, and the party is not strong enough to stay in power purely by repression. They are very, very well aware that they need to deliver prosperity, otherwise it won't be possible. And prosperity, again, is dependent on trade and a more interconnected world. Maybe there can be different versions in that. It could be a major Asian bloc that is big enough to deliver that prosperity still in a multipolar world. So there's many varieties there. And what I always say, and something we're putting a lot of emphasis on in the current version of Global Strategic Trends, is that the world is more than US and China. And you actually have quite a few important middle powers, Britain one of them, South Korea another one. We just don't think about it, but if you see more cooperation between powers that don't want to be squished in between the great powers. Let's just say, for example, we had that discussion in a previous engagement in Asia, and the Koreans said themselves, we need to leave history behind us, and we need to look forward and look for new opportunities, and ask the question, would you be ready to cooperate with Japan, for example? That would be a very powerful bloc, both economically and militarily and so on. Yeah, it might be time for that now. So things are changing, and we tend to forget this kind of choices. What will India be in the future? What kind of future will they see best for themselves? Will it be the same as today or something else? And already combination of some powers could create alternatives. So, and then you have all the non-state actors that are increasingly powerful and so on, also in quite a complex picture. So it's important that the world is more than China and US.
I have a question at the back there.
Thank you. How much do you believe the fashionable phrase of the fish rots from the head, and that it's all a problem of governance in governments in order to resolve these problems, and that the people are powerless to do anything about it? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I just wanted to have your view, because there's also the matter of the UN as well, the Security Council.
I mean, a multilateral institution will never be stronger than the cohesion of its members. So if that gets politicized, of course, it will be less effective. But one argument I often hear, and I actually believe in, is UN is more than the Security Council. And there's quite a few UN agencies that still, despite the polarization of politics, manage to achieve quite extraordinary achievements in poverty reduction and all these kind of things. So it's not completely black and white, but it comes back to the trust. And today, that wouldn't be on a very high level if it comes to the standing members, for example. When it comes to ordinary people and so on, I always use the argument when we are presenting in various parts of the world where transparency is not the same. Global Strategic Trends is completely unclassified. It's out there for everyone to read. We ask academics, we involve young people, we want their views, and we want to have the involvement of society because they're going to live in the society. We are trying to understand how it will look in the future. So that's enormously important to get a robust, credible product that actually can inform politics in a much more credible way if that's been taken into account, I would say.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question. Many of us try our best to engage with policymakers and government decision makers. And my question to you was going to be, how do you sleep at night, given what you look at? But my question is, why is it that the people that you work with, and I don't mean in DC, but I mean ministers, I mean uniformed officers in MOD and others, why is it that they do sleep at night? Or another way of putting it is, why don't they listen to you?
I mean, I think a lot of people listen to us, and it's just if you look at change in a government department like defense, where you have investments in the size of billions and so on, and you wouldn't just Joachim said we don't need that anymore, so we're gonna scrap all that and we're gonna do this instead. It's not working like that. It's change takes time in when you're looking at change in these dimensions. But I still think you can see a good example of change happening, even if it's helped by crisis and so on. And something I'm impressed by as a Swede when you work in the British government is how integrated it is in many ways. You work in common working groups. If you discuss security, there will be someone from the Department of Health in that discussion. There will be someone from the Department of Education. There will be someone from Department of Culture, and Media and Sport, and so on. And there's a lot of things that is done really well and could serve as an example for others in the British government, I would say. And I'm saying that as a Swede, so I hope that gives some credibility to it.
Thank you. I think it leaves me to say thank you very much indeed for an excellent keynote speech. And beyond that, thank you for the work you do at DCDC. It's inspiring to see that sort of forward-looking and it's not always, whatever you say, it's not always reflected in other parts of government. So thank you very much indeed. So let's just... And that draws the formal part of today to a close. We will be back here tomorrow. Somebody remind me of the time. It's in here anyway. We're going to have drinks just outside, and then we will go for dinner in the hall. And those of you that can join us, I hope you can. Thank you.
Good.